I'm to kill the paintress. Okay. I hate these warning messages. I don't agree with them mathematically. Come on, no? I hate how it says that. It really set my expectations up. Um, I was really expecting something really bad with the controls, and the game is just perfect. I can't believe that. Oh, I thought my game crashed. I hate how my Rivia statistics tuner or River. Is it Rivia? It's a River. Let's call it Rivia because Geralt. Oh my. This game is quite loud. My headphones broke yesterday. So I only have one earbud. And I ordered some. But then it takes 7 to 14 days to arrive. I hate that. But on a fast time order, it's $5 off. I got it for really cheap. It was 50 on Amazon. It's only 30, was it 33 or something? That's awesome. I love that. I love that for myself. What happens to me? I get unlucky, but then I get a new pair of headphones. These ones were good though, and I hate buying new things because sort of a reliability thing that things I have not used before, which just break. But it's so loud, so loud. I can calm down the settings. Is there a map in this game? I just pressed G for the map. Yeah. I feel like this is where it came from. To get to the flag? Absolutely, I did. Oh, I'm not excited to combat. To go into combat. There's another flag? Oh. First strike, yeah, use. So why do I have it? My friend. That's awesome. Just want to tag again. She has a weird orb next to her. But she's faster. It's probably because she's on a luck build, I'd assume. Emulation's only 2. Oh, it only does 50. Okay. They may resist fire. Can't do Lumiere Assault. It's for you. Oh, I got an item? Or is that a level up? Level up my weapons? Ugh, hate that shit. No, it's actually a new weapon. Pick those. Also, I wonder how the checkpoint system works in this game. If I go back, will I get fucked? Dodger. Wait, who has more HP? Oh, Luna is about to max out. Oh, she's on that. This is just a superior up. So I'm gonna get that. Yeah, Gustav just lost most of his HP. The fuck? I'm going back. How many times can I rest at a checkpoint? Is it just like Dark Souls? He has free points available. Learn skills. Okay. Applies mark. Deals low level lightning damage. Assign skill. Lumiere assault. Or what is this? Powerful. Applies powerful to 1 to 3 allies, increasing the damage they deal for 3 times. Oh, that sounds sick. What the fuck? I pressed left click on it and it did nothing. I was really confused about that. Recovers 50% health and this. Oh, that sounds sick. What is it? This looks like deals medium damage. Slows the target. So this is what I already have, and then she has. How many skill points does she have? Oh, she hasn't even leveled up yet. 1 XP to level up. That's kind of bullshit. I didn't rest, did I? Or does it auto rest? No, doesn't. I'm pressing every button on my keyboard just to get out of that inventory. This is powerful shit, dude. Oh, we both get it if I... Okay, that's what I thought it would do. I thought it would be a quick time event. Because there was a variant there. Powerful is a buff that will amplify the character's damage by 25%. So... What are they even weak to? Oh, I just realized stains are a thing. A little bit too early. Way too early, so she's dead. So I forgot to aim with her. Oh. Just do a regular attack. Boop. Oh, that does so much damage. But she doesn't get to level up. Oh, she does. Even if she does, thank you. I'm glad they get rid of these archaic, she's all blooded up. I'm guessing that's because she died. I'm glad they got rid of all these archaic mechanics. I really hate them. But now I can, use the level target damage, 5 hits, uses weapon damage, critical hits. Oh, that sounds really good. This is Gustavus. Gustavus. Deals medium lightning damage to critical hits, consumes fire. And this is the ice root. There's level earth damage. This lightning one sounds way cooler. I didn't even assign Gustav's skill. Oh, I did. It just auto. It auto doesn't. So it's like Dark. This game is Dark Souls. They took a lot of inspiration from Dark Souls. Dark Souls Simulator. Hey, don't move too fast. It don't move too fast. Chill, my brother. You know, I'm gonna get ambushed in here.
An advantage.
an advantage. Critical burn. Does that work as a preemptive strike?
Let the ink flow. Feel the burn.
Okay. He leveled up to level 3 already? Why would I not grind? That's a no-brainer. I like how I preemptively parried too, like an idiot. I can either go in there, but I'm gonna go up here first. What the?
Interesting.
I like how it shows a dialogue box too. Yeah, that's funny because did Persona do that? I don't think Persona 5 did that. Ugh. Where it actually voiced the nonsense lines. They voiced everything in this game.
Is that a house?
Looks abandoned.
How does it? This doesn't even look like a house. This looks like a hotel or something. I wonder what this game looks like on high settings.
Interesting.
Hmm. Let me do that. You can beat the whole game without grinding pretty easily as long as you find 90% of the enemies. It's like Pokemon. Motion blur enabled, vignette enabled. Okay. I don't care about... Actually, do I care? Let's do epic. I'm getting 73 FPS. Actually increased my FPS. Anti-aliasing isn't really that taxing on performance, I find. Which is really surprising because I thought it was meant to be really taxing, but I guess it's just gotten really good. But look how much better the game looks. What the fuck? That's crazy. Are you seeing this? Yeah, the game just upgraded so... I need to play more with these settings. That was crazy. It's usually shut... Whoopsie. Wait, did I... Or did it... Does the game just look the same? This is on low. Nothing changed. The game doesn't look any different. What the fuck? That's a fake setting. Wow. This game doesn't actually look amazing compared to other modern games, though? You don't think so? How about textures on Epic? Barely decreased my FPS. I want to see the difference. Is there a way to compare the difference? Is it one of those games where... This is where... Something must be bottlenecked on my PC because a lot of these settings... On most games I play, a lot of the settings don't really matter. Like all these texture ones. Like, also, is it just me? I kind of like the game on lower settings. But let me put that up. I think art style wise, I think the art style looks fine so far. Post processing, I don't care about any of that. It's the shading. Oh, I don't light. Fuck that. This is gonna kill my performance, I think. I was getting 70 inside, I'm getting 69. It's still the same, what the fuck? Is it because I haven't reset my thing? I played Epic on everything? Oh, okay. I'll put a lot of things to Epic then. Now I'm starting to feel the FPS. I'll put the shadow. I feel like the shadows will get fogged. Put those on though. Yeah.
The indigo tree is not too far from here. If anyone else made it, they'll regroup there.
The indigo tree. Nothing on here. But you played on 4K? That's crazy. The interactive the rope. Did I miss anything? Did I miss something in there? There's some parkour. So what is the story behind these floating objects? Does it say? You know what would be really funny? So they always talk about, you know, we lead the way so the next people can get further. They say something on the lines of that. I wonder if we don't even end up getting to the Painteress. That'd be so fucked though. I feel like we would be the expedition though. That'd be super fucked if we don't.
The indigo tree's over there.
So we're on the continent, so we're on an island, I'm guessing, because it said Lumiere was exiled to a exile. It was vaulted over to in the middle of the ocean, so
Nice.
I'm guessing that's the entrance. Process of elimination. Can I destroy this shit? That's tight. So wait, what does this thing do? Oh, he just also fires the same bullshit. It's like Dark Souls 1 tail lighting. No one's go outside. See an enemy over there. Enemy spotted. Yee. Why do I level up so fast though? Is it because I'm playing on Omega setting? Omega mode or whatever the fuck? Also, I hope there isn't a... There's a checkpoint? Oh, there's already a bonfire. I don't like that. I already philosophically disagree with that. And there's an enemy right next to it too. Don't like good game design. Okay, well, let me go and rest. This Expedition 81 is probably got to be one of the more goated expeditions, because didn't they say it went from 100? I mean, that's technically 0. All the way, so we're on 33 now. So, think about it mathematically. That's you know, around 20 expeditions until they got to this point. Unless the other expeditions actually started at another point. And also, what happens if the other expeditions also got quite far? If you think about it, how did 81 only get here? You have to think that the other expeditions must have done bare work, but they like hit their steps or whatever. I bet something like that happened. That's my guess. I bet one of these expeditions just went OD. They were just like, oh yeah, we went here, and they just said, fuck, we're not defeating the Painteress. Like, fuck it, we're working for them. And that's why one of that guy's super always like, fuck it, I'm working. Maybe they're not even working for the Painteress. Maybe they're just like, fuck it, just make a deal with the devil or something. I don't know. Found some magical artifact that allowed them to survive the Thanos. Anyway. Also, should I just be exclusively learning skills? I want to get this, so I'm actually gonna be stingy with my stingy with the way I play the game. There's some stuff down there, but there are so many invisible walls in this game. I wish I just killed you. Okay. My brain is just works so slowly. I'm gonna do some ice magic. Fuck, I did it too late. I was expecting him to go down a little bit slower. I probably should just do a regular attack here.
Not looking good.
Oh, she does such a sick... Goes in the sky. Well, she leveled up. I like how we get all bloodied up too. That's a nice detail. It's super sick.
Interesting.
Yeah, the fact that Expedition 81 got this far, that kind of sounds like cap. That's 80... Sorry, that's 20 expeditions in. That sounds so bait. Electrify. Feels low level. Feels medium. Bro, what the fuck is the point of this? So I can get Electrify. Consumes all stains to deal high elemental damage. Can break if full. Okay. Or I can continue onto this route. This is a hell? This sounds so sick. Yeah, I think I should stinge. And then save up for this. Deals medium fire damage. Oof. Applies free burn. That sounds OD as fuck. Or I could take this lightning tree down here. But then I get access to this. Deals very high single fire lightning. Single fire lightning. Nice. Readable. I can read. Readable. I'm speaking Japanese, but in English. I can fast travel? Nah, I really don't like this game. I like how you can parry in this game. That's really cool. I don't want to fight this guy again. But there might be some stuff back there. Let's see an item over here. So you get chroma that sounds like the gold in this game. Okay, let me actually practice on this guy because he's right next to the checkpoint and I'm leveling up really quick, so... These skills, Lumiere Assault. Wonderful. Feel the burn. She does no damage. Okay, so I have to do it just as he's about to hit, not when he's already brought down the shield. He. I like how I call him he. Fuck. I never saw a cock and I call him a he. It. Doubt it cares though. Yeah. Yeah. I wanted to go the other way though. Should I go over here so quickly? There's probably gonna be another checkpoint. Just with how they haven't really been stingy with the checkpoints. I hope that's not like that further into the game. I hope that's because I'm in the tutorial simulator. I really, because that would really ruin the game for me. I haven't even began upgrading the weapons. Are camps the flags?
Nice.
Nice. I don't like how they talk every time. You're gonna get backstabbed. Bleep. Oh, he's dead. It. Dead. Lumina Lance critical burn. So there's nothing down here?
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, I don't like how he's speaking. This guy should not be speaking. Ooh, I really don't like the way the sun works in this game. You see how bright that is? That's fucking stupid. They didn't do a good job here. So far, I really like the art direction for the areas. I think it's really solid. But for the enemy types, I haven't really seen so far. As for the characters, I don't know so far. I'd have to see more of the costumes. Lune looks like a typical, I don't know. She looks like she goes to like Oxford University, like smart girl. That's what she looks like to me. Gustav looks suave as fuck. I actually do like Gustav. He has a beard too. If a main character has a beard, I already don't really give a fuck about anything else. I don't want to play some fanboy mascara. Oh, I'm tired of that, Japan. I want to play as my... Give me a beard. I want to play as a guy with a beard. Bold too. If my guy was bold too, that's sick. A bold main character, they'll never do that. They don't do that in Breaking Bad. A bold main character in a JRPG, that'd be so sick. Playing as Nappa from Dragon Ball. Of course he died because he was bold. Fucking cunts. Come on, Toriyama. What? Yeah. I'm getting low. Another tutorial. These guys kind of look like they're from Epic Battle Fantasy 3. That's the only one I've completed. What? How am I meant to parry that? And I parried it on the second try. Okay, flying enemies evade most damage from attacks or skills. Shooting is more effective against these enemies. Tries to shoot the Volesta. Oh, that's what I was gonna do, you dumb fuck. My sensitivity is so low. Oh. Oh, okay. Critical burn, dodger. That was super bullshit though. That's probably gonna be another checkpoint. The way you parry that, that's a really unintuitive parry. I hope parries are not like that because, oh, that's gonna be a hard enemy, so I should definitely heal before that. Let me see if there's one up the rope. Up the rope. Bleep.
Blue trees.
Something's disrupting the chroma around here.
What is the chroma? I forgot. I already forgot what that was. You can actually see the... Oh, this is like Elden Ring.
Interesting.
Intro 720? Oh, that was meant to be a secret? Fuck, I'm high IQ. And this game's a little bit too easy for me. Well, I don't like how choppy it is while aiming. It's not really choppy. It feels smooth. It just feels awkward. So you could... So this is like the Erd tree. It's... This 33 symbol must be fucking humongous. So I wonder how it feels for my character. So you just see this 33. It's so disconcerting. Just, yeah, if I don't... This is my last year of life. So is this the indigo tree? Just some bum tree? It doesn't look to be a checkpoint around here. So I think I'm actually gonna head back. Because I want to go and fight that strong enemy. I don't want to be like Frenzy in his first Bloodborne Let's Play. Avoids all the tough enemies. Absolutely don't want to be like that. When you get fucked. Left, right, and back. I don't want to fight it yet though. Yeah. I love how Lune flies. I might play as her the whole game if no other character does this, because this is cool. She doesn't run, she just flexes the fact that she can levitate. A little bit much. Yeah. Ooh. Ah. Yeah, let me gonna go and fight this green guy. Hopefully his parries are easy. I wonder what that is. These things in the... Can I jump on this? Doesn't look like it. Maybe there's an item on there. Doesn't look like it. Can I even get up here? Oh, many invisible walls. It does not want you to use your brain. Fucking devs. Also, the sun is really annoying. I wonder if that's just because my graphic settings.
This one looks dangerous.
Yeah. What's a boss? Oh, that did a lot of damage. Oh my god. My goodness. Oh, I think I parried a little bit too early though. Expedition failed? You fucking serious? It's not even a failed, it's just an expedition. Oh, I can just retry battle. Awesome. I hope there's a penalty. I want to suffer. I wonder if it's better to shoot with Lune. I can't be asked to strategize, honestly. I honestly am very surprised that I failed that parry because it looked really easy. Fuck, I didn't realize it was attacking again. Ooh, I parried a little bit too early. The second attack is quite quickly. Nice. What would be really interesting is I wonder how a modern gameplay battle system would work. With ATB. A modern combat system with ATB. But I did nothing. Fuck, I preemptively did that. It has 6 bones. Hey, Lune. Play with Thunderbolt. Oh, I don't even know. There's a lot of damage. Of course, I learn how to parry this person when attacks quickly. I've not seen that attack before. You have revive items and stuff too? I don't play like that. I don't play with items. No, I'm kidding. I have not looked through my inventory. Like I said yesterday, they refill every time the rest of a flag. I play so... I'm playing this because this game is so much like Dark Souls. I play it like Dark Souls. Oh, I just need to play mono and mono. I want to get parry and that's it. That's how I've been playing the game. Awesome.
Ready to evade.
Too early. Okay, so I got that down. Not down, but... Okay, let me try my items. Heals all... Revive.
I won't waste this.
Parried song? I kind of instinctively parried there. I wasn't really paying attention to the wind up. Dangerous stuff. So how do I use these stains? I think I'm gonna save. You get flask refills and bonds, and you obviously use flask in normal souls. But in level 1 runs, you don't. You don't really use them because you just get one shot anyway. You will get more and upgrade them as the game progresses. It's just like Dark Souls. What the fuck? Maybe I should use powerful. I want to use overcharge.
Let me take this.
Gonna fuck that one up.
Get ready.
Let's go parry. Fuck. Fucking serious. It was your fault, friends, that you distracted me. I looked at chat. No, I'm kidding. Is free AP to the targeted ally? What the fuck? That's parry. I can be quite slow with that one. Yeah, I just did it too quickly. I freaked out. Just give me the option, please. I'm gonna try that with Lune instead. I don't think that did more damage. I think it also did 1.3k. That was disappointing. Nice.
Ready to evade.
I thought I did that too quickly. These chromatic enemies are pretty much always harder than story bosses, by the way. Oh, what? Profoundly disappointing. There's so much noise going on the screen, it took me quite a while to get used to perfecting the button presses. Because they do it right on top of the enemy while my character is attacking, while numbers are coming out. I really don't like that. But it's really easy to adapt to. Once you get used to it and don't feel the pressure, it's actually really simple. So... Fuck, it said quickly. Yeah, you're getting revived.
I won't lose this.
Lune, watch out.
Too early.
those who come off.
I could defeat it this time. Is that the name of the song for those who come off them? I'm on overcharge, but fuck. Kill you. New Pictos, augmented attack. 50% base damage. That's definitely a Gustav thing. Weapon upgrade, nice. That's Gustav saying, especially when he uses the overcharge ability. Oh, I'm not even really paying attention. I didn't put it on. I thought I did. I saw his profile picture next to it. Oh, I need to select it and then put it onto empty. Let's see. So is Luna just alive now? You should equip new Pictos when I get them. Okay, I'll be sure to do that. I already went down here, I already got the 700. Go check my money. 7.2k? Shit. Okay. Oh my word. Eliminate this kid. Wait, did I already shoot the middle? Well, probably. I'm gonna be able to use immolation. Oh, I felt like I did that way too early. Lumina. That's where most of the builds come from. Are the abilities Lumina? I'm guessing you meant the abilities of Lumina. And you only have a certain amount of points you can spend on equipping points. So I got you.
Well, that will help.
How does she know that will help? How did they even know what chroma is, and why can I find it in the beginning of the game? Anything up there? This game feels like it would be better on mouse and keyboard, so I'm really surprised why they profusely
Someone came here before and set up this
recommend.
Probably Expedition 69. The Climbers Expedition.
Probably exhibition. Excavation. Oh, we're back here? Oh, I'm running away. I hate how that happens, whether you get black bars, you walk away and you still get the cutscene. Where's my agency? And why do they turn gray? Jaw?
Something's wrong with it. Why isn't it attacking us?
Because it's white.
Certainly attack them. An expedition journal. 81.
80. Why did you say 81? It's 81. Boss? 81?
Ones who came before.
And lay the trail for the ones who come after.
These guys like cultists. You don't need to repeat the same things. I want to read this.
Expedition 81, Renee.
Renee.
Huge discovery. This is the first Nevron with whom we've been able to communicate. It seems stuck in this cave. Gregoire is, as usual, deeply suspicious, but this could change our entire understanding of Nevrons and the Patrons.
What the? Oh, they got attacked! Fuck! I have to get out of this! She got attacked!
Communicated with a Nevron.
The dead here don't disappear like in Lumiere. Their chroma stays inside their bodies.
On the beach, some did disappear.
He wasn't a Nevron.
Something about the way Nevrons kill seems to affect our chroma.
Perhaps your friend here can enlighten us.
We should be How did this guy read the diary? And then go, wait, hold on. They just got attacked. It might be Jar Jar Binks.
What do you mean, light?
Did you kill these people?
Oh shit, I actually have to read the subtitles? Fuck. I mean, I read it in a blink, but I want to get to that level in Japanese.
By the painters?
Where I can just blink and read. I've been trying to do that where I just let subtitles play and without pausing it and just try and read it as fast as possible. It's so hard.
If we bring it light, perhaps we can learn more.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Gustav is so suspicious. I love that. I love that they add the dynamic where there's clearly some internal tension within the group. So we already read this journal. I wonder if there's any more. Also, it reads it for me. Fucking hell. This game is... I need to recommend this to EXE next time I talk to him. I'm gonna go, oh man, you need to play this game. It's like Dark Souls, but turn-based RPG, and the story might be good. I don't know yet. Your light, oh mistress. I sit in the darkness awaiting your light. You mean the... Wait. You mean the paintress? What does she want you to do? She marks a path that we must walk, but here I sit in the darkness. Without light! I cannot follow her. Follow her where? What kind of light? Pure light. I must bring forth a flame that lights the path forward. Something flammable then. Shine! I need to shine. Yes, shine Greymon. Just say, this game is OD, bruv. Actually, that's the thing. Oh, I need to do that test. I need to do the test where I go... where I'll gas up something to him that's really shitty. And I go, oh, no, this is so sick. This is so OD. This is so deep. These characters are so deep. And I make some like bullshit justification. And he goes, wait, what the fuck? This is so sick. I know he would do that. I know that. I know I can just get. I know if I gas it up enough times. But I don't know. I've gassed up Hollow Knight to him. And he just says, man, this game looks shit. I'm going, what the fuck are you saying? What do you mean this game looks shit? You fucking mug. What you saying? I need to learn Zing or something, so I'm gonna get into that. Zing. Oh, she's level 4 too? I'm just saving all my stuff I think an electric skill might be good. The Zoo Hive Mind is so powerful. The MAL Hive Mind is powerful too. The fact that that weird old game, game, by the way, MAL game.
Flares!
Survivors.
Hurry!
Well, fucking fly then, lady. Are they trying to make me skip items? I don't really care. Wait, can I actually save them if I'm fast enough, or is this just a scripted event? Trying to get my items, son. Blip. Oh, oh. Is that a Slenderman? That's... So, killing this seems really important. Oh, it's resistance to me. I don't know what the middle one does, so I think I should just try and eliminate it as quickly as possible. And I got him on a color and got him hooked on everything Batman not too long ago. You can literally do it in at the end game if you wanted. I might do what at the end game, sorry, I wasn't really paying attention to what I was even saying. Bleep. Bleep. Oh, there's no damage. I should save my remaining 2 for immolating it. Blue. Blue. That's it. When it said quickly, I thought it was going to be quickly. Slow as fuck. Wow, I do so much damage. And I got a light rim? I got a light rim. Fire rim? I got myself a fire rim? Hold on. I have to equip that. I got a fire rim. It's basic. Also, how far do weapon levels go? Hold on. There's bare skills attached to this. Fire skills cost 1 less AP. Yes, sir? Because I'm doing a fire build, actually. 20% increased fire damage with skills. Start battle with... Oh, that's level 10? Come on, son. What are we talking about here? That's incredibly high. Wow, okay. I didn't know. I thought it was... it's only going to be like 2 levels. 33. You can get to level 33. Fuck? A Loon Rim. They just name it after themselves. I'm going to go a Light Rim. It's probably called a Lighter Rim. Maybe not. Maybe it is just called a Light Rim. Because it's called Loon Rim, and her name is Loon. A Lune Rim. Light Rim. Who the fuck knows, boss? This looks way cooler. What the fuck? This kind of looks very similar to the way she dresses. Sort of like the black and gold aesthetic. Triangular too. The tattoos kind of evoke that sort of... I don't even know what it... Kind of reminds me of BioShock. But this looks sick. This looks like from some generic fantasy game. Of course, I'm taking this. Geektos. Dead Energy 2. Speed 4 critical rate. Allow me to take that. Sure. I did take a little bit of damage. Can he passive heal? What is this? This is red shit. Oh, that must be the healing war or whatever. But you can't get weapon higher than probably 21 until the end game. You can't unlock a lot of things. A lot of this stuff until you progress through the game. Typical RPG shit. Stuff will unlock for you later as you progress. Fuck. So killing these people is the most important thing. Seems prudent to do. Bloop. Regular attack does so much already. I can't believe that. Bloop. You know what? I'll use my remaining one on you. I don't think she does have much physical. Ooh. I'm single turning these guys. That's how good I am at this video game.
advantage.
An advantage. Why is there a choir going on?
We can do
Okay. My word. A fucking counted son? When it said cast a spell, I'm thinking, how am I meant to parry this? Augmented attack. So I learned that. Do I have to equip any of this, or is this just something that's innate to me now? You know what? I don't give a fuck. I'm playing this side dog, so honestly I don't care what attacks come out of my character. I really couldn't give a fuck. It's just one of those things where, oh, I'm back here already. Oh, fucking back a bunch. It's just one of those things. Skill points available, Uno. Yeah, I'm saving up. I'm saving up. Bleh. I might. Maybe I should heal. I'm gonna heal. I wonder if this flare shit is time sensitive, but it's an RPG and stuff never is. But you know what I respect about FF7 is the fact that they made that the Marco reactor stuff time sensitive when you're blowing it up. Oh, you have to get out in a specific amount of time. I thought that was always so cool. Because turn-based RPGs are never really time sensitive. And honestly, I wonder what this game would be like with an ATB system. Let's just do starve. I don't think there's gonna be anything down here. Oh, I didn't throw my Pokeball out in time. I don't know how to dodge those. I know how to dodge that. That was pathetic. How many do I... Can it... Oh, wait, I have 3 left. Okay, I'm gonna leave the rest to Lune. Oh, he just kills. Because Lune starts with 4, too. Actually, I'm just gonna take this shit down. Fuck. I'm gonna risk an attack on this. Fuck. 1, 2, 3. How do I dodge that? My word, how do I dodge that? Fucking taking down, son. Don't ever do that to my teammate. How disrespectful. That was one of the most disrespectful things I think I've ever seen.
That will help.
What? Chasing cunt. I should have done that. Fuck, I completely forgot about the strategy I just formulated previously. Oh, it doesn't really matter because I do so much damage anyway because I'm leveling up.
Take cover.
1, 2, 3. I like how he counters the attack with a ranged weapon too. I think it's awesome. Really like that. What's Lune's health at? Oh, she's just playing with 1 HP. I respect that. It's quite difficult to do, but she just likes doing that. Oh, did it parry me? No. Do my...
Let's push forward.
Her dive kick does a lot. Oh my word, I was expecting that. This is a dive. So unfortunate.
We could light something with this.
Resin, inflammable material. My FPS is tanked then. I want to unlock some more costumes. So far, I don't like anything that I have. Still can't unlock the skills that I'm gunning for. And they're gaining XP at so... Do I have a multi-target attack here? This might be sick. $12 points available? Oh, that uses a different skill point system? I had no idea. I'll go for a luck build, but... Does Lune being fast really count for anything? I don't think that really matters. I don't think she should be a... What's a might? Increases all damage dealt. And why is there a sword next to it? But these... so I'm guessing these other ones scale with C and D, but why does this just have a sword? The fuck? I don't need defense. It's a fucking parry game. Oh, and this does speed too. Critical rate matter with her? I don't think it does. She doesn't do multi-target attacks, so I wouldn't get the extreme multiplier. Does she just start... I think it's because my previous weapon had luck. Well, I don't know what build to go for. I think I might just go for agility here. But honestly, yeah, just attack build. I have no need for defense. I didn't even upgrade my attributes there like that. Oh, that increases my health pool by a mega fuck ton. And I scale with this too, but I think agility is quite nice. Fuck it. I'm scaling with agility here, but that's just my current weapon. I don't know what if she gets a lot of weapons that just scale with agility anyway. You know what? I'm not gonna think about it mathematically. I'm gonna go with what I go. That's what it's about. I'm on 1 HP on both my characters. Probably that's how you should play the game, just 1 HP. Mono-y mono. If I'm learning anything, I'm definitely not using it. Big toes. Do I have burning shots, quest items, tints? Weird Pictos. Burning shots? Does nobody have burning shots? No. What does it do? Burning shots, silly. I'm not really reading everything that I get. I'm really unobservant when it comes to reading. And I just play the game. But I am the guy that does that. I've always done that. I always played Pokemon like that. It's a preferable way to play the game. Something mono about that. Yeah, I didn't read the story. What the fuck are you doing?
Nice.
Revive tint? Revive tint shard. Yeah, this is Dark Souls all over again. It'd have been cool if you could kindle, because I prefer the kindling system over shards. I think that's stupid and bomb. What does it check? Oh, this game. I already mathematically don't agree with this game and the way it's oriented the that's so cringe. Oh, he's dead. He is so dead. Can we run? Can we fucking run?
Fuck. It's big.
It sucks because I have one earbud and it's really buggable. To the merde. To the merde. They say, did they harder? Did they go or the merde or merde? What? I didn't do. Some shields that some each shield blocks one hit. $111? I'm not impressed. He does quite a lot of physical damage. I might buffer.
Let me help.
I did that quite early, I think, but I still got the parry off. What the fuck did that mean? I thought that was an attack. Something like that. Summons minions. Hate that movie. I don't really care for it. Yeah. Okay.
Take cover.
For those who come out.
Careful. Building up chroma. Danger. Brace yourselves.
Fuck's sake. Oh, that's dead. Oh, you don't look at enemies because that's cooler? I don't understand. I didn't even level up, I don't think. I think I was already on level 5. I think I was quite over leveled for that fight, actually.
Celebrate later. There'll be others. We should be safe up in the tree.
Didn't someone just die, and why are we not concerned for that? Why is my main character not concerned? We didn't try to do first aid on this guy or anything?
Putain, nobody.
Wait, there's a message on the wall. Took
Disrespect.
Mile to the weird corals. Head north, look for a door inside a hut.
Oh, yeah.
This doesn't make sense. Who would have written this?
30 very.
It sounds like an expeditioner, but everyone knows to sign their messages.
Yeah, but they might have been in a hurry.
I don't know. Doesn't sound like anyone on the team. What if it's a trap? The man on the beach?
It's a lead. Our only lead. Whoever this is knows Mael. We have to go.
No. Not yet. Protocol is to regroup at the rally point and wait 3 days. This message feels off. If it was an expeditioner, they would have stayed here. Everyone knows the protocol.
Right, but they may have been in danger. Maybe this location has been compromised. Things change in the field.
There's a reason.
Protocol doesn't cover every contingency. You know that.
There's a reason it's protocol. We designed it to yield the optimal result in the vast majority of situations.
Was our entire team dying part of that optimal result? Look, I'm going after Maya. Protocol also states, never move solo. I'll let you choose which protocol to break.
Oh, shit! This guy's a debate lord. Merde. You pigtails. Find your way through Spring Meadows? I'm not even through this place. The fuck? So we just get cleansing. Also removes all status elements. Oh wait, this has stats? Oh, I didn't even fucking look. And what is this green shit? I need to explore everything.
We can use that.
fuck is that? First of all, how are we even up here? Where were we? On here, okay. I didn't explore everything. Something up there. Expedition 70, so 81 just got completely destroyed in the early game. I guess they didn't have the technology to be able to overcome these threats because I don't understand how they died so quickly. We lost about 9 expeditions just en route, or they just... Hello? Yeah, I've been all here. I've been all over here. Doesn't look like there are any additional places to go. I don't really care for the music so far. I think this choir is a little bit extra. Sort of tightrope in. That's probably where the item is. I prefer Final Fantasy music so far.
We can use that.
That 33 looks so eerie. Go through this vortex. Use Starve's overcharge skills. Use strong damage, but it's significantly more powerful when it's fully charged. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I figured that out. Thanks for the tooltip though. If I didn't figure that out by now, that'd be really useful. Which one is it? Close my window while this loads. Actually, I'm gonna go and get a drink while this loads. Oh shit. I'm back. Is there a cutscene? Oh, let me go back on my live stream. Map is on the M button? That seems really inconvenient. Hmm. It's the first button I don't like, and I can't change the binding for it. That's the thing with some games, is that they don't like you changing some keybinds. Really inconvenient for me. Because M is such a shit button! It's awful. Also, my FPS on this map, I'm guessing it's the world map you were talking about. The continent. Find my own, search for the path through the flying waters. I can't use my mouse? Oh, fuck off. Ah, that's fucking stupid as fuck. Oh, so I need to get to the flying waters. I want to see if I missed the cutscene. It took really long to load. Sadly long to load. How big is the world map? Is it big? I always get so disappointed when I look at world maps on games and I go, oh wow, this could be really big, but then you realize how fast you're progressing through the game and it just seems really small. Always disappointed me. Profusely.
The message said head north to the weird corals.
So I need to go this way. I'm to go not the intended way. So are there checkpoints on the world map, or is that only in area? Are those only in areas? I'm gonna go this way. These might be really big battles. World map battles are just like that. That's not an enemy. Nice. I did too. That's enough. I didn't even heal. Gustav can kill this. What? Oh, these guys are way stronger. Probably should kill that. And then just regular attack this person. You died. I didn't rest at the bonfires, so I'm gonna have to do this all alone. I've got a multi-attacking skill.
Ready to evade.
Luna doesn't play around.
Lightning, strike.
Awesome. But I can't hack a basic parry. I got a weapon upgrade. The world map is considerably more laggy. Oh wait, I'm also playing the game in the background on my second monitor. Yeah, that didn't do anything though. It would be really fucked if an enemy just spawns out the water and just jump scares me. That'd be really fucked. And I feel this game would be the type of game to do that. This game seems like The Boys, actually. It reminds me of The Boys, where people just get massacred. Well, didn't expect that. So the bridge here is broken. Enemy over there. Maybe I should do a full heal. Feel that'd be prudent to do. Gustav has way more HP than Lune. You can go to the camp at any moment. What the fuck is the camp? Dodging is easier than parrying. If you struggle to parry, try to learn the enemy's attack patterns by dodging fast. I'm good, boss. I probably should do that first. That probably is more prudent. Oh, so we have our own. I just saw 33. We have our own checkpoint. I'm tired of these hand-me-downs. Don't say I'm sorry, please. Don't say I'm sorry.
I'm sorry about earlier.
Fucking hell. This game is so
It
sick.
was not your fault.
This game is so sick.
I convinced Alan to land there.
Yeah, and how is it possible that you would have known about that? Couldn't have known that. Say
So,
it. You
rest
said
a
it.
bit. But, the moon is bright. I want to keep moving.
Have you learned nothing from the beach?
No, I am not leaving Mael alone a minute longer than I have to.
But right now, it's just the two of us, and I don't want to bring Mael your corpse.
We just fought a boss.
Every step through. The man on the beach, you saw what he did. But more than that, you saw his face.
Is his dad or something? They have the same hair. Or is it because he's old as fuck and they're not meant to live that long? Oh, they actually show us his face? Awesome. That looks so sick. Suave.
He must be what? 50? 60?
Definitely 60, 50.
Homage. We don't know who we're dealing with. We lost everyone in an instant.
Exactly. He killed us all so easily. He doesn't need to fake a message. Lucien. Lucien died to save me.
Was that the guy that just died?
And Tristan.
Tristan, Margot.
God, they all.
Oh, we just say Margot the way they do. Big ups.
I am not letting Mael die out here. I'm taking her home.
What? No, no, no! We have a mission!
Oh, fuck the mission! Fuck the mission, Lune! What are we gonna do, huh? Tell me. What are we gonna do? We're gonna take down the paintress, just the three of us? My gun and your sparks?
I didn't take you for a coward.
I'm not a coward.
You swore the oath. When one falls, we continue.
I love how they argue so
One
much.
falls. When one falls.
Not if, when. I've seen this scene.
We knew not all of us would make it, but we continue. As long as even one of us stands, our fight is not over.
But
That's crazy.
The fight is just Mael.
Mael swore the same oath.
I know that.
She chose her life. You and I. Come on, we always said the future of Lumiere is more important than
Any individual life, yes.
Do you still believe that?
I love how he's faltering.
Still believe that.
This game is so sick. I love how he's faltering on his beliefs so early in the mission when he seemed the most self-assured person there. In front of Emma, his sister. Yeah, I believe in the mission. Fuck, he's just like completely...
I hope I do.
And now it's just a, I wish, I hope. This game is so sick. I love that. Our character is already had his challenge, his ideals challenged so early into the game. I love that. I love this conflict that's happening so far right now.
Fuck the mission.
Really?
Really?
I love that. His voice acting is so good. I love her inflection.
Sorry.
I love that how it started with a sorry for the previous argument. They get into an argument immediately after, and then they're able to apologize to each other. Awesome. Is that the moon? Is it like an eclipse? I'm guessing a character goes over here at one point. There's a lot of vocals in the music tracks. In camps, you can rest and converse with your party members. To leave the camp, interact with the bonfire. Awesome. This game is awesome. I love how she says obscure. Obscure. I know she's not spamming that word, but that's what I'm spamming. Does it really mean light dark? I looked that up.
The main continent. Hard to believe we're finally here.
Yeah.
Good night, Gustav.
So we're in Lake Mobius, and now we're in the Dark Continent. I like how it's just called the continent, so ominous. They haven't named it anything. What is there possibly to write in his journal thus far? This look looks awesome. Is that the paintress down there? I didn't just notice that.
For those who come after.
For those who come after. Spin guy. So so I can go to the camp at any time. That's awesome. I saw this in the background. What? Does this disappear at any time, or is this a permanent thing? I wouldn't understand why it would disappear, but oh hi. Cool. Really good right now. Frenzy gave me his it feels like I'm a kid again because Frenzy gave me his Steam account. Yeah, so I'm playing. Yeah, he's just basically got every game on the game on his Steam account, or any game that I feel like I would want to play. So I'm playing through a new game. I haven't played a modern game in so long. It's called Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Being massively bigged up by I've seen it being bigged up. It's sort of like it's the next Final Fantasy. It's and I'm guessing what that means is really good story and sort of carries the torch of the sort of JRPG, the staples of JRPG gameplay, like traversing through, a wide variety of areas. You got your turn-based combat, or a similar sort of combat like that. Building a squad, yeah, you got your party members, recruiting party members for a world or a globe scoping adventure. So so far I've played it, and I'm probably only a few hours into the game, and I play pretty slowly too. So I haven't seen too much, but the dialogue has already impressed me. And I was saying this earlier was so when tech advances, it actually takes a little bit of time for them to get the subtleties to actually justify why the for me this is a personal thing, but to justify why you've up so let's say PS1 PS2, it takes a little bit of time for them to justify why okay, why do we need these extra graphics, you know, okay, cool, the game looks better, but games are more than just okay, this game looks cool. And I think people have realized that now when we're now starting to stagnate in terms of how quickly games can progress in terms of graphically, and people reminisce on these older games that obviously don't look as realistic as these newer games and go, wait, these games are still as cool and they perform really well. And we actually kind of like this. We actually kind of like the smooth experience and all that. So I think I know, right? And so I don't think, especially current games, have been able to justify why we're getting more and more and more and more realistic graphics, and now it's like slightly improving, but the performance is so bad even on the best tech around. That's crazy. They're not justifying it at all. I don't think so. But this game, I think, really, I think it justifies itself in terms of, okay, so let's say on a pixel art game, when I see these cutscenes, could they convey all the same subtleties in a pixel art game? Fuck no. Could they do it on a PS1 game? Not really, because they're these subtle facial expressions, but also the way they use their posture to convey certain things. So there was this one character, and this is really rare. Usually in media, in like movies or anything similar to that, they don't have characters interrupt each other. They usually have line said, okay, next line. They say, and they always say it perfectly too. It's all very synthetic, affected.
Yeah.
But in this game, you will have characters interrupt each other. And there was this Lune girl was putting her, like, she was like putting her hand in as sort of like a physical representation of her trying to cut into the conversation. And I thought, wow, that's just so good, because I felt myself doing that stance before too in an argument. I thought that was, whoa, that's so sick. That they're actually justifying. Okay. What'd you say?
Hey, excuse me, like, hey, sorry, like, I gotta butt in here, like, I know what you mean, like.
So I think they do justify why we have, you know, these big 3D models, and you know,
You're almost saying for the first time that you've seen in the modern gaming. Like, you're saying this is one of the first games that you see actually justifying these like extra bells and whistles.
To the extent that it does, because I think other games do definitely have characters moving, but it's just not to the same extent and these same subtleties, and it makes me smile because it feels so human. It's like, whoa, these other games actually look really stunted and stilted. Whoa, wow, they don't move like this. Like, wow, it's crazy. So, and that goes. What'd you say?
Oh wait, one second. I messaged her.
Okay.
Well, I suppose there's no point crying over spilt milk. It's Dulmagus we're after. He's the one who cursed the princess.
Oh, he died in the burned house. Roger
He's
that.
the one who made us look so ridiculous.
Home or at a room or at an evening room.
Hope you're having a good day, Smile.
Best day ever. Thanks, Bernadette's fat pussy. Bernadette!
But it seems
Oh. Oops.
Silas gone. We have nothing further to gain from staying here. Let's be on our way.
Didn't I pick up something?
Okay, yeah, she
What the what?
just got home, so.
Good stuff.
But my sister, she just got home. I hadn't seen her today yet, so she was just like saying hi and saying what's up, and getting me stuff.
Nice.
So very nice of her. But sorry, I didn't mean to
Yeah. I've got it. I remember where I was at. Yeah, so that segues into the dialogue, and I think the
Mhm.
dialogue so far has been really great. So I'm really early into the game, and
Okay.
the when I get into a game, it's always okay. What is this character? What do they want to do in this world? What are their justifications? You know, why am I seeing this character's journey? Why do I care about this character's journey? And already this game is sort of made. So this is like an indie game that's made by people that, you know, they're like ex Ubisoft devs. They're like people that just like
Damn.
posted on Reddit once and then you know, got a job. You know, these guys are like super, you know, they're either jaded from the industry or couldn't get what they wanted, what make the games that they wanted in their industry, or they're just really talented people that are just not, they have never
Really
had
cool.
their skills honed at all. That are, oh wait, I actually am capable of doing this. It's really incredible. But I'm not gonna get into that. But yeah, just immediately seeing the character is older. Because these are like longtime fans of, you know, all these, at least some of the people that made the game, they're like longtime fans of, you know, all these other
Characters.
IPs that exist, right? But they're older people, right? Because they grew up with them, and so
Yeah,
these
of course.
protagonists, these guys are, I'm playing as a 33-year-old. Oh wait, that's so sick.
No
Playing as an
way.
older person when you usually play as, you know,
A
we're playing,
teenager.
yeah, a teenager or someone that's like barely entered into puberty, and wow, I'm playing as an older person, and so this guy had a girlfriend, and he sort of had, you know, on and off relationship with her. She ends up dying in the beginning of the game. That's sort of the premise of the game, is that you die once you hit a certain age, and um it's because of this paintress, and you don't really understand what's going on, and the people don't either. And so there have been multiple expeditions to this lost continent to be able to try and take down this paintress, and we're just one of those people that are going onto this mission. And the way it's presented is, okay, we're playing as this character, right? And we're going on to he's sort of like, it's not presented as he's like a super idealist, but it's sort of, okay, he wants to go on this mission to you know, he wants to be like, he's okay being a stepping stone if it's other
Right.
people that come after him. And so he's sort of doing this sacrificial, like he super believes in this mission. And you don't really think about it until you hear a contrasting opinion, because they're actually contrasting opinions in this game. They're not all on board.
Right.
His sister, who's like part of the government in the area that on the island that they're on, she goes, you know, why are you doing this? This is the dumbest shit ever. And he's, you know, he's super
Homeworld.
in his beliefs. He's like, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
fucking doing this. I super believe in this. He comes into this onto this lost continent, and then immediately bare people die, and then he sees somebody die in front of him, and his adoptive daughter gets stolen, and he's like, fuck the mission, I don't really believe in this anymore, fuck this shit. And he's like breaking protocol, like, fuck, I don't care about this mission. This
Yeah.
could that like somebody wrote a message,
That's
but they
okay.
didn't do it according to the way that you're meant to write messages, so they think, oh wait, this could be a trap. No, it's like, fuck the mission, I'm gonna go save my adopted daughter, I don't give a fuck. And I'm gonna get you into a trap, so you have to break protocol anyway, just so you come with me. So he's sort of guilt tripping his teammate to come with him. And I'm going, wow,
That's awesome.
that is
I
a
love that.
mass, like, he's already had his ideals challenged, and he's already sort of he's already
Everything's
been
out the window.
corrupted. Yeah, he's already been corrupted immediately. I love
Yeah,
how
I love that.
they're already challenging this, because to some extent it's like he obviously believes in what he's doing, but it's also, I'm already willing to break so many rules because somebody that I love is at risk, even though it might hurt the entire team. I don't give a fuck, and I love that.
Right. That's so
It's a
common.
massive
That's so
contrast.
common. That's like people, especially, you know, people really overestimate the extent to which stuff is followed when things start going wrong. Like the moment stuff starts going wrong, especially in these kind of like fringe expeditions or something, it's like every man for themselves. Like there's like sometimes there's that element that jumps in, you know, too. Like even if it's, you know, when stuff goes wrong on these trips, it's like, well, you know, you gotta keep yourself safe at this point, right? So he's like, I gotta go fucking get my adopted family back. Like I love that.
Yeah. So
I don't see that in
already,
games. Like usually it's like, oh, they're like, oh, I'm stupid. I didn't mean to do this. I didn't mean to get us into this, guys. I'm really sorry. Like hopefully we can come together as a team and like fix this problem. And like it's like very childlike, how they respond to. And I
Mhm.
feel like it's much more realistic to have like a guy like not fully think through what he's proposing and then be like, fuck, 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 we gotta fucking like that's so much more how guys act in the like real world.
Yeah.
So good.
So already the character work is wow. Okay, this could really be
Outstanding.
something. This could really be a game. And it's getting a lot of praise, and I don't really trust praise, but Frenzy said, "Oh yeah, you need to play this." When I heard
Okay,
Frenzy,
just him.
Frenzy messages me and he goes, "Oh yeah, you need to go and play this." And I go, "Okay, I'm playing this."
Okay, yeah. No, he's
Cut
that
everything
good
off.
advice on that. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's so far that's all I have to say about the game. But
Okay.
really excited. But how about you? How's it going for you?
Uh doing okay. Just
Mhm.
chilling. Hung out with Cat last night. It's kind of the main consideration in my head. It's just my kitty at the moment, but doing pretty good. Uh, had a really um productive, at least intellectually, summer in terms of like things I've come to kind of contemplate and understand and stuff regarding just like so many different things. I couldn't like do it justice in a short period of time.
Okay.
Um, but a lot of I was very interested in your experience in Slovakia and like the that experience of being on a different wavelength and stuff like that. Like that was very resonant, and I'd love to hear more about that, honestly. So
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. When I went there, just because so I'm trying to learn the language, but it's more of
yeah,
a so because the way I'm learning Japanese is I'm learning how to read it. I'm not really
okay,
focusing on being able to comprehend listening to it, just because I learn so much. It's just so much easier for me to learn how to read it because I encounter reading it so often. Um,
and speaking it very little.
yeah, speaking it very little too, and I don't get to flex that. It's
Right.
harder for me to flex that because, well, who am I talking to? I don't. I could go and find those people, but now you're interacting. You're adding another human element into it. That's not as easy as, well, I'm really fucking bored right now. Let me go and actually just go and read some Japanese. That's just so much
Yeah.
easier to do. So okay, I'm just gonna focus on reading it, and it's easy for me to absorb the grammar when I'm reading it, and then go, okay, well, I understand the grammar. Let me just go and listen to stuff now. That is so much.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so much better. So the way I'm learning Slovakian is I'm taking the opposite approach. I'm not reading anything. I'm not looking up the grammar for anything. What I'm doing is, can I understand how the grammar works just from people listening to it, just from
Okay.
listening to people doing it and asking people. So learning it slowly. I've been there for 2 months over the past 2 years, and
Right.
just I have the ability to ask for things, but it's really tough when somebody expects me to speak the language. They start speaking to me. I go, oh, I don't fucking understand anything you're saying. And you're speaking so quickly. It's like, how do you think I can understand that? And they sound so angry too. That the language sounds so angry. That's just Slavic languages, I guess.
Yeah, yeah,
Not
they do.
absolutely not easy on the ears. So I think every time
Hard.
somebody's talking, I go, are you pissed? Are you really angry? I'm really on guard every time somebody's speaking.
You're like,
But
but
no, they're
before I
just
say anything, we're cool, right? Like,
yeah. Are we good? Yeah.
we're good though, right? Before before I
Hmm.
before I say anything else.
And they sound really angry when they speak English too. They have a really just speak really thickly. It's thick. I don't know.
Kind of
I don't
love
even know
that
how to
though.
describe it. It's not
On another level, like
on
I don't
another
know,
level. What do you mean?
like on the level of like it's so different than what we're used
Hmm.
to, and it's like cool to have kind of a more blunt version of it. Like I like this was the thing with when like AED Russia was like I remember when he was learning English, he would say really blunt things that were hilarious. Like because
Oh,
he
really?
didn't like he saw yeah he well and I'm not saying this was the case for the people and because you said a lot of people were like dual like they had really good English actually.
Yeah,
I
they do.
you
Yeah.
mentioned. This was not the case for AED Russia, but it's for the but it was like the thick accent combined with like him clearly trying to translate in real time like words in Russian into American words, and then he just kind of skips over half the words in the American sentence, and it just is like like you big bitch, like is that, just like you just like for speed reasons skips all that and just goes straight to it. So I don't know. I kind of like
Mm,
the bluntness
right.
of people who
Oh,
don't speak English natively.
that's me speaking that language where I'm really blunt. I didn't realize
Yeah,
because I'm thinking, oh, this is probably like English, and I'm really surprised because you can just translate a lot of the sentences word to word. I was saying, how do I say what's your favorite color? And they go just word for word. It's just wow, it's just everything is in the correct place in the
oh,
Slovak
oh,
sentence.
sick.
Whoa, that's awesome. I really because the Japanese is not like that at all.
At all.
After I have to get into a different mode just to be able to speak the language. I can still stay in an English frame and then kind of just, oh, I just use Slovak words instead of the English words. Oh, wow, that's so fucking
Right.
easy to do.
That's right.
It's not like that always, but yeah, generally, yeah, it's like that a lot, or just like one or two words need to be shifted. Yeah, really, really simple to speak the grammar. But still don't have a really good proficiency to be able to speak the language. And I was climbing this mountain. I told you I was climbing this mountain. I climbed it
Yeah,
3 times, and on the third time,
that's sick.
I took my stepdad's uncle up there, but I got really bored because they were climbing really slowly, and I got trained. The way I got trained on the mountain was, oh wow, these women are walking really fast.
Oh yeah,
But
these beats. Yeah.
that's probably how you just normally walk up the mountain because it was early in the morning. We're the only people there, and so I just had that pace. But I improved on it because, well, that was my first time. So I'm walking really fast, and I saw this guy running the second time, and I go, "Wait, you can run?" So I was like walking and running up, and I go, "Well, I've been waiting for 20 minutes here. They're not. They're not anywhere here. The uncle,
Like I should check.
they're not here. Fuck, I went so
I
far
should
ahead. So
check.
yeah, so I climbed all the way to the top, and then I walked back down to catch up with them, and they were faster than everyone, but still slower, quite a bit slower than me because I was just speed running the mountain because that's just how I
You
enjoy
know,
things.
yeah, yeah.
But when I was walking down, because I went alone, because they wanted to go to an extra bit, and they ended up walking for so long. They went to a bit that I've never been to. I've only just been up
Okay.
and down one path, and I went down and I was actually talking to people. I was going ciao, ciao, hello. I was definitely being more forward. I realized that I was always the person that was saying hello when I was
Yeah.
walking past. But as soon as I said hello, everyone was, fairly like, yeah, hello, wow, hello, I would always go ciao here. So like ciao, obviously, that's just a hello or
Yeah.
goodbye. They don't care about where they say hello and goodbye. They will say for
Oh,
a
that's dope.
greeting or a leave taking. But yeah is like a plural. So yeah, I was just saying that, and then
Like
people were happy.
I do both.
And I had two conversations. It was one where I was saying, "Oh, nice bandana," and then she was saying, and she didn't understand what I said, so she was saying, "No, no, this is this." She was saying bandanka, or she was saying some other word. I was like, "Oh, bandanka, oh, because it was a bandana." I was saying, "Nice bandana, oh, nice bandanka, oh, yeah, okay, I got you, nice." And it was this other person that thought I was speak. They thought I knew Slovak. They were saying, "How far is it up the mountain?" I don't know any of those fucking words. How far is the mountain? I don't know any of this shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you fucking crazy? And then they go, oh, and they start speaking to me in English. They go, far, far, far. And I go, 2 hours? They go, 2 hours? And I go, yeah, no, perfect English. Or at least perfect words, like single words that I understand what they're
Yes,
trying
yes,
to
perfect.
say.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And I go, yeah. And they were older. So
Mhm.
the younger people would have just go, oh, how far is it to the top of the mountain? Just in perfect English. And I go, what?
So crazy.
How the fuck? Wow, I feel so embarrassed for only knowing one language. That's so embarrassing for me. It's a massive indictment.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, no, dude. I feel like constantly, but I constantly make the joke with my sister because, like, literally everyone in my family knows like like going on 4 languages. Like
Oh
everyone
my.
else in my family does, and I'm the only monolingual person. And
Oh,
so, like, my sister, like, I'm always like, if I was a kind of emperor of the world, the first thing I'm doing is mandating that every country takes English. Every country needs to have like, it's not that I need to learn another language; it's that everybody else needs to also know English
hmm,
for peace and harmony and communication. So, like,
awesome.
in an effort to create peace and harmony, everybody else must also know English on top of their primary language. That
Oh,
that,
that
that
sounds like
needs
a
to be a law.
really good policy. I like that. just
Yeah, that's what I'm working towards.
erase all the cultural sort of sayings in all these other languages just so they can learn the language of prestige so they can understand me. Yeah, I like that.
Yes,
But
and
yeah,
also so I can understand them without having to do any extra work. It's very like that's it's. I think it's
it's
really
so
cool. I think
convenient
everyone's
for
on board
you.
with it. So
It's
convenient.
really strange
But what's
how it
crazy is
ends
it's
up like
actually
that.
basically what's happened. Like the joke to me is that well, actually, literally most countries seem to actually have it be required to know a good amount of English, like
Yeah,
as a basis. Like most countries that I'm like concerned with are like like basically doing that, which I think is fucking crazy. Anyway,
I do find that really it's honestly concerning because
yeah,
it's I heard this with Japan where they will. I know there's a lot of English in their vocabulary, but apparently people will just use English words for prestige, where it's like, oh, I
oh
know a
yeah,
bit
yeah,
of English. Wow, that's so prestigious.
yeah. Sprinkle
Um,
that in. Like it's so
yeah,
foreign. It's so exotic. Like the way that we would do it with like right
we'll do it with French or something because French is cool.
or
Oh,
Italian or like
yeah,
it's like yeah.
I feel like French is the main one, probably just because it was the previous lingua franca.
Je ne sais quoi.
Je ne sais quoi. No idea what that means.
The
The fuck
ooze,
does that
the
mean?
ooh, or whatever it is.
Yeah, I don't, I gave it up. I wasn't interested. I just wasn't interested in anything at school, which is really weird because I didn't understand. For me, Japanese just comes so easily in terms of wow. I now in terms of learning the conjugations, like wow, this is fucking easy. Now I'm gonna learn a dialect, conjugations because that's also useful to know, and I want to speak the dialect too because that's like a custom camel. so I'm putting
Yeah.
more on my plate and it's just so easy. It's just like, oh wow, I can just sit there for a day learning it and then go, yeah, this is kind of just in my head. This is just imprinted in my head. But in French, I just don't know anything. It's like conjugations. Like what the
Je
I don't know.
m'appelle Joseph, you would say.
Who the I don't know any of that. So yeah, that's really unfortunate. I have no idea why my ability to learn French was just really bad. I was also really tuned out, but still I was tuned out for a lot of things in school, but I still
Yeah.
retained quite a bit. But not French for some reason. But all these people they learn English in school and they also retain it, but I guess it's probably
Yeah.
because of media. They all just watch English
100%.
stuff. I'm
Yep.
just so I coming to the realization that a lot of them just watch English stuff, and we have
Yep.
similar media diets in terms of cultural, I guess, stuff. In terms of, I guess, stuff that's considered. I don't even know if you call it high culture, but you know, the sort of like the what's like something that's in the cultural zeitgeist, like Hollywood, you know, whatever the fuck the Hollywood movie is of the day or
Yeah,
whatever.
exactly.
It's like they all know this shit. It's like what you know, all the sort of like pop all the you know pop musicians or whatever. This is really to me that like freaked me out
Dude, it
in a
freaks
negative
me
way.
out too. No, in a negative way too. Dude,
Super negative.
my fucking stomach I got so nauseous when I was in France for the first time and when I was in Spain for the first time because I was like, "Oh my god, it's the same shit in a different language." I'm like, "It's not even different things. It's the same things that I have in
Mm-hmm.
my plate in different languages." And I'm like, and people seem to think that's fine. People seem to have no like like people seem to have no concern about the fact that there just isn't a different set of cultural practices and thoughts taking place. Like it's literally the exact same. So just as industrialization destroyed biodiversity,
Mm-hmm.
modern industrialization also destroys language diversity and cultural diversity. Just as a
Mm-hmm.
fact, like it's really unfortunate because these large companies just have such big scale. So it's so much cheaper for a company to translate into their language a large already existing IP or a
Mm-hmm.
product than it is to actually create a whole new set of products and advertisements and understandings and anything. Like there just isn't money in that relative to just like taking American shit.
Yes, yeah. I really really
Shout out to Japan for actually protecting them like some sense of cultural identity, and look how well it's turned out for them. People fucking love that there's an alternative. It's not just all the
100%. Yeah.
Western stuff. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I
Yeah.
mean, it just shows how stupid this policy of just adapting American shit was, honestly.
Well, yeah. I think it's so awful because to a lot of these people, it's I always go like, what the? First for me, it started with the t-shirt shit, where I see, oh wait, you have a bunch of just English shit on your shirts. It's like, what?
Yeah,
What the?
yeah,
What's happening here? I really
right.
didn't like. That's why I asked, wait, why have you got English? Why don't you have Slovak things? And my cousin said, yeah, but that would just be so, just wouldn't be cool. It's not fashionable. It's like, we want English stuff. And I'm thinking, what? So you have just another language on your t-shirt that you probably don't understand, but are you not concerned for any of your sort of having some sort of diversity? Because for me, that's when I see someone doing the same thing as me, I get a little bit concerned. You know,
I get concerned too. I get really concerned as well. I get like, wait a minute, what does this mean? What's going on right now? Like,
but yeah, so that's why my uncle calls me a contrarian. I'm just thinking, a contrarian? I'm not a contrarian. I go, wait, why am I doing the same thing as other people? Maybe what is it? So let's say for a wedding, right? Weddings for people are, oh, this is really special for me. But then I go and look at weddings and it's, okay, you do this sort of the proposing ceremony, and a lot of it looks homogenous in terms of, okay, you're all giving each other rings, but what does that ring mean to you? It's something that culturally has significance, but what does a ring mean to you? To me, I don't care about a ring. If I got married, I don't know if I would care about doing a ring. I'll do something that I find significant.
Well, check this out. I think there's actually different, like I think you can also be like, because I just back up to the contrarian thing. So funny. It's such a contrarian thing to be like, I'm actually not a contrarian. It's so funny. And like, it's fine to be a contrarian. I think contrarians are good. The people that I like most are contrarians. It's just a sense that you need, like, as a moral like obligation to be like sure of what you're doing and where it comes from. I don't think it's a bad impulse at all. But other people who don't share it, they do find it either funny or kind of they don't like it sometimes. But with the wedding ring stuff, there's a artist friend of my mom's who I think they did a really good version of it where one of them, it's Jen and Katie, this like lesbian couple in Seattle. One of them got a branch from the tree under which they first met and made it into a ring. Made that awesome. Like in with like bronze, like made that branch into, and then like integrated like a stone that was like on the beach that they both liked and had found from the same time. So it was, I don't know. I fuck with that. You know what I mean? I fuck with
100%.
Like making shit your own. You know what I mean? So anyway, like just as an example, like I don't think it's all like, well, fuck marriage. You got to get just fucking go to Vegas and like get a, you know, it's like, no, you can also just like, it's more a critique of like, are you really going to go to a fucking like mall and pick out a ring? Like, are you going to pick out lot number 1073 for your, for your loved one? Like, it seems like you're really not putting a lot of thought and consideration into this.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is for me. It's the thought and consideration. It's one of those things where I don't do cards. I won't get people cards because a card is, because I've seen the way people pick out cards. You're sitting there and you go, and you're picking out a card and I go, okay, why this cute. Medium?
Oh, that's cute. This... Like that. I'll hear the older ladies be like, oh, that's adorable. Look at this. Look at the dog. Like when they're looking at the cards, I'm like, God damn, dude.
Yeah, what the fuck does a dog have to do with anything? I didn't draw that. There's nothing to do with me. I just saw a dog and then I put it in front of you. And then that's... To me, that's... I don't know. To me, I don't even see how... My mom just doesn't... She's like the conformist. She will just conform to everything. And she finds it weird that I think that... I just say, don't get me cards. I don't want cards. I don't like cards. It's what you find in a shop. It's not what you've created yourself. And why this medium? You know, I don't care about this medium. It is still doing it for me. It's you are not creative enough to think of something that's, yeah, you're doing it for you because that's how you feel value. That's how you want to feel, you want to contribute in some way, and that's what you want to feel. But you don't care about my feelings of, I don't care if you contribute anything or not. I still appreciate you, and I don't need a physical manifestation of that in the form of some wasteful card. This is just wasteful society. So don't like cards. Just that's another reason too. It's just really wasteful. Do your own stuff. Think of your own way to something that, yeah, obviously you put thought into instead of doing a standard cultural packages. Because then I go, and this was one of my favorite scenes in Breaking Bad. It was in episode 5, Gray Matter. It was when Walter White came. He didn't really know what to give this guy. Elliot. He was one of his former work partners, and so what he bought was I think he bought some ramen. They made a business together, and I think he bought some ramen that they used to And this wasn't even meant for him to eat. It was like, wow, I saw this and I thought of our contribution
Shared
to,
path.
you know,
I
this
remember that scene.
said. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It meant the
something
world to
about
that
it,
guy.
what'd you say?
Didn't it mean the world to him? Like, Elliot was like, "Fuck." It's like
It,
because
it was
he had literally, like, a mountain of presents, I felt like, if I
exactly.
remember it right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, like, at this, like, dinner party, and, like, he's like, "D this we lived off this in college."
Yeah.
He's like, "Yeah, right?" It's so fucking good. I know exactly what you're talking about.
It instigates thought, and that's for me. That's what it's for. Is I'm not gonna get you a present if I can't evoke any emotion in you. I'm just gonna go, hey, I appreciate you, and I'm gonna do it all in words. But if I can get you something, it's, whoa, that was awesome. You actually showed thought to me. You actually considered my soul. I really appreciate that. That's awesome.
Well, and that's why it's probably double when you're like, "Wait, it's what's that English on your shirt?" You're like, "Okay, not only are you doing the practices that I don't like that English people don't think about, like English people, I don't like when they're not thinking about the shit they're putting on the shirt. They're just like, "Oh
Mhm.
yeah, I want to be a walking advertisement for some fucking biking company." Like that's awesome. I love doing that. Like just some rant, like
Mhm.
they don't even put thought into what they're wearing. But then you're like, but a person not even English, not even from, not even in my culture, is also unthinkingly adopting parts of it. Like that's crazy, right?
Awful. Yeah.
It's double. It's to me, it's almost it's a little bit worse because it's like you'd think there'd be a barrier to that, just in that it's not you're not immersed in that kind of.
Mhm.
But there's so much English. There's a wastefulness, but there's also a way in which it gets repurposed. Like when you see people, a lot of kind of like refugee camps and stuff, a lot of them are in like American jerseys, like jerseys for sports teams.
Really.
Like
Wow.
yeah, no, like if you like, I something I've noticed at like these when I see like refugee camp and like pictures of it, there's like guys walking around with like American football jerseys and like European soccer jerseys and just like stuff that clearly was made in the millions, and then like some of it just kind of trickles down to these other places, and they just like, we'll take a shirt.
I noticed with refugees that they wear a lot of clothes I just wouldn't expect them to wear because they're from a place that's so distinct. And
Mhm.
it's just, wait, what? They're wearing just very they're just like us but different colors. That's it. They're not wearing anything that's really exotic that it's like, wow, like, where's your, like cool fucking turban and like sword
Yeah,
buckle to your waist or something. It's like, what? You guys
why
are
are you
you
not a
guys are
pirate, dude?
us.
What the fuck?
Which
You're
is
just screaming at some guy. You're like, why the fuck aren't you like dressed like a pirate, bro? What the fuck? Like,
yeah,
I
exactly.
thought you came from some cool place like the Caribbean, dude. Jack Sparrow would not dress like this, bro. You would not dress like this.
Which is really funny because a lot of the people that are, get really afraid of refugees because what they see is somebody different, somebody that's, an
Oh, they're the
outsider
most
with,
conformist, dude. They're the biggest. They want to like conform to the country. Like refugees and immigrants are the most like, no, this country. I like this country. This is the country. Like it's
it's
crazy.
funny
People
because
say shit
that's
you want.
my experience. I I have seen that experience where it's like, yeah. And actually, I was like that as a kid. The reason I forgot how to speak Slovak was I really want to learn English. I just really want to,
Right.
conform. Yeah, that's why I forgot. And I refused to speak Slovak. Um, and also there was just no reason for me to speak Slovak because
Right.
only my mom knew it and my mom knew
Practice.
English. So I just
Right.
learned English, of course. And I've heard that with, I think some guy, this is not, this was something I read, so I have no idea if it was, an actual study that's like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
we've got this, but it was this guy that trained his kid to speak, it was like a native, it was like a synthetic language. And he
Okay.
taught his kid to speak that, but the kid just
Well,
refused to speak it after a while because there was no need for the kid to use it. And to me, it's, wow, wait, that sounds exactly like my experience where I just had no need to speak a language, and then he just completely forgets it, and I go, wait, that's exactly what happened to me. I just completely forgot how to speak my first language because when I moved back to the UK, I just had no reason to speak Slovak because there was nobody that was only a Slovak speaker. Wow, that's
I was kind of thinking though, it probably is why you can like approach it from a, oh, I just want to see if I can speak it, like get to know it, immerse myself in it, like gain the knowledge that way. Like I was thinking like when you were saying that, like the kind of difference between the way you're approaching it versus Japanese. I was thinking like, oh, this probably has to do with his like you also were raised there, and they're probably deep in those like neural pathways. It probably like it resonates with you a little quicker, maybe because you're like you have this like kind of underlying Slovakian brain buried deep underneath the British,
yeah,
like not literally, but you know what I mean? Like kind of like
yeah.
it's there a little bit still, probably.
For me, I don't feel that way at all.
Okay,
Really
that's
don't.
okay.
I feel that there is nothing happening in my brain when Slovak is spoken. There is no, oh wow, that just kind of warms up, because there are some words that I know and remember, and it's just so few and far between. It's like
Okay.
ponoshki, which is the plural for ponoshka, which is sock. And I go, oh wow, I know what that word means, but no, I just don't get anything. And that's what my family thought. They go, oh yeah, there's probably some latent, you
Yeah.
will just be able to speak it, you just need to have some interaction with it. Fuck no, I don't understand. And this is all foreign to me. It
Yeah.
really
Same.
is. For me, this was like learning French.
Wow.
It was like I'm wrestling. It was somebody says a word to me, and if I don't repeat it for the next 2 minutes, I will just forget
Gone.
that word. So somebody needs to say a word so continuously that I go, oh yeah, that's it. It's not like that with Japanese because I'm reading it. It's not like that for me. When I see a word once, it just sticks in my mind. It's so
That's so
vivid.
interesting.
Yeah. And yeah, that's why I prefer to read. I'm noticed that my reading approach is just it's so much easier for it to ingrain in my brain. Um, I like how I'm on this. I'm going through the mechanics of of language learning, or my experience with language learning. It is actually. I mean, I this is why I did it. This is why I chose to do it. This is why I'm being so inquisitive with Slovakian. Is I am running an internal experiment.
Yeah.
For I should probably document some of this stuff down, but this is yeah, it's a completely different learning experience, learning just colloquially
And it's
from
not
people
latent.
speaking.
It's not in there. Like it's like that. That's fascinating too because but it makes so much sense because like just like how it was with French. Like I think that my theory has always been when people are like, I need to go back and I need to find my cult. Like it's a person who I watched this crazy documentary by the way. I've been getting a little anti-China, I gotta say.
Really?
Unfortunately,
Wow.
in the last 2 months, very unexpected. But it kind of started because I watched this documentary with my mom about the one child policy, and
Hmm.
it's history, and oh, just as one of the most fucking crazy misogynistic policies of all time. It's like the inverse of the craziest version of the abortion ban, where they're like sterilizing women as a matter of protocol the moment they have a kid, or like tearing down houses of
Okay.
people who are caught with an extra kid, and like leaving babies to die of like worms and fucking maggots at like farm at markets. And then so they developed a system where baby scouts would go out and find these abandoned, sunburned, maggot infested babies, try to save them, and then put them up for adoption. And
Hmm.
a lot of these babies then were told some of them adoption centers were basically used as baby farms where they could get like $10,000 essentially from Americans and outsiders per baby.
Hmm.
And what was so crazy is a lot of these kids, they have like sisters or brothers in China. They're like in America, they're in Minnesota, they're completely different. The family back home actually remembers that they existed, but they had to get rid of this baby for like it could like we would lose our house, like the government would come in and use a excavator to tear down our house, like fucking crazy fucking policy, crazy. But so these people when they're contacted, they're like, oh, would you like to learn more about your Chinese family? And the people in Minnesota or Arizona are like, what do you mean Chinese family? Like, I'm in
Hmm.
America. Like, it's not. And like, there's kind of this sadness on the part, and I totally see why on the part of the Chinese family where they're like, oh, you don't even see us really as your family anymore. Like, you left so young. You didn't even see us as your family, really. And
Hmm.
like some people are like, no, that's their true family. That's their real. And I'm like, no, your family is who fucking raises you and who is around you.
Absolutely.
Like, it's not
100%.
this like, there's not this like, oh, Chinese genetic urge to go back and find myself. And I think a lot of people who do that are like, oh, I actually am from this place. And it's like, if it's not done as oh, there's this whole part of my family's history that I don't understand and I would love to learn more about. If it's done in I need to rediscover my true self, that's because shit's not going very good for them in the current place. Like, they need to find a way to invent a new self in another country based on some kind of tenuous connection where they were born into a country before immediately leaving it. And like, they need to rediscover this like part of their life where they were like 6 months old. Like that's obviously it's insane to me, and it's always been. I think that idea of like this deep down urge to rediscover who you are. It's like you build who you are by living in a place during a time. Like it's not this like genetic like imprint. Like no, the
100%.
Slovakian blood is in him. He knows. Like it, like you know, like not, it's like medieval thinking. That's fucking crazy. Like that's not how it works at all. Like
I always find I always see this with Asians for some reason, Asian Americans, East Asians, where it's always it's always some dissatisfaction with who they are, and or at least always with not feeling like they fit in whatever cultural circle that they're in. And so they, do this, oh, I'm coming to, discover, this other side of me
Right.
in this place, and going to see family here. And to me, because I am my dad's from Nigeria. My biological dad is from Nigeria, and my biological mom is from Slovakia. And so, for me, I never gave a fuck about the culture, in terms of I don't care about, oh, I'm Slovak. I don't even say I'm British. For me, that identifying on national boundaries is so strange to me. To
Gamer
me,
Nation.
that makes me
It's
because
Gamer Nation time. It's Gamer Nation time, right?
would you say
It's Gamer Nation time, right? Like
Gamer
I,
Nation?
no,
Oh
I,
yeah, Gamer Nation. Yeah. I
yeah,
identify
sorry.
so much more with. It's one of those things where I realized that a lot of the easy. I felt it was really easy for me to have a conversation with a lot of people, and I realized that's a massive selection bias, because I'm talking to a bunch of other gamers, and I realized that it's just so much easier for me to just jump into conversation with them, because they have a very similar cultural profile that I'm actually able to speak to them. And so I identify on such a different I identify on, this is like a nation that doesn't even exist, but it is a nation in a sense that there is a cultural background. There are a group of people that find so much more, so it's so much easier to find company with people that share these traits and exist in these online communities. They find it so much easier to talk to these people, and that's just me. I just find it so it's infinitely easier to talk to these people, because also these people that are online, they're just also more analytic about the things that I care about. They care about, they're not being analytical about who's in what relationship. This weird like village mindset where they're where they're hyper analyzing like who's in this relationship, and trying to they're also engaging in these I don't know, just like really normie pilled, where they're trying to get into relationships, or they're obsessed with the idea of being in a romantic relationship. First off, it's the romantic relationship, because for me, relationships are so diverse. And I just realized I realized that probably in the past year, where I actually need to diversify who I'm around, because I realized how valuable it was for EXE, where for me, talking to EXE was, we share a lot of interest, and it's really fun for me to talk to this person, but also, wow, I also see myself in this EXE guy, where we have in terms of the way we view family, the way we view religion, a lot of it is, we actually kind of grew in very similar circumstances, where and also really different circumstances at the same time, because he lived in a place where people just smoked, in an environment where people just smoked, and so he picked up smoking really quickly at a really early age, and other drugs came after he picked up nicotine. And
very different than you in that sense.
So different, because I just don't touch drugs at all. But I'm not anti-drug at all. I think
I know
drugs
you're not,
yeah. I just don't do them, because I'm not in the proximity. And
you're a judger of a person. Like, you're a judger of a person. Like, I think it's not a matter of like, oh, there's this hard and fast rule of whether there should or shouldn't be drugs in their system, that you should be piss testing people before you talk to them. I think it's more like, you've had an experience with a lot of drug addicts, or people who are druggies in that sense, or alcoholics or whatever, who you can see it fucking them up, and you're like, fuck that. Like, I don't like this conversation. I don't like that, or whatever it is, like, I don't like the way that I see this drug manifesting, or, the hooligan culture stuff. Like, I think it just makes sense. Your angle on it.
I really detest it, and it's also the hypocrisy, where I had this conversation with my mom in Slovakia about drugs, and one of our friends called Renata, we used to we used to go to her house as a kid, when I was a kid, and she ended up she had a divorce, and then she picked up smoking cancer sticks, and my mom didn't. I mean, she definitely had a problem with people smoking cigarettes, but it wasn't something that she didn't distance herself from this friend. But I actually asked about her because I think she was also Slovakian, and so I asked about. I was just interested in where these Slovakian people where they're from, if they're nearby, and if I can go and visit them because I remember these people. And she said she gave a really dismissive answer. It's like, wait, what? Why? I don't understand. Why are you not talking to this person? And she tells me the truth, and she said, oh, she started smoking weed. And I go, she was doing cancer sticks, you know that, right? And then and the conversation, she was basically saying that cancer sticks are not as bad as weed, and that because I was doing the hypothetical things like, okay, would you rather have your kid smoke, one cancer stick, would you call it a week, or I don't even know what the standard, like a gram of weed or something. I don't know what the standard what you call it, the dosage for weed is. So
yeah. It's changed a lot. Just to say.
Right. So I have no idea, but just like just the standard dosage of weed, and she's saying cancer sticks are obviously not as bad, and I just thought, what? This is insane. To me, this is insane. For me, it's like a very intuitive thing. It's not something that I could bring up research. It's just something that never heard of weed being anywhere near as bad as cancer sticks in terms of the physical over a long period of time, the physical deterioration of just your entire body when it comes to your throat, when it comes to your lungs, when it comes to your teeth, your whole mouth health. Yeah, it's just,
your tongue muscles, all that shit. It's fucked up, dude. It's
go on.
Well, no, but yeah, but it's not a matter of it's not like, well, okay, you could have studies you pulled up, but it's also, I would say it's not like that's what the conversation was really based on either, where your mom is not like, oh, well, here are my studies, right, on why it's more just intuited based on the commonness of it as a social practice. It's danger. It's just intuited that well, it would be more dangerous because I know of less people who do it. Like it's just it's intuitive, I think, for a lot of people.
Yeah, and so I'm going, okay, yeah, we need, for me, it's always, okay, we need to do some research on this, because for me, you're just so wrong. You're just so wrong. Yeah. But it's one of those things where very evasive about it. This is not how normal people have conversations. And I go, I don't care. For me, this is a matter of truth. And then she got into a conversation about LSD. And she was saying that, oh, this was really funny. So, she was getting my stepdad in the conversation. Honey, are you hearing this? You should hear Dave's opinion. That's my stepdad. You should hear Dave's opinion on this. It was really funny because she thought she was summoning him to be on her side. He turned around and turned on her so quickly. So we ended up moving on to LSD because she was telling me about this one situation of LSD. So I was being really, okay, what was her dosage first of all? So she was saying that this girl just ended up falling on she took LSD, she fell on the floor and was acting wild, and then didn't remember what happened that night. And then we both go, isn't that alcohol? And she goes, no, that was completely different. I've never seen anything like that. And I'm going, you just described
it
was
what
so
an alcoholic
funny.
Experience. Yeah, like a drunk blackout. Like that's the definition of right?
Yeah. And I go, okay, what dosage did she take? Because obviously if you take a bunch of alcohol, that's completely different from taking a glass of it. And the particular type of alcohol also matters. And she goes, it doesn't matter about the dosage. Look at my stepdad's face, and he did the biggest, raised eyebrow face. He was going, what is this woman saying? It was just so funny how out of her depth she was. And it was just really unfortunate because it's not even about her being wrong. It's the fact that was your friend. This is your friend that you've sort of disengaged with. And it's not even that. It's that you were you didn't even want to say the reason you disengaged with it because you were ashamed on her behalf. You were even ashamed to even be associated with this person now that they do weed. Yeah. At least that's the vibe I got from it. And that just... Right. To me, that was just really disappointing because for me, if my friends are doing things that I don't approve of, so with EXE, At one point he was doing a bunch of alcohol, and I was saying, don't do this. Don't do this. This is gonna be really bad for you, because he was
Right.
doing like the isolation drinking, where it's like, I'm gonna go to my room,
Yeah.
I've just bought a bunch of alcohol and I'm gonna drink. Fuck, don't do that, please don't.
Yeah.
um
It's the scary thing.
and For me, it was never, that's my friend. That's my friend. I
Mhm.
want better for him, and I'm gonna back my friend. But it's also, I don't really care if you puff weed. You know, for me, as long as it's, you're not doing it habitually to the point where now that's negatively affecting you. Yeah, I'm gonna go, okay, yeah, you probably shouldn't be doing this. If you think it's negatively affecting you, because I think at one point, EXE was saying, I'm getting anxious. Yeah, I really get anxious when I do weed, and sometimes the people that I'm hanging around with fuck with me. I go, yeah, you probably shouldn't be hanging around with those friends, and you probably shouldn't be doing weed. Yeah, you just don't do weed with them. You should definitely be, re-examining the way your relationship with that drug. But
100%.
not taking alcohol and not taking weed, that's not my position at all. It's responsibly taking it around responsible people, that are going to protect you, if
Like,
something goes wrong.
being in the Santa Cruz reeds by the beach and hanging out with a guy in a lawn chair as he reads defense magazines and hands you weed, and you're like, whoa, you work for Lockheed Martin and shit. He's like, yeah. He's like 56, retired, just smoking weed in the field with surfers and kids. Like,
Hmm.
that's fun. That's fun. There's a big weed culture in Santa Cruz, that is, I
Okay.
think, very unique in its, like, even when weed was illegal, I had neighbors growing weed public, like, openly, like, very openly.
That's
Like, it's
awesome.
not yeah, so it's a very different, so it's all contextual, right? Like, it wouldn't make sense for me to be if I was to say that to your mom, she's like, "You grew up smoking weed with strangers in a field?" I'm like, "Yeah, but they were awesome, and never, like, there was never a sense in which I was in danger." Like, I was with my friends, I was, like, right by their house, like, it wasn't like I was going off into the jungle and, like, being given drugs by strangers. It was more like, oh, like, I'm going to find a place to smoke, and oh, check it out, people already are trying to find places to smoke and are already at that place. Like, I'm trying to find a place to smoke, and they've already had that thought, and they're already there, and we're like, yo, what's up? Do you want to smoke together? Like, it's a social, you know what I mean? So it's
Hmm.
like, it's all contextual, it's all social, your relationship with the drug. And
Hmm.
it's also that dynamic of it seems interesting to me because your mom, like, seems to have this tendency. I mean, the way that you portrayed it, at least, of, like, kind of taking for granted when she finds, like, what the correct thing is. Like, very interested in, like, status symbols, very interested in, like, kind of, oh, well, what does this say about the person that they're dressed this way, that they have this, like, car, that they have this, like, and the fact that she was embarrassed almost to be associated. She's like, oh, I stopped talking to her. I just stopped. It just happened, right? Like, it's like, no, she was embarrassed to even reveal that she was connected to this, like, dear friend who sounds like they're going through some shit. And honestly, it's kind of crazy to be like, oh yeah, like, for both of our sakes, I stopped being around my friend when they were doing drugs. It's like, that's acceptable at some level, when at some, like, a more extreme level, but just the initial rejection of, like, oh, weed, bye bye, not, like, that's, to me, kind of crazy. I think that's kind of like, I don't know. That says a lot about a person, but it's just
Hmm.
interesting in the way that your mom doesn't seem to be able to justify these things. Like, this seems to be a consistent pattern with your engagement with her, where it's like, oh, like, and again, I'm saying this because it's, like, what I'm hearing. I'm not trying to be
Hmm.
judgmental, and I'm not trying to be totalizing of this person, but just, like, when you engage with things that they think are, well, that's just true, that's just how it is. They don't seem to be able to really kind of back out of it. They seem to get kind of flustered when you try to kind of push them on why they think what the thing
Hmm.
is.
Oh, that's so frustrating to me when it's not, what you're saying is just so clearly over the line of, okay, maybe I'm assuming way too much here, and you still don't want to move on your position. To me, that's when it comes to your friend, nah. I think that's, I would never want to be friends with you. You are no, you would be such a bad friend to be around. Um, I do get the sort of really affected manners sort of impression from my mom, just because I notice when people talk, when I talk with people on the internet, we do delve into some, we do delve into topics that we're just not gonna, they're sort of internal, personal, uncomfortable, and My mom, when she has conversations with people, when she invites people over, I just don't really see her having those conversations. At least the ones that she's having in English. I never see her delve into. Well, that's like really uncomfortable. I remember when I
Yeah.
brought drugs back up, immediately just shut down the conversation
Like,
when
fuck
other
that.
people were
He's like,
around.
we're not going there. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going there. Yeah. And I'm going, fuck, this is the perfect time because it was the aunt and uncle that didn't they clearly didn't want alcohol, but it was my aunt that was giving them alcohol, and I was going,
Oh,
this,
that is interesting.
that is just
That's a
really
great moment. That's a great
Mhm.
moment to really think it up. Well, that's the thing. Okay, here's what I think is so crazy, right? This is what blows my mind is that people will either have some sort of relationship with a set of thoughts. Like, okay, that experience of interacting with like I've had intense experiences where I was like, especially like when I was 13, Cuddles brought me into this call with this guy named Rice University who was like a fucking like grad student and just fucking just like raped me verbally over all my political beliefs. And I'm like,
Okay.
fuck, like like my response wasn't to be like, well, I guess no more politics, I guess no more thinking about this area because it was uncomfortable in that moment to be kind of revealed. Like I was trying to do that thing. I'm like, no, wait, back me up here. Like guys, like other people say something because I'm like, I'm kidding, like I was trying to do that too. And but my experience wasn't to be like, oh, I should think about this less. It was more like I gotta really fucking think about this now because like, do you know what I mean? So I think that's another interesting thing where it's like, no, that brings up disharmony. We're trying to have harmony. We're trying to have kind of bland agreement and interaction versus, oh, I'm trying to actually interact with the world meaningfully. And when you say something, I consider it and it stays with me and I think about it in other instances. And oh, we were just having that conversation. Wasn't it interesting? Let's talk about it again. This is a perfect moment. Like to me,
Mhm.
that makes so much more sense to operate like that. It just
Mhm.
always has.
But it's the she's more cared about it's effective manners. It's I can't bring up talking about drugs would be really inappropriate here because
Yeah.
it would make me look a certain way talking about drugs because people might suspect me of taking drugs. It's just even having these conversations, and to me, that's just at least that's how I think our brain is thinking. You just shutting down that conversation and the
Right.
way the level that she will engage with people. The conversations are, oh, we did this today and we did that today. For me, it's, oh, I did this today. That was fucking awful. I really hated that. For
Yeah.
me, it's
Yeah.
just incredibly opinionated. My aunt was showing. This was the younger aunt. She was showing me her house, and I go, "Wow!" And she was saying, "What do you think of it?" And I'm go, "It's not finished yet. How am I meant to? How am I meant to? How am I meant to give you an opinion?" But also, the outside looks awful. And she went, "What? No?" And I go, "Yeah, the outside looks so bland and minimalistic." And I'm not into that. I do enjoy the traditional look of some houses over there because there is a design principle that I think is more of okay, we have a lot there's more noise. I think minimalism just
Yeah.
doesn't have enough noise.
No.
Minimalist buildings, and I don't like that. I like more noise. I don't want something to be too
It
noisy
rewards
where there's
attention.
Mhm. Yeah,
It rewards
exactly.
attention. Yeah.
So I'm just so out with my opinion. There is no reason to keep those in. And I'll make something uncomfortable for them because when I'm abrasive like that, it's one of those things where I will say that for you to give me. I want you to sort of jump out of your shell and go, no, 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 I really like that because now I'm seeing your passion. I want that
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
you.
yeah. You're trying to
So
get it out. You're trying to get it out of people. Yeah.
and so I need to have those, sort of like, whoa, that was really abrasive. Yeah, usually people do it with jokes, but I just suck at jokes. Usually people will say a joke and go, oh wow, that was a great that was a little bit, that was a little bit over the line or at least close to the line. Wow, okay. And then people, get, sort of start coming out of their shell. I don't really do that with humor. Probably should actually learn how to be a little bit more suave when it comes to humor. Um, because
It's
I
tough, especially in a second language. Like that's actually way tougher. I'd say, especially
mhm,
when it's people not speaking the native language or you not able to understand their native language. Like,
mhm,
um, I think the way, like in those circumstances, I don't know if you've seen this too, but a way that you can kind of make people laugh and bond over it is like kind of explaining how, oh, there's something very similar in a funny way in English or in the UK to whatever they're talking about. Like in a
mhm,
funny way, there's something very similar. You know what I mean?
mhm.
Like, oh, we have that
Maybe.
too, in a funny way.
Mhm.
Like,
Right.
so like there's those kind of moves, but beyond that, like it's fucking tough. Like I know exactly what you're
Mhm.
talking about, and like no one really thinks through comedy as like a set of things they're practicing for the most part. So it's even tougher to be like, oh, how could I explain the type of joke structures to target? Because I'm not thinking that way. I'm just like,
Mhm.
like everyone just kind of flows. I think
Mhm.
for a lot of people,
Oh, and I'm so sarcastic, and that is the worst
and that's
in
tough enough.
a
That's
yeah,
so
when
British
they
of
don't
you, though.
understand.
That's so
Yeah,
British. Yeah.
they're so British, but it's also these other people are sarcastic too, and
Right.
they don't have the cadence to convey that in a way that if you're a really fluent speaker, where okay, I kind of know you sort of have a range of different emotions that you speak around. So okay, I can actually I can tell that you're being sarcastic. I get the joke,
Right.
but
Right.
it's sort of you already have a fake accent and it doesn't even have to be that fake, but just the way you display that sarcasm. I go, wait, you're being sarcastic? That's not even something I would even think to be sarcastic about. It was just not even really
Right.
that
Yeah. That's
funny
the
to
problem.
me.
Right. Exactly. It's like I,
Hmm.
I actually agree with what you said, but apparently it was sarcasm. I don't even understand. Like what? Right? It's like you're not in the know. Like you're not in the know. That's tough.
Yeah, and so yeah, so where I'm at is it's quite culturally conservative. I was asking my uncle, and he was saying, yeah, probably like half the people over here just don't like gay people. And I go, oh wow, that's
Oh,
really
was
curious.
that the last time? Like you were like in a car with him or something?
What'd you say?
I feel like you told me about that because I remember mentioning Robert Fico or something to you and talking about like the conservativeness of Slovakia, which is the only thing I really know because I know about like politics stuff.
So
And
specifically the part that I'm in,
okay,
Orava. Orava is quite conservative. It's where I mean religiously conservative, where
right, the
the religious
Orthodox.
party tends to do quite well. And
Gotcha.
yeah, he was saying that yeah, probably half the people here hate well not hate gay people, but are not friendly to them and don't accept them. And I was talking to my cousin's friends. They're around my age, I think maybe a year younger than me, and they were showing me something on their phone. So as I said in the message,
Yeah.
they're sort of the party girl archetype where they like to do funny stuff when they're on alcohol, and so they'll show me videos of them on alcohol, and for me it's just I just for me it's just wow, you're doing stupid, you're sort of it's one of those like inside joke things where I they didn't understand it, and I didn't even really say it, but for me it was this is funny to you guys because you know the disposition of this person usually, and so
Right.
when they contradict that, it's funny. That's why it's funny.
Right.
But for me, it's I don't know how this person is. This is the first person. This is there was a I've met these people
Are they just
before
like this
last
all the
year.
time? You're wondering, like, which is a fair question because you've never seen them before. Like,
Yeah,
how
I've
right?
never
Like,
seen them.
yeah,
Right, I've never seen them,
yeah,
and but it was doubly weird. So yeah, so there was this other girl that I never met before. And she was there too, and I just don't know any of their dispositions. And
right.
they were showing me a phone video of two of them kissing, and I go, to me that doesn't mean anything. Like two girls kissing is not like what the
Right, but
fuck?
in that culture, that's fucking crazy. And also,
No,
she was probably hitting on you pretty hard, like in that moment. Just to say, I don't know.
you think so?
I probably yeah. And just I mean, if she's showing herself kissing another girl, she's like, I'm fucking open. Like you're a Western you're like a non like person from here. You might get how this is cool, and like I'm open to try shit maybe. Like that might be one of the subtle sort of. I don't know if there's other
Okay.
things going on there, but
Mm.
I don't know who this person is. If it's a relative, obviously that's not what I'm saying. But
No,
that
it's
could be
not
more of like
relative.
a no.
No.
We're not all like conservative in that way. It could have been a response to so many things, but it just
So
immediately to me sounds like that. If you're
that's
either
so
like
interesting.
that kind of yeah
I need a non. Yeah, I need somebody that's. Yeah, I just don't. I don't interact with women IRL talking about stuff like that. So for me, it's man. I was just like, this is not that weird for me. Like two girls kissing, it's not that weird. That weird for me.
yeah.
That's probably a you thing because you live here. That's
Well,
what I'm
also what's
saying.
hilarious is that your cousin showing you people they know being stupid at alcohol. I was just laughing because I was like, dude, that is the toughest. Like, because for me, like my cousins were like a lot of them were very conservative too in Orange County,
Mm,
and my experiences with that was often them showing me things where I'm like, Dude, I just have the opposite read on that as you. Like, they're like showing me, they're like making racist jokes about her other cousins because they're like half Latino, or like they're fucking like making fun of
awesome.
homeless people and shit. I'm like, when you're saying these things, this is not helping my opinion of you. Like, that's what I'm thinking, right? I'm like, you're doing a set of things that are like the worst thing you could do to make
Mhm.
us friends and close together. Honestly, it sounds like they sped run that with you a little bit in terms of your kind of stance on alcohol. You're like, wow, you openly and proudly hang around people that are like their thing is being stupid on alcohol. You're like, what a
Mhm.
crazy what a thing that I just don't endorse at all. I have no
Yeah,
it's like
they
something
definitely don't. Yeah, yeah.
you're like this is like you could have shown me a lot of things. You should not have shown me like this is not gonna help our relationship. Like
Yeah. But the funny thing is that yeah, it was not my cousin showing me that. It was her it
okay.
was her cousin's friend.
Okay, yeah.
My cousin is probably way more. She has like a nerdy side to her, so it was really
Gotcha.
interesting. It's
Oh,
like,
nice,
wait,
nice.
these are your friends? These are your friends?
Yeah.
She's sort of like she's like normie nerd, where she's sort of
Yeah.
a foot into both worlds. She's not fully into like, oh yeah, by the way, I really like this anime. Let's talk about, you know, why this character arc is really awesome. What the fuck? Let's go. Like, for me, that's we're gonna be talking for 5 hours straight.
Yeah. You're like, I'm gonna hang out with you. You cool. You cool. You get it. Yeah.
Exactly right. Yeah, you know, just me talking about this Clair Obscure game. It's wow, this character arc. For me, it's like I'm noticing these like very these elements of a character. You know what? Because I'm asking those questions. But for her, it's not. Oh, it's sort of like a rule of cool for her, where she's like, oh, Gojo. Oh, why do I like him? Because he's cool. Like, do you see how
Right.
hot and cool he is? Yeah, I don't care about this. Like, I've seen this Jujutsu Kaisen show, but I just don't. To me, this is a kid show. I don't want to think about anything. For me, I watched it because I just wanted to shit on it, and
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I wanted to have the
Okay, right.
cred to shit
Yeah.
on something. That's usually what I do, because otherwise I go, I probably shouldn't be having an opinion on this because I've never seen it, watched it, or whatever. But she's
Well, I mean,
not like
that
that.
that level of engagement sounds very similar to what I've heard EXE tell me in other instances about certain shows about why this. I'm like, so why is this character important? Like if he's talking about JoJo in the past when I
Mhm.
talked to him, he was like, oh, well, they have the cool, and he would like go into how cool and awesome and like intricate the thing is, but then you have
Mhm.
a deeper understanding of like, well, the whole show is about battles, right? So it's all about how
Mhm.
these abilities and these kind of these fucking whatever they're called, they're like alt power thing or whatever it
Stands.
is. Stands. I was gonna say shrifts, but yeah, stands.
Rips.
I don't know. I don't know what those are either. It's just
Mhm.
but I listen, I'm not watching, okay? I'm remembering like secondhand, but
Yeah. Yeah.
but like in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, yeah, a lot of it is about coolness for these people. It's a lot about
Mhm.
fashion and kind of like rock star like qualities and like
Mhm.
and I mean, EXE has kind of a similar read. Like he likes the K-pop stuff. He likes the kind of sleek, cool, innovative,
Mhm.
fashionable elements of the kind of character as part of the presentation. And I think
EXE's
part of
not
it is
like her
like,
though, because for
no,
EXE, he's around people that also justify what they think about a
right,
lot, and so he's able to put into words why why he thinks the way he does. And I go, okay, you don't. You're. I'm also drawn to cool things. So for him to be
right,
drawn to
of
cool
course.
things is you're able to actually talk about why you think these stands are cool and why this particular fight is cool. Okay,
Right.
that's really cool. We can actually have a conversation about it because I can go, wait, you think that's cool, and you know, what do you think this indicates or whatever. Like, there is a conversation to be had there because now you've put something on the table. For my cousin,
That's
it's
exactly what I'm saying because but it sounds like you're a kind of nerdy cousin, like in one, foot in each kind of door. Like, well, she's around people that aren't like that, right? So she
mhm.
has the kind of instinctual attraction of coolness, which that's why I'm booking when I'm like, 10 or 11 or whatever, reading Naruto and Bleach and stuff. Like, that's why it was like they're fucking badass. Like swords, I was so into knives and having big swords and like it's fucking sick. Like that was like obvious and dope to me. And so like I get it, but it's like, yeah, like that development process where you go beyond that, that's like super important. So hopefully, hanging out with you and stuff, hopefully that kind of inspires her to think about this stuff more honestly.
We don't. That's the thing that I remember the first time I was there. I was really trying to get her to hang out with me, just because. Oh wow, I didn't know you shared. It's like I'm not really that into anime, but I like media in general, and so I can talk about most media anyway. And so let's go and talk about this. And yeah, yeah, her pace is very different from mine in terms of yeah, but for me it's I'm waking up early in the morning because I get woken up by their dogs because the soundscape is so different over there. It's
Oh, I bet.
when I hear
Whoa.
chickens and I go whoa, whoa, That's what I hear every fucking morning. And so I am waking up. I have to go to sleep early. I have to go 10 or 11. I have to go to sleep 10 or 11, and I'm waking up at 6, sometimes 5:30, because the dog goes woo. And they were telling me tech to go, oh yeah, you need to just wag your finger out the window, and then maybe for like 30 minutes. And then they said an hour after, they said like 30 minutes, maybe an hour, just to, because they saw my face when I saw, I only get 30 minutes of sleep before the cunt wakes me up again. I was, my
Like, have you
face
thought about
was
getting a new
brave.
dog? Have you
What'd you
thought
say?
about a new dog?
Yeah.
Have you ever considered a new dog type situation?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm saying, what are you gonna name? No, I said, what are you gonna name your next dog? That's how I said it.
That's so funny. Well, so yeah, you have to operate at that pace then, right? So you, and then, but for her, it wasn't. You're saying like it was.
Yeah, no. So we're I wake up early in the morning and I go, okay, well, I'm just gonna have a nap in the middle of the day because I have, when I wake up, I'm up. I'm not a coffee
Right.
person. I don't drink any caffeine. For me, when I wake up, I'm up. For me, I can fully lock into anything. And the first time I went on the mountain and I went on that rigorous like speed run, I maybe had an hour's sleep and then woke up 1 in the morning to do that, and I was like fully energized. For me, it's
That's so awesome.
I have the perfect body for or a very motivated body to be able to do physical activities, which is really weird because I was never a physical activity person at all. You just couldn't get me to do it. The reason I started doing it was, well, COVID, nobody's around. And what I don't like about doing physical activities is I don't like being perceived. I actually don't want anyone to see me. That's the only reason why I started biking, or where I initially was walking, and it was me talking to Jumpy on the phone, and he was saying, "Oh if I walk too far, the lights just stop." He was like living in some far. It was really funny because he would talk shit on Southern Italians for being poor, and it's like, wait, your lights just like end after like 10 seconds. What's happening? what the fuck is happening in your place?
Just like a central cluster of lights. He's like, look at all these fucking poor people in Southern Italy. He's like clustered around a small part of lights in his town. So funny.
Yeah,
It's
so
1800s. Yeah.
right. And also his English just gets worse every time I hear it, which is also really funny.
I was gonna do in my head. He is so Italian. Like whenever I heard him speak, it's so funny. It's like so. I was literally thinking that. It's funny.
I love that though. That's
I do
just
too.
such a peculiarity about him that I definitely drink. So
But yes, but like, so you realized you're like, but you have the constant, I think, mental fortitude. I think the thing you have is the strength of will in like spades. So I think that carries over through a lot of things. You're like, I'm up. That means I'm up. You're like, you're telling yourself it, like there's a matter of like, no. Like when you're saying when I'm up, like you're affirming that because mentally speaking, you're like willing that to be true. I think. I think there's like a mental strength element here.
For me, I do have that mental strength, but for me, I'm not wandering around. I was like, what? I don't even know what's happening. What the fuck? For me,
Right.
I'm just up. I don't know what it is because my mom said that was weird. That for you to be up in such a manner, that's really weird. But for me, and I was telling this to EXE too. For me, you notice how I don't have a fucked up sleep schedule? It's always because my body just wakes up at the time I want it to wake up. I don't know why, but
lucky.
I mean, I think I'm really fortunate because I don't have to rely on any caffeine or whatever, or anything. And but for me, it's I can't do all-nighters. I mean, I can. It's very easy for me to do that. But it's something that I don't know how people go. For me, it's a motivation thing where if I do it, I go, wow, I feel really bad. I feel really shitty. I miss the morning sun. And that for me is a really big part of my day for motivating. And that's what I was saying to you before, where it was
seasonal depression. You gotta get that shit fucking locked in as the winter approaches. Let me tell you, get that shit, fucking get that light lamp, bro. I was telling you,
right. Yeah, I was thinking about that when I came back and I woke up and it was overcast and I go, wow. I'm just sitting. I just woke up and I'm just in my room for an hour and I can't even start my day. It's just that bad. So
like that's the thing. Like the seasonal depression thing, what's so fucked is that people start doing light therapy when it's like, okay, I have like 18 problems, most of which are my like abusive husband that I live with, right? And the therapist is like, well, one thing you could do is you could get a lamp that in the morning makes you less sad because it exposed you to light. And it's like, okay, for that situation, it's not a very effective treatment. But
Right.
it is effective in terms of seasonal depression. It's just that most people wait till everything in their life is so bad before a therapist even brings it up as an option. So people have like a kind of weird association with it. But it's like it's just
Strange.
it's like a wine mom thing. But it's again, it's like it's an effective treatment. It's that people don't consider themselves depressed or in a bad mood until shit's really bad in a lot of times. Does that make sense? Like they're not going out and seeking advice or counsel on how to like make their lives better until things are like pretty like almost catastrophic or like they've recovered and barely survived something or lost a loved
Mhm.
one or something and they have to rethink everything. So
Mhm.
yeah, like I think you can take dubs with this still without needing that that level of therapy or that level of
Okay.
life catastrophe.
Okay. I hope I can. But yeah, I go cycling in the morning and I go fast. For me, it's a time trial thing.
Love
It's
it.
always just go fast. I'm not here to relax. It's just one of those things where, okay, what's so fast about playing zombies fast? What's so fun about playing zombies fast? It's the fact that you're pushing your boundaries every time. You have to calculate what's happening here. It's a problem to be solved. And for me, on the bike, it's a very different problem. It's okay. You have a hill that you encounter. Okay, it's not a I don't have the muscle power to get up it. It's completely to do with my motivation and just to and if I want to hit my time trial, yeah, just a personal goal, intrinsic goal that I set for myself, I'm gonna have to push through this sort of
Okay.
weird feeling that I get. It's not even a painful thing, but it's a weird feeling, that you get. That's like, whoa, I'm actually doing, something that's strenuous. And when you
Yeah.
overcome that challenge, wow, that feels so good. So it's about being
That's
fast,
runner's
and
high.
so that's how I engage with things. That's always
Yeah.
how I engage with a lot of things, but also just optimizing my day too. I'm not gonna spend double the time cycling because there are also other things to be doing throughout the day. So I'm definitely not
Yeah.
spending all my time doing that. So there are just multiple benefits for me to engage with activities this way. And she's not somebody that, oh yeah, I'm not waking up early in the morning to be doing this, weird things.
Yeah.
I have other things to be doing. And when it comes to enjoyment, I was asking my uncle. I was saying, what are my cousin's hobbies? And she was saying, man, when he said like scrolling TikTok and just watching YouTube videos, I'm going,
Oh, dude,
no,
heart
please.
fucking like sinks. Like, oh no.
Yeah, I'm going. I hope that's just a really bad presentation that you presented to me. Where it's Boomer Dad goes, oh, that's all they
Well,
do.
hold the
Um,
phone. We're just on their phone. Like,
yeah, that's just on their phone. But the thing is, for him, it's he has a bunch of different hobbies. He basically taught English himself because his generation just doesn't know English to his proficiency. I mean, he's a shit English speaker and he struggles to understand a lot of the nuance that I say, and sometimes it gets mixed up and I get really frustrated. But the fact that he taught himself English, he taught him. Originally he was doing engineering, but he taught himself how to code, and that's what that's his career. But yeah, he also does engineering stuff. That I've seen where at his desk sometimes I see him get like a solder out, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm just resoldering this remote. I'm going, what the fuck? This is so sick.
oh, that's fucking sick. Yeah. Oh my
He's
god.
yeah, he's just super. For him, it's just okay. Well, I've got a problem. Let me just do it myself. I just super respect
I fucking love
that
that.
about him.
That's the shit I love. I love that shit so much. Like, oh well, I care enough to solve this. It's either intrinsic motivation or just understanding that it's like, well, this needs to be solved. So how can I, it's like I love that. It's not like, oh, we gotta call someone and wait for a repair person, or like, man, I don't want to get close to the solder because that could really be dangerous in terms of like it's just I don't know. So neurotic and so pussy, such kind of bitch filled approaches to a lot of things. I think I love the dad with a bunch of fucking random parts in a garage. It's like let me cook something up to solve that problem. Like I love that shit.
Yeah, he's really into photography, and so he's been
Nice
doing that.
developing.
He goes out every night. Or not every night. He's like checking the weather. He's got okay. There are too many clouds to take the pictures that I particularly want to take. So he scouts. So when we go cycling together, because sometimes we'll do a second cycle in the middle of the day or at night, or not at night, but evening to dusk. And
Yeah.
he'll scout. Yeah, there was one point where he was just taking me away that he'd never been before, and he was scouting out a spot. But it was one of those things that I do when I'm cycling, where he's going where he hasn't been before, or he hasn't really, he probably doesn't understand the area as well. It's sort of an intuitive feeling of, okay, this road probably leads to another road that I know, and then let me just figure it out from there. That's how I cycle a lot of the time, the way I found my routes, where my mom is looking at her sat nav. I remember because sometimes I get my tire punctured and I go, yeah, can you come pick me up, because this is going to be a 2-hour walk home. I'm not doing that. So she comes and then she's looking at the sat nav and I go, wait, you seriously don't know, you're doing 90-degree turns from this road. It's probably parallel to this road. So for me, it's, I know all the roads that I'm next to. I know every road that's going parallel. I know that, yeah, I've never been on this road, but it's probably going to be leading me to, yeah, the parallel road. For me, it's, I know all my roads where I live around my city. I've been living here for like 19 years, so I know all of that. And yeah, it was just really, it's really cool for him where he has hobbies that he engage, and it's a multitude of hobbies that he engages with, and I super respect that, because there's a lot of questions to ask, there's a lot of things to dive into. It's especially when he displays it so openly. It's, oh, okay, what about this, what about that? And so even my cousin is just not as open about, what she likes, or it's, okay, well, I'm gonna do my school stuff, I'm gonna work, and then I'm just not gonna do anything else. I don't really care about engage in anything. I'm just gonna watch movies, talk to friends, and I've got a boyfriend too. I'm gonna engage in that. Maybe it's that for it. Maybe it doesn't go deeper than that, which is, for me, it's unfortunate because I don't engage with life on that level. For me, it's having really super, because I'm a big loner in terms of, and I say loner, it more of, I just isolate myself from people. It's not, because I feel like lonely, for me, I have a feeling of that word where you're alone, but you don't, you're alone metaphorically. You can be around a group of people, but you feel alone because you don't, you don't connect to them. So I'm not saying I'm lonely, I'm saying I'm isolated from, I isolate myself physically and mentally
because you
from
feel
people.
lonely in a context of just kind of surface level engagements and like talking about like the newest gossip. You like that, you feel more lonely in that context than you do like on your own, potentially able to kind of form new connections, form new hobbies and interests, right? Like even though you're right, that makes total sense. I'm the same way.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm a big oh yeah, I have these like really particular hobbies that I really like engaging with, and it's like, no, I don't just play games. For me, it's like, oh wow, I'm using this. It's like, okay, I sucked at English at school. Let me at least do something about this in combination with my hobby. Just being able to analyze a character, to be able to pick that up. So I remember at school, it was just, wait, how'd you pick up? And a lot of it was bullshit, where it's, I don't even understand how you got that from that character. I don't even agree with that thesis. But a lot of it was just actually analyzing characters. And that's actually, wow, I didn't actually realize how much I like it. Because I was really sort of, it was, for me, it was like really logic based when I was at school, where it was,
literalist.
Literalist, yeah. If I don't see this, then it's not this. I don't know how you're getting this from this. No, this is bullshit. This is wrong. I don't care. So I tune out.
Yeah.
Whereas it's for me, it's a lot easier to pick up the nuances now, especially with games that are clearly trying to show that nuance, because they're adult games and there are too many things that are indicating this, let's say Claire Obscure, this character change. It's, oh, it's he's sort of super motivated to go on this trip, and then it's, immediate, there's an immediate character change. Yeah, that there's obvious circumstances that have induced this character change. Yeah, this is like what A, B, C, D for me. And I'm able to pick on that really quickly. Whereas other people may have just gone, oh, they may have not paid attention to that character. It's like, oh wait, my character was like that before. They weren't really paying attention, because I used to have sort of the same engagement. There was like, oh, I'm just way interested in the combat and the world looks really cool. Okay, cool, yeah, that's how you engage in it. But for me, it's, now I'm engaging with, I have the monocle on when I'm looking at things. I gain so much more. Yeah, I'm the monocle emoji. Yeah, I just gain so much more from looking at things now, and that's awesome.
Insight builds that, like, people don't really realize how important that is. Like, it builds, and like it's a completely iterative process. So you have to constantly be doing it, otherwise it stops being like something you actually do, because and you just default to like vibes I think, if you're
Mhm.
not like considering these things. And I think that's a lot of what the coolness is like the vibes. It's like not thinking about the thing, like the character as a actor in a larger story that has a sort of set of things it's exploring and thinking about. You're thinking of this as kind of an individual person that like, wouldn't it be cool to have their aura? Like, what isn't their vibe and like kind of their immediate reputation in the show like so cool? Like, isn't it so awesome how they did that thing? You know, like it's very limited and individualistic. Whereas if you think about, oh, this is a character who's has like contrasting backgrounds, different interests, and like what makes them good is like the way they contribute and alter the story. That's a totally different level of engagement. I will say, when you're saying like, oh, a lot of this stuff is bullshit, like the kind of how did you even get this interpretation? There is a literalism there that can be present. I think a lot of people younger, guys, especially guys more prone to debate, are going to be much more prone to being like, well, you didn't prove that to me because it didn't have a direct. How do we know the characters are like a murderer? They didn't say they're a murderer, you know, like it's like, well, they they clearly were associated with the deaths of people, right? Like you have to. There's that way in which literalism can be bad, but there is also a thing in social science too, and English literary major stuff type knowledge production that I've encountered where they'll just be like, this is true because as this author says, like they'll just literally be like, well, they'll just make a sweeping claim about society, and they'll be like, this is illustrated by this book that was written in 1982. And they're making no causal explanations of why this is like a social phenomena. Like they're not saying like, oh well, this these combination of media companies and these public relations firms got together to push these messages. They spent this much money on this message. They got it to these places and these schools in important times. Like they're not tracking the financing and production of messages and knowledge. They're just like, oh yeah, this was definitely people thought. How do we know? Well, in an era that was that era, they said this in one book, and it's like that's not a valid. You can't do that at all. Like you could use it as a representative example, as a kind of illustrative point, but they literally stop there. They like illustrate and they move on and pretend the picture's real.
Wow, that's really unfortunate to hear. I don't like
Yeah.
that.
But there's problems with everything. Again, reflexive, being like critical and reflexive and being like, oh, that's sick. You're understanding the depths of the characters, and your tools of like literary analysis are so helpful in understanding these stories. But then it's like, well, okay, there's limitations here. That you start hitting the limitations eventually, right? And like that's the constant experience I think you need to have. Is like, oh man, okay, wait, this was cool, and then now I see how there's actually limits here, and if I want to do other things, I need to overcome them. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and having a, I don't want to stroke my own dick here, but or pat my own back. I don't know what the saying is. Stroke
I
my
don't
own
want to
dick.
fucking come in my own mouth about this, but
Yeah, I don't want to be covered in my own mouth. I like that. But having that analysis on things really hurts when you're talking to somebody, and it hurts my engagement because it's something that I just want to dismiss outright. As she was saying that, oh, I want to go to South Korea. I also want to go to Japan. I'm going, oh wait, you want to go to Japan? Really? Why? For me, it's you're asking the guy that's learning Japanese, understands how to read Japanese to a intermediate level. You need to tell me why you want to go to Japan because I know some things about this place. I can tell you some things, and it just looks cool. Fuck.
Yeah.
I asked that question. I just kept spamming like, why do you want to go? It's just cool. I just wanted to run away. To me, that's heartbreaking. That's completely heartbreaking. Nah. So there are just some people.
Okay.
That I'm just.
So this is a thing I figured out. I think you'll fuck with this so hard. So, one thing I've learned, this was triggered because someone was saying that this guy Turby G, he's like a friend of like Oscar Otter and stuff, and was watching like their kind of friend group stream, and someone said this guy Turby G, who's from Chile, he has a TikTok voice. Like he speaks like one of those kind of artificial voices on TikTok. And
Oh,
they weren't
no.
even being insulting. They're like, I would listen to this guy's voice on TikTok kind of thing. And I was like, huh. And I was realizing, I'm like, English as a second language people are going to be learning how to speak from their phones, and like their cadence is going to be kind of governed by the
Media
quick turnaround media format of TikTok, right? It's not like, and
Mm.
there's so many other levels. The first level where it's actually deeper than that is the fact that also people who only speak English will be doing that too, because you're having a lot of kids being raised by iPads in every country. So even people who are learning English as their
No.
only language will also kind of have these sort of TikTok cadences. And you think about the kind of Krup's voice and the commentary voice and stuff like that. Like people who are watching those videos, like they're who are younger, like they're literally learning how to think and present things by the sort of example being given to them. And there's a pretty kind of striking thing that's being revealed in neuroscience about the way that this fucks with our heads. It's kind of the difference between thinking in paragraphs and thinking in bullet points. It's kind of the best way that I've seen it explained. It's
Mhm.
that the current way people are learning to engage with thought from a perspective of cadence. So when people speak, they're not just speaking in a single way that represents the speed of their thought. Like but that is the case. It is the case that when people are speaking faster, clearer, longer, more dynamically, that represents a dynamic engagement internal to them as well. So when people are presenting a simplified bullet point level of engagement and thought, then that's modeling a type of thinking that other people then adapt. Does that make sense? So it's not just that people are adapting a TikTok voice, they're adapting a TikTok like comprehension. And it's so
Structure
much
of how
more
they
than just
understand
attention.
something.
The structure of how they understand something is
Mhm.
is different. And this can be seen in like transition words. Like there's a lot of linguistic analysis of transition words. So in this generation,
You
it's
need
like,
to tell me
and
about that.
you won't believe, and then they realized, like this is like these kind of transition words where instead of transitioning conceptually, as in this is the character's background, concept, mindset. Now we look at how this evolves in a story. It's this character thought they were doing this thing until they realized, and that mental structure is showing up in kids more. The way that they're explaining stuff to the friends, the way that they're thinking out loud and talking to psychiatrists, like it's showing up that they're thinking in
Wow.
bullet points and quick, like, oh, why do I like it? It's cool. And now here's the third level. In response to this, you can see a lot of cultural memes develop. So we obviously are experiencing information overload. We have been since the invention of the of the mass press, of the Gutenberg in the 1400s. But obviously, we're at a whole other level now. And so people are adapting things and doing things to cope with this, right? I mean, it just makes sense. One of those is the whole I'm not going to read that. Like, I'm not going to read all that. And that
Oh, I
can
hate that.
be used for like, yeah, like if Dank is publishing some copy paste 4chan post and you're like, bro, like, I see you're starting out with crazy claims. It's not worth me reading all of that. Like, a lot of people just think if they're on Twitter, it's like, you get this massive wall of like borderline anti Semitic text. You're like, I ain't reading all that, right? But a lot of times it's actually just a social statement of like, I don't like your like the way that I saw it explained by this sociologist is the assertion is your level of complexity and your level of intellectual value is determined by my willingness to engage prior to your thought being expressed. So whether or not you have a meaningful or valid thought, whether your complexity is too high or too low, I decide before you even speak and before I even know what you're going to say. Like that's a crazy change in the way people are engaging with things, where they're not like, oh, this person's saying something that requires more depth and analysis and understanding. Let me calibrate myself to what they're requiring of me in thought.
Mhm.
No, the response is prior to you saying anything, I have a predetermined level of attention and a predetermined level of accepted complexity. And if you don't conform to that, I will not engage.
That's not good.
No.
That's not good. And I've seen that. But it's funny because for me, I see Dan the other way around, where he's the one who's doing the. I'm not reading all that. When he gets
Yeah.
and it was when he gets mugged
it.
off, like Galactic will say something in response, and he will say he will put a long paragraph in, and he goes, I'm not reading all of that, and I can tell he read the first part because
Yeah. It's like,
that shit was scathing. A lot of this stuff that Galactic would say is
I don't want
really
to respond.
scathing.
Yeah.
So,
I don't want
I
to
don't
respond.
want to read that. Yeah, it's so funny.
But no, but it's but a lot of the ways it gets used beyond like those instances of like, well, clearly the person's pissed and they're trying to like lie and cope and like, or the other instance of like, no, you actually literally shouldn't read all this. Like it's incoherent. It's not a well structured argument or
Mhm.
whatever. Like, but that both of those imply like what I'm trying to draw attention to is both of those imply you're actually looking at what's being said and you're like determining whether you should provide a more serious level of engagement. There's something called
Mhm.
suspension where the way humans form thoughts is it's not just a matter of like, oh, you're an information processing box and you decide if it's true or false on the spot kind of thing. It's more like for moments where, wait, this person's raising something I hadn't considered, I need to suspend my normal set of judgments to let them kind of make a set of arguments that allows me to see what they're saying. Like, I
Can I
need to
say that
wait.
again?
Like, I need to let them build out what they're saying such that I
Mhm.
understand it because it doesn't sound right initially. Their claim doesn't resonate with me initially, but I'm going to epistemically suspend that and allow a kind of generous engagement with what they're saying where I
Mhm.
understand and let them build out the totality of the argument, right? That's the way people normally generate thoughts. Is they're like, "Oh, I'm speaking to someone who's a lawyer and they're saying something about a legal case." I'm like, "That doesn't sound right. That happens." But obviously they're a lawyer. They know more than me. So I got to suspend my normal sense of evidence criteria. Whereas if I'm talking to Dank and he's making like an argument about the nature of legal theory, I'm like, all right, I know you don't have a background in this. I know you're not like equipped to engage on this. And what you're saying is crazy in a way that you either need to back up right now or I'm not going to engage further. But if it's a person I'm like, whoa, I didn't know about that. That's interesting. And they have a background. It's the way humans do it is they suspend those judgments and they let people cook. They let them build out, right? So
Mhm.
that you can also see the let them cook thing showing up, how people are having to be like, no, give me a second. Your attention shouldn't structure our engagement just yet. Give me a second to validate that what I'm saying is important. So we're seeing all of these interesting responses in response to people's attention spans pre-structuring their level of engagement. Like the fact that people's attention spans are pre-structuring their ability to even engage with people on a thought length perspective, and that they're being trained to consider and process thoughts on a bullet point level. Like we're now seeing a bunch of responses to that. Like, oh, bro, let me cook, or I'm not reading all, like we're seeing these show up in different places, but these are not like causes. These are symptoms. You know what I mean? Like they're,
Mhm.
yeah.
You need to tell you
And
need to send me the filler, what was it, the filler word, or I forgot what word you used, the sort of like a conjunction to combine two different thoughts or a continuing thought. Um, you said that the way those the way those are appearing are changing
yeah,
fundamentally,
yeah, yeah.
not just the words but the way it's used to incorporate new information into whatever they're saying.
Yes.
What
Yes.
word did you use?
100%.
I forgot.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So are you saying the words like the follow up thoughts, the bullet points, the like which part? Because I was just saying that there's like an appearance of a type of thought engagement, like the cadence of thought, the
Mm-hmm.
kind of follow up questions, like thinking in bullet points rather than thinking in paragraphs,
Mm-hmm.
um like the next thought being like the like level of attention being given to a person like ahead of time rather than in like
Mm-hmm.
adapting to their level of complexity. Oh, suspension, epistemic suspension, like talking about that
No,
or
it was earlier when you said you were talking about, so I forgot the example that you used. It was, I think it was something yeah, I don't remember the example, but it was you describing something. It was something really simplistic. And then you said that particular phrase, and then this happened. You used two examples. You used the one that was more sophisticated, and then it was the TikTok sort of a conjunction or whatever to
yeah,
incorporate new
yeah,
information or transfer word, whatever the fuck you said. Um,
yeah,
that
okay.
shit sounded so interesting to me because me and EXC have been picking apart the way LTG speaks.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. And so like, and then they said like the way that they
Mhm.
like connect thoughts and like connecting words between. Yeah, I can totally send you that 100%. Let me make a note of myself to do that. I have it on my laptop because I've been spending time like on my laptop a lot more researching stuff. My computer got fucked when I tried to do an OS install, a reinstall for Windows 10, which
Mhm.
apparently you're supposed to do, but I hadn't done like fucking 5 years. So tried doing it. Media creation tool fucked up. Ended up corrupting like two of my hard drives. Had to back everything up. Very annoying. So little
Awful.
fragmented file and reference wise, a lot of stuff on my laptop currently. Luckily, I saved all the information. So get fucked, Microsoft, you
Okay,
fucking
nice.
N
Fuck
words.
yeah, fuck Microsoft,
But
Linux,
fucking
no.
Microsoft, dude, holy shit! Like it's
Yeah.
actually my fault because when I was 18 and I literally had no like computer background. I was like, I'm gonna install a dual boot operating system and have Ubuntu on my computer, and I just totally forgot I did that. And when it tried to reinstall Windows, it did it on Ubuntu, and then it like left the previous installation in like a state of like purgatory. And then when I tried to boot into it, it was like, we can't repair this drive. Like I was like, fuck,
Oh.
like that was so I fucked up. It was my fault, but I didn't realize I laid bombs underneath my fucking future tech. issues. But yeah,
Okay.
like so it's a lot of it's on my laptop. So yeah, but connecting words. And so you're saying that you were looking a lot about how that fucking ROG guy, the fucking
LTG, yeah.
definitely straight LT, no, definitely
Yeah,
straight
100%
ROG
straight, yeah.
master. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, it was really funny because he cares about he you probably know this archetype, but for me this is not. I've definitely seen it before, but to me it's not something that I experienced 'cause I don't live in America. But he's
right.
the African American guy that wants to jump out of being defined as an African American. So he calls himself a New Age
Yeah,
Black. He's sort of trying to define because he knows these. At least he perceives himself to. And
above
to
the
a large
ghetto.
extent, this is true. Where he doesn't want to be seen by these negative stereotypes, so he tries
Mm.
to speak in a particular way. He tries to incorporate particular words, into humorous effect. By the way, yeah, his incorporation of words are so funny. There are a bunch of videos of it's just called Low Tier God the Scholar or something, where he incorporates
Oh, I think I've
words
seen those.
in just incredibly funny ways, but for some of them it's just, well, yeah, you could use the word in that way. Yeah, it's maybe a little bit outside the scope, but it's a fairly liberal use of the word, but that's
Sure, yeah.
fine. Yeah.
But I can see it. You're like, I can kind of see what you're getting at there. I see
It's
kind of
not
where you're
even a
saying.
kind of, it's, yeah, I'll probably see this in some, if it was somebody with credentials, you guys would not be saying anything. If this was in English literature, you go, oh yo,
Right,
that's another
right,
word to be using that word. Yeah, so it's
right.
one of those
I see what
cases
you're
where it's
saying.
just
Yeah.
using it quite liberally. Other times it's, oh yeah, I can totally see what you're saying, but no, that's not how you use that word. So
Yeah.
yeah, he has a lot of that, but yeah, he's basically trying to remove himself from that. And he he picks out he's talking about, it's really funny because he actually has really interesting observations. Not really interesting, but something that I wouldn't expect him to have, because he's just that angry rager guy that's incredibly racist to his own race.
Yeah.
He's talking about filler words where, I don't use any of these filler words. I don't use these, he doesn't call them pronouns, but they're kind of pronouns where people go
Sure.
chat gang. He will go,
Yeah.
he will use them mockingly. It's just, I can't even believe how openly racist he is, and he's still not banned because
Well, because he's that
it's
race.
exactly, and I don't know why people make that. People go, "Oh yeah, but he can say that," and to some extent, it's like he does have obvious what do you call it? An analysis of the culture he comes from, and
No, but the reality is, and if we're being honest, it's that people are more like the way that racism is kind of conceptualized as a risk, the risk of being perceived as racist. It doesn't apply to Black people. Black people, there isn't a risk of them being perceived as racist. There are a lot of colorist, like if you look at like what colorism is and like how Black is really Black and Black presenting versus white passing, and like there is a lot of discussion to be had about Black racism and the way that like Africans will like look down on people, especially in America. Like you'll have African immigrants coming, they're like, I'm not Black. They're like, I'm African. Like you're like a slave descendant. I'm a fucking like I'm a I'm an international
mhm.
fucking like scholar and traveler, and like they'll have this like very dismissive, like, so there's a lot of racism. The thing is with Twitch or anything like this, it's all public relations, and the risk of Twitch banning a Black person who is talking about race is just so much higher than actually taking seriously the fact he's definitely racist, because he definitely is racist, like from what you said.
Get to an absurd. It's
Yeah,
so, he's so disgusting, but also really funny. He makes it really
yeah, of course.
really funny, so I definitely enjoy it. But yeah, the way
No worries.
he's very obsessed with, okay, yeah, filler words, don't all these obviously using it as a way to be racist. He's saying, yeah, all these filler words, I don't use that. I don't use now he's not talking about the ones that people use in mainstream culture, which is a very common one in
Don't take that
mainstream
away from
American
me.
culture, but he's talking about,
California.
yeah, California. Yeah, he's from California, but he's talking about other filler words that people use in order to join their thoughts together, and he's really critical of that. And yeah, I was remarking that LTG is actually a really good speaker. He's not only suave in terms of his demeanor, at least on the internet, he kind of sucks IRL. But not only is he suave in terms of
Yeah, sorry,
he
sorry. I just heard his all of his IRL stuff. Sorry.
would you say?
I just remembered a lot of his IRL stuff, the like stuff they found out about his like background and how old he
Oh.
is, and just all the crazy shit with the people he's dating, and just anyway, sorry, just all hit me at once. Anyway, sorry, Dan.
It's just yeah, it's really funny. But yeah, on the internet is incredibly suave where he can say particular things and just gets away with it. Obviously, a lot of the stuff is not to his own doing, but he does say stuff where it's, well, that was really over the line, but that was really funny. I actually really enjoy myself seeing you be racist. And not only that, it's not only the suaveness, is the way he constructs in sentences. He speaks very clearly, and he speaks in the. And I said this, I remarked on this before to you, where he uses his own examples of.
Yeah.
He uses his own I guess similes or metaphors in order to describe things, and that's why you see so many story recreations of LTG, because LTG is creating his own. You know, he's not gonna, he doesn't say I'm gonna fuck your mom. It's, I have this, you know, he can on command create a story about how he's gonna fuck your mom, but it incorporates some of the strangest a lot of the time homosexual elements on how he's gonna fuck you and fuck your mom. And it's just, wow,
Right.
that's the fact that you're doing that
That's a
on
whole other level.
command, and you're not doing I'm like he doesn't
Well,
do
like,
any of those.
bro.
Yeah, he doesn't do any of those filler words or filler pronouns, like putting or fixing, what's that word, bro, at the end, where people will say bro all the time at the end of their sentences, or say gang, or which is the example he uses because he's talking about African American culture. And yeah, he's an incredible. He's an incredibly good speaker. Really surprising too, because it's probably because he tried to change the way he speaks in order to I guess not fit the mold of, oh, I don't want to be this, you know, ghetto rog. Yeah, he wants to be seen as somebody that's, you know, a scholar, and he takes himself very seriously.
There's a lot of Wings qualities, honestly, based on what you've said. Like, I think a lot of qualities of Wings that I notice are present in what you described. A person who's very concerned of filler words, a person who clearly practiced their presentation, because while they're not white, they and while they actually hate a lot of their own culture, they have this like sense of pride of like of being a higher level of that culture, and like an internal metaphor creation and like mental headcanon of reality that's like unique and interesting. And like, even if you're not fucking with it, you're like, I see what you're saying still. Like, logically, there is a logic there, even if the logic's fucking crazy. And like you know, like there's, I don't know, there's a lot of Wings like elements to that in what you said. I don't know.
That's actually true. I didn't even think, I haven't thought about Wings in so long, but Wings is also a very particular, the way he presents himself is very particular, and a lot of that was lost on me when I was talking to him, because for me it's, oh, this guy's just a troll, but he is an enigma when it comes to, I just don't, in other communities that I've been and having or just know about, because I just watch games competitively, there's nobody like Wins. That guy is one of one.
100%. And I love that. Like, I fuck with that so hard. I also hate that sometimes, but that's part of what makes life interesting, you know, is the kind of hatred of people that you're like, but the grudging respect, and then the hatred again, and like, at least I'm not bored. You know what I mean? At least I'm not bored.
Absolutely,
like,
absolutely.
That's worse than anything.
Cannot be bored. It's electrifying having him in a conversation, because he's able to, just reputation alone, he's able to move the conversation where he wants to move it. Having a command like that, that's really impressive. You know, there are not many people that have that particular command to at least that extent of it's very obvious. Some people have that where you slowly notice, oh, there's usually one person that's always talking, and that's with Zoo, where I would, a lot of the times I'd be carrying a conversation. I would be leading the conversation into particular elements, and for me, I didn't notice that. I felt like I was an equal contributor. That maybe Affirmed wasn't, you know, on the same level as the rest of us, but I felt like I was a, you know, everyone was equal. But I do realize that I do actually drag a lot of the even behind the scenes, because with Ender, I actually recommended him foundational animes to Zoo. So I'm that secret grandfather where actually I made you guys. I am you.
I am
Well,
the OG.
exactly. Yeah, I created Zoo. You just didn't know about it. So I'm like
You're the
the
fucking white guy in
Ender
the
was the
Matrix.
mid boss. And there was like a mid boss where the credits play and then go, oh wait, sorry, there's this other bad guy who's actually really been pulling the strings. I kind of hate when that stuff happens, but where it's like, oh, I'm the real guy, and there is no indication that this person was ever involved. It's like, come on. But oh, we get double the length of the game, so that's kind of cool. That's who I was. Also, small caveat here, I don't want to bring the conversation to this, but was in EXE's chat, and EXE definitely hasn't been very forthcoming in terms of the way he represents his current relationship with Ender, because came into the chat, didn't know who the fuck this guy was because I couldn't read the name because it was all in one. But it was Ender. This guy was Ender and he was VIP'd in the chat, and then EXE says, "Oh, what's up, Ender?" And it's not how he represents the relationship. When I talk to him, where he goes, yeah, I don't know how to feel about this Ender guy, and he just messaged me his whole life story, and I don't know if I could take this guy back. What? He's VIP in your chat. You say, hey, Ender, as if he's just your old pal, and definitely have to talk about that to him.
Well, I actually do want to bring it to this level because also like they seem to be doing a Zoo revival thing. Like there is in the last like 2 weeks, I noticed far more people actually in Zoo. And let me find the.
Okay, wait, can I go to the toilet? I really need one.
Oh yeah,
a drink. Okay. Back. Zoo revival, Zoo active? No. Yeah, wait, I'm very curious about this. Now that you said this. Hey.
I swear to God, if she level 3s through anything, I'm gonna be highly upset. Oh, I'm dead.
Don't do it, don't do it. Oh. No! Am I dead? It's the main CPU level 8. It don't matter about the mod. God damn. That's geek health, bro. Alright, what's up, everybody? We're here at CEO 2025, and we're gonna do the IRL CPU Impossible Challenge against Elena. So if anybody here at CEO can beat Elena, I'll give them $20. But they have to do it at the max level, max handicap. You guys already know what that means. If they touch you,
My IRL bar 3 seconds.
you can these players here. They're here for CPT, so that means they should be able to do it. Like, share, subscribe. You guys already know it. Yeah, let's get into it. What's up, everybody? We got our first opponent. What's your name?
Depressed Met fan.
Wait, depressed Met fan? Oh, because you're wearing a Mets jersey. I'm a Yankees guy myself. We have a challenge here. If you are able to beat Elena at the highest difficulty, I'll give you $20. Okay, how do you feel about that?
Not very good.
You're back to green, not red.
You see? Yeah, I suppose AI was not listening to me.
Why would AI listen to you?
To be nice, I tried.
We have our next opponent here. What's your name?
Mason the Ogre.
Mason the Ogre? Okay, okay. You got these Akuma beads going on. Like, what's up with that? You Akuma player?
I don't play no Akuma. I play very fun character. But yeah, no, I thought you were cool, man.
Whoa! Yo, hit confirm? God damn! Oh man, hit confirm that low far. I didn't know that was a combo actually. Okay, good strategy.
Oh.
对，那个时候，其实这个项目最早的时候已经可以追溯到2014年了。初衷当时其实更多的是一个个人的爱好，因为我个人比较喜欢比较快节奏的、比较流畅的这种战斗的游戏。想把自己脑子里面的那个东西一点点的还原出来。我是杨斌，我是《失落之魂》的制作人。当时我需要一边学习一边制作，后来做出了最早的时候大家看到的那个 demo。在刚把预告片发到网上的时候，我没有想很多，结果没想到我的邮箱马上被各种各样的邮件塞满了。之后我的邮箱里收到了一个索尼互娱的同事发过来的邀请，我当时很震惊也很兴奋，立刻回复了他。就此我与索尼互娱的同事建立了联系，也是从那个时候开始和索尼互娱包括中国之星计划建立了最开始的接触，成为了后面深度合作的契机。
刚好10年前，我们决定在中国开始 PlayStation 业务的时候，我们决定做的方向是建立一个中国的生态。中国之星计划是鼓励中小型开发团队去开发高。
Dude, my family is so annoying. They're always trying to help me and like give me advice and like try to like me and like help me out with like things I'm thinking. Like, dude, where do they fucking get off assuming I don't know everything already? Like, come on.
Come on, no?
No. It was so helpful, like eating some yams. Love yams.
Oh, I don't even know what that is. What those
sweet
are?
potato.
How do I spell it?
Sweet
Sweet
potato.
Sweet potato. Okay, I don't know what that is. I don't like myself some sweet potatoes, unfortunately.
That's unfortunate. I lived next to like one of the produce like hubs in all of America, like where a significant amount of produce is produced for the entire country. So things that aren't normally good because they're like they have to travel a lot, they're kind of robbed of their flavor, they have to be frozen to be transported. That's just not the case for me. Like, so a lot of things that it's been my experience of like, oh, I like this, and people are like, oh, I don't like it, and I've realized it's like, oh, it's because they live in, as an example, Edmonton, Canada, where things are not grown outside of oil. Outside of oil, things are not harvested anywhere
Interesting.
nearby.
I didn't even think about
So-
it like that. And that could be true. I'd have to experience
Because
that.
if you have to transport, like just think about it. If you take the difference between like, oh, this was picked off of a farm, brought on a truck, and sold 4 days later, versus this was grown in Argentina, it was shipped on a series of planes, stored in a warehouse for several months, distributed to a local chain store, picked off after that. Like, it's a totally different level of freshness, totally different level of flavor, and like, anyway, just random little thing to point out there.
True. Yeah, I should have thought about that. I didn't.
But yeah, back to the zoo thing. So, yeah, I think it's all very interesting. I'm very
Who's
curious what you
Zeus?
think about all this. What? Oh, I think that's Galactic.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, because I heard last
Oh
time.
no, sorry, sorry. That's Ender. Sorry, wasn't sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So no. Okay. I love how you know everyone. Oh,
yeah, it's Army Guy 0704. So maybe it could be anybody. Who knows? I don't know. Who
yeah. What the fuck is that?
Who is that?
Curious because I don't know if it was with you or it was with fuck is that guy EXE? Last time I heard was Zoo was super dead. But I talked to Frenzy, or at least typed to him, and he was saying, oh, there was this like big VC that happened, but then I got kicked. I was like, what? Frenzy, you got kicked? I didn't know about this. Oh, you know about this? Oh, what the fuck?
No, dude, no, I'm not paying attention. The only reason I would know if Zoo is more active is like you log on to Discord and you see on the right hand side the active now. Do you know what I mean?
Oh,
so it
I
says
don't know about that.
active now. Like you're on Discord. I don't. Well, like if you go to your like friends page, like you can see like what people are active in, and like you're like, oh, active now, like in this, in this channel, like.
Oh,
so,
wow! I never even looked at that. What the fuck? Ah, that's interesting.
Yeah. So I'm like, oh, I'm just aware that there's a VC happening because I just see that inactive now. So I'm just to tell you the limit of my understanding, because I really haven't been I haven't been following since I just felt I don't know. Again, I'm closest with you in that group, so
it's not that
for me, it's not, like it's not even close, obviously.
Mhm.
But for me, it was just so disheartening how everything played out that I just don't. I don't know, like just the experience of seeing them be like, "What? Fleur left?" Like after several days, and me having to be like, I need to force it, like, hey, why is he not here, kind of thing. And I was like, yo, what the fuck? Why did he? And it's like obvious why you would have left, like what, like on some level, like there is an obviousness to it, and especially with the like behavior around like all, like Zoo 2, Zoo, the Electric Boogaloo, Zoo Revival, like second Zoo, like all that, like the secret fucking second things, like it just I lost a lot of ability to care about people who do that kind of thing. Does that make sense? Like I'm like, okay, well, it doesn't, none of this matters at all.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I experienced it firsthand. Yeah. Oh, I totally know how it feels.
Oh yeah, no, I'm
want to
saying like,
disengage.
I just want, because I was kind of rambly with it. I of course you know it better than I do. I just mean more like hopefully I'm coming like it's coming across like the kind of thing I'm.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I can understand that. I'm actually really curious. Yeah, why Frenzy got kicked, because you don't know about that. I asked him and he said he didn't know. It felt something that was decided and then behind I don't know, a third zoo possibly. Who the fuck knows where it was decided? Because if Frenzy doesn't know why he got kicked, it's just another one of those. Oh wow, that just kind of indicates what I was thinking of. Oh, this just things. People that have been so instrumental to. Frenzy is he's like I'm his puppet, where a lot of the animes that they like ultimately come from him. And then I picked up on them because I would watch Frenzy play zombies, and then I would talk to Ender.
You didn't pick up on his playstyle.
I didn't pick up on his
playstyle.
Otherwise, I would have
gotten into Dries. Otherwise, I would have gotten into Dries.
I would talk to Ender, and I would tell him about the things that I would watch because of Frenzy, and then Frenzy also talked to Ender too. So there's also that. And then Ender was the godfather of that group, so it's been transferred by by generation. Funnily enough, so Frenzy's kind of the OG. He's sort of the he doesn't feud with people in that server. He's more of the I'm above this sort of thing. And I also have the there's a respect for him in that server where he's the person that's older. He has this depth of knowledge that we don't have in terms of the media that we engage in. He's probably seen the most anime. He knows the most games, and so he has that depth that you just respect.
Yeah.
And for him to be kicked, that in a way where he doesn't know why he was kicked. What? I don't. That friend. Fuck that friend group. Because a long time member like that with his expertise, I don't know. In the things that they like. Yeah, what you gonna say?
Oh, I'm looking back because I looked up Frenzy in the chord, and I don't know. I don't like what I'm seeing. That doesn't get so bored. So that's EXE. He's showing the screenshot. He's like, and then people are like, "Oh, wait, Frenzy got kicked." So first he's like, "Oh, Survival would be cool if Fleur joined back," which he would. Ender saying that, so I find it interesting. He wants you to, it's like, "Oh, if Fleur joined back, there'd be like more stuff to do and talk about." And then, wait, does it show it here?
I was really curious that he wants me to join back because I'm
no, but then yeah, beneath it, I don't know why I freaking cut off. I missed the important part. This is like, I was like, oh fuck, and his response is like, "I love Fleur, but it might be better off this way."
Ooh, okay.
That's what EXE says. I didn't like that at all, and I feel really like I feel uncomfortable. Share. I don't know what he means.
Yeah, I'm really curious. Curious on what he means because is it because there are other people in the server that dislike me and that he knows that?
Well, it doesn't make sense because because if Ender's publicly saying I want Fleur to join back, like who else would it be that doesn't like you? I don't get what that would be like. Yezi. Oh,
That's the
Yezi,
reason why he
right?
joined back. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Probably Frenzy got kicked because Yezi, and because Yezi's been in there a bunch, dude. He's been in there. That would make so much sense if it's Yezi.
That's what I was thinking too. And Yezi isn't somebody that's gonna tell you right to your face, "Hey, I don't like you. I'd rather you not be in here." It's something that he's gonna be negotiating behind the scenes, where it's kind of complicated between us, and he's gonna present it in. Yezi is really good at being very nonchalant. I don't even know if he knows what he's doing, where he goes, "Yeah, it's kind of hard to be in VC with this guy." I can just imagine that coming out of his mouth. "Yeah, it's really hard to be in a VC with him. It's just sucks that he's just causing that drama." Really, it's really interesting with Yezi because Yezi will do something wrong and they'll go, "Yeah, I'm sorry," but then he reveals that he's not really understanding why people are upset at him. He understands that other people don't like him doing a particular thing, but it doesn't go past that. And so I can imagine him going, "Yeah, Frenzy's being a baby," because I remember he did that. He did this particular thing. It was a long time after where Frenzy just kept him blocked, and honestly, completely agree with why Frenzy would keep him blocked from his perspective.
Okay, right. It's Frenzy had him blocked. I remember you telling me about this, right? Okay, yeah, that makes even more sense then because
yeah. So it's one of those things. Yeah, the final straw for him was when for I think it was Frenzy remembers the exact amount of likes. It was 14 or something, where he posted a Discord message of him saying the N-word under a Frenzy tweet, and he got blocked because of that. But it wasn't immediate. I think on Twitter he may have got unblocked. And then Yezi was whining, "What?" And it's just so obvious why he's blocked. And I'm thinking, that's one of the people that you hang out with. He's a friend, but when you do something on that level and you think it's a joke, this is a content creator that has connections with other people.
Yeah,
he has a reputation to maintain, and you just posting that is
or just one not to smear. Like that's great. It's not even like, oh, he needs to be known in way otherwise. No, it's just he needs to not be known as a fucking racist, drops like hard R shit, and like that's just something you would not want to be known as. It's not even like, oh, he has a reputation to uphold. Like he needs to be known as a certain like level of sophisticated interlocutor. It's just no, he needs to not be smeared as a racist. And you would think a Fred would get that. Like it doesn't. It's not even that
Yeah.
hard. Like you know what I mean?
And he just couldn't get that.
That's crazy.
And that was insane to me. But he was apologetic. Oh, okay, yeah. When he was told, I'm saying I held him down, and I said, metaphorically held him down. I said, you need to listen. You need to realize the implications of what you posted and who he is. Yeah, it's completely justified that he blocked you, and then I don't think he spoke to Frenzy. I think he also ended up blocking him on Discord, and yeah, completely reasonable. But you have to realize, Yezi's interactions in the server were just. I think at one point he just kept posting a racist joke that nobody laughed at over and over and over and over and over and over again for a couple of days, and then Frenzy eventually just said, why the fuck are you posting this? No one's low. No. He said low. He said low. He said you know, look, watch this. And then he said low in the chat. And then Yancy was like, yeah, see, it's really funny. And I'm just going,
it's funny. Oh my god.
What? I was going, wait, how are you not self-aware that he did this
to troll
so long after? How are you not self-aware that he's taking a mickey out of you? And eventually I butted in because we were just saying, yeah, you're a fucking idiot for posting this. I don't even know why you're posting it, because he had a reputation of being racist and he didn't like that. And he's just doing this, and then we get him to apologize. But the thing is, he couldn't understand, because he was saying, I'm not a bad person for saying the N-word. I'm not racist. I don't hate black people. And that's not what racism is. It isn't, I hate with every fiber of my body a particular race of people or a particular group of people. It's you're making people of that race. You're only shitting on that group of people. You could shit on so many different people. You're only shitting on that group of people, and that makes me super uncomfortable. That it's
and it's not just and there's a joke like there's a stand-up like guy, Shane Gillis, who he's like the current like everyman comic guy, but you've probably seen him. But he basically was making a joke about how it's like everybody says like, oh, I'm not racist, you know, I don't hate black people, or I don't hate, you know, but then the moment it's like, this guy fucking cut me off in traffic, that fucking nit beep, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't show up as, oh, I hate this person and who they are fundamentally with every fiber of my being. It shows up in I dehumanize them, and then in moments when I could direct anger towards like a larger set of, damn, I hate the way this lane was designed. I hate the fact that we have like only a shitty car infrastructure and no public transportation. I hate this black person because they drive badly, and black people drive bad. Like it's so funny. Like everybody says who does this, like, oh, I'm not racist, I don't hate. It's like, yeah, but how does that show up when like they fucking like cut you off in line? Like,
for me, it's
how
different.
Does that show up?
For me, it's different. It's you're saying jokes that make a particular group of people feel uncomfortable, and only that particular group of people, and you can't take a step back and go, wow, I'm making it hard for a particular group of people to exist, and I'm not having the reflection I'm making their experience worse because they have to be defined by a stereotype. Oh, watermelon. Oh, I'm invading Twitch chats.
I have no kid. I have no father. I you know, fried chicken, like,
it's
stupid.
It's only one group of people, and they're the ones that have to feel uncomfortable, and only them. Yeah, no, that is just, it's obvious racism, because you're making a two-tiered system in any social group that you're in. If you belong to that particular group, fuck that. Yeah, you're obviously racist if you don't recognize that that's what you're doing. So
100%.
The sort of callous disregard for that, and him not being able to understand that, and him boiling it down to, oh, I'm not, it's just a word, well, when I'm not having a conversation about the word, I don't care if you say the word. You're creating a two-tiered system in the social group where a particular group of people feels uncomfortable. I don't want to be a part of that. That sucks.
But also think of the implication of it's just a word as a concept. Like, yeah, and when combined, words form meaning.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's another.
Like, how could anyone ever fucking say, oh, it's just a word? It's like, what do you think words are? Like, do you think words are just like non-objects, have no material impact on people? They're just abstract entities that exist with no implication for other people. They just
100%.
exist out. Like it's no what like it's crazy. Like oh, it's just a word. It's like yeah, and words have like meaning in societies and contexts. Like what are we fucking talking about right now? Like,
Exactly, yeah. It's the surface level engagement to get himself out of an uncomfortable situation. So it's pretty
you could see
obvious why he's
so
blocked.
it's likely why Frenzy is not in Zoo anymore, for instance.
Honestly, I don't know how much I could chalk it up to that, but him being kicked, that's the first place I would go to.
Right, it's a good
Probably
thought.
a Yezi thing
Well,
because
I
that's
would
the
also ask EXE, what the fuck does he
Mhm.
mean by it's probably better this way? I love Flirt, but it's probably better this
Oh,
way in response
100%.
to Ender saying, because you got to ask about that because, and this might get me kicked. That's fine. I'm not, again, I only looked at Zoo because you,
Mhm.
the last time I looked at Zoo it was interesting because it was like when you had left in kind of July or early August,
Mhm.
but it was like, and it's interesting because you mentioned like, oh, maybe Affirm contributing as much. Affirm to, from what I was reading at the time, was like the main person being like he was like in the zoo trying to start VCs there. He was like
Mhm.
talking about it being dead. He was constantly like he was trying to get it going again. Like he's been the most interested person in getting Zoo back going again, which I think is so interesting because you don't think of him as particularly contributing to the conversations a lot and stuff, but it was clearly a very meaningful group to him, and he really valued the connections that were there because he was really working and like trying to shame people. He was like kind of crashing out a little bit at one point. I thought towards people for like the outcome of kind of Zoo in how it kind of
Mhm.
ended with secret voice chats and stuff like that. Like he was talking about that. So I think it's actually very interesting. But
Mhm.
yeah, definitely ask EXE about what he means by that because
It just sucks because EXE is not honest at all to me when it comes to his groups, and he never has been. So I'm never gonna.
okay, so maybe it's not worth.
He's on. What sucks is that he's quite honest about himself. In terms of any things that I wouldn't expect other people to be honest about in terms of internal conflict, or sometimes he would just say, why I'm saying that, I'm embarrassed about that. Sure, wow,
Yeah.
I just wasn't expecting you to say that after I'm obviously I'm obviously going too far with humiliating you about you not knowing something. Yeah, wow, I'm actually really surprised you admit that. But when it comes to, I guess, machinations, like group machinations, of okay, where's the group going in terms of who do they like, who do they not like, whose team am I on? He plays his cards so close to his chest.
Yeah, he does.
And he actually deludes himself too. So I remember when he was venting to me about some past some conflict that he had with what's his face, Tricky's, where Tricky's wanted to do a music bracket, and then EXE had his own sub Siberia, and he did a music bracket there, and Tricky's wasn't invited, and he was saying, it was just really hard to get a music bracket going in Zoo. Yeah, true. So why don't you incorporate the people from Zoo that want to do a music bracket into your Siberia thing? Yeah, that's it's like, what? I didn't think about that, and I just said, just be honest with me.
Yeah,
You just didn't want to be with you didn't want Tricky's there, and you didn't want.
How could you not think about it?
Yeah.
It's the like, what could you be thinking in this context that isn't involving that thought? Like, come on, be real. Like,
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It just cut through the bullshit. Yeah, and the fact that he deluded himself was nice apple, by the way. But
yeah, I got a little nail in the back of the throat. That's probably fucking. Do you bite your fingernails?
No, I don't.
Oh, that's one of the problems is that like they're like these like hard fragments that then generate in the back of your throat, and it's like you have like a piece of uncooked rice in the back, if that makes sense. Like if you
anyway,
yeah, hairball, kitty.
Yes.
No, but he does. No, yeah, I know what you're saying. It's like it's kind of a self. It's like no, but I wasn't intentionally trying to do something that was against a friend or could seem as if I was being exclusionary. I was just I didn't even consider it. I didn't even think about it. Like.
So I think when it comes to EXE, I'm definitely well, I'm super curious about these comments. Just what he just his full process on these comments. And just other stuff too in regards to Frenzy. But in terms of EXE being being on my level, and in terms of my level, I'm not talking about intellectually or anything. I'm talking about on my level in terms of when things get tough, I'm gonna lift you out of the ground. I'm gonna come to your house from the other side of the UK, the complete opposite corner of the UK. I'm gonna lift you up. Probably not. I'll definitely help you out if you need trouble on Discord. But you're not that. You're not a blood brother with me. I don't think you're way too secretive in terms of your group. But in terms of your group into exclusionary, you're so very quick to exclude people. It's really funny hearing his justifications because he'll present it to me as if it's I just don't want these extra people. Tricky's is kind of a dictator and he just invites people to his server. I'm thinking that's not fucking what the fuck. This is his personal project where he invites people and so he wants to invite other friends that he has. And this is sure it's a group that you hang out with, but that's his server, and he does get that opportunity to invite people that are completely cool and normal people. I remember when he invited TTS, and TTS's engagement with the server was just he's just so normal, where he's not starting fights, he's not arguing with people, and it's he has a internal beef with who he thinks TTS is because he made comments on a stream that were fucking hilarious, by the way, and even more funny. And I think maybe even a clip or a YouTube video uploaded where I pretend to be a fake TTS and I play his voice through my mic and he just leaves the server, which is really funny.
That's really funny.
That's the level
that
of
level pettiness.
Yeah, it's just that level. And TTS is like, wait, what the fuck? He's beefing with me. What the fuck? I'm fine with that guy. I have no problem with that guy. But it's not one of those like fake ignorance. Like, I don't even know why. I made an offhand comment on streams while I was getting the 5 record, and I've moved on with my life. I'm not playing zombies anymore. I'm doing Pokemon speedruns. I've completely forgot that even existed because this is completely irrelevant to me. Yeah, right, exactly. And for Yezi not to even have that conversation and understand that sometimes, and this is the fuck thing, is that you can have trauma as a kid from somebody saying some fucked up shit to you, but that person just didn't put any weight into it or any thought into it. It could have been like somebody saying oh, you're so fucking ugly, because that's just the first insult that came to your mind, and this is something that you internalized for a really long time because you thought that would be
I had a really I have a really strong example of this. When I was fucking in like elementary school, I was talking to this guy Brody, who's a friend of mine, about this guy that I was trying to become friends with named Owen Shapley. And I he was like, I was like, oh, Owen's really cool, we hung out recently. And Brody's like, really? He says he thinks you're a nerd. And I'm like, what's a nerd? And so and the only thing that I found when I could think of what a nerd was that this song by Weird Al Yankovic called So White and Nerdy, where he's just like making fun of people for being like losers and pathetic. And I'm like, damn, he sees me like this? That fucking, and so that fucking was formative. That's fucking shaping me, right? Like I remember every part of that moment. I remember that we were playing basketball. I remember what part of my house I was in when I heard that point. I'm like, damn, this person I thought was my friend is like actually on the low, like thinking I'm like bad in some way that I can't really understand. Now I'm proud of being a nerd. Fucking nerds are awesome. I love the fact, I love my nerd. It's like a part of who I am. Like I have no problem with it at all at this point, right? But in the moment, it was like devastating, and it like fucked with me. And then there's a Charlie XCX song where she was like, when I was 10, someone said I walked like a bitch. And it fucking like, and it's like, yeah, like they're not remembering that. If they're just randomly yelling at you, like you fucking walk like a bitch, like that's not staying with them. It like, that's something like, do you know what I mean? Like that's something where it's like you that might fuck with you. You might feel like, damn, do I walk bad? Like I got to really think about this now. But for them, that's just a passing, like they're just throwing it out there. Like that's not
exactly. And yeah, Yezi had no ability to even emulate another person's. He actually really struggles with this. He really struggles with being able to emulate somebody's mental state. And so
that's called no theory of mind. That's what autistic people have. They have no ability to kind of stand in it for other people's like mental like structure or mindset and like adapt to it. It's like an actual like issue that autistic people have. Just to tell you, I don't know if he has autism, but so.
It's funny because I remember when I was the last time in Slovakia, I was just coding, listening to what this guy was saying. Because they were having a conversation in Zoom, and I remember I think it was Yezi and EXE talking to each other with Trickies, and then the conversation was on autism, and I think they both said they thought they had it, which is really interesting because, funny enough, could definitely see Yezi having autism. Just the bit I know about it, I don't fucking remember anything about autism, to be honest, or at least a lot of the markers I know are just from so many different places.
But check out this.
But
like check out these
oh,
too.
the
I think or like the second one's longer, but at least the first one like little.
okay, Holt et al. Yeah, is that just a publication or something? I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's the name of the author, and then their co-authors aren't being named for citation reasons, and then it's 2021's publishing date.
Okay. Define TOM as the ability to attribute mental state to others. Understand that others have thoughts, beliefs, desires, and behaviors stemming from underlying factors and motivation. This definition has been heavily debated, with many researchers offended by the implication that neurodiverse individuals are impaired in attributing mental states to others.
So check this out. To your mind includes the ability such as insight into other people's intentions, understanding of underlying rules for interactions and social games, and the reading of implicit body language and understanding of pretense, to name a few. So it's like knowing that, okay, you're not just talking to Frenzy, your friend. You need to understand that Frenzy is a person with a set of goals, structures, and interests that you are violating by posting this in response on Twitter. Like understanding Frenzy, his mindset, his goals, and problems that would arise from your actions. A person with autism would not be able to conceptualize that because they're not thinking about those things. They're thinking about, we make this joke in our server, I'm making joke on Twitter, isn't that funny? Like it's like, do you know what I mean? So
you exactly explained that perfectly. Yeah, I understand exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah. So they have a problem with pretense, counterfactual reasoning. So if then contingencies, they can't understand like this is a game that requires like being pragmatic and not just like, you know, there's not like defined rules. It's like you have to really consider what's taking place. And then joint pretense. So joint pretense is so interesting because it's like we're gonna co-construct a set of thoughts. Like we're both gonna suspend our own individual thoughts and co-construct like a set of things together. Autistic people really struggle with that because they have a very rigid sense of what is, and they're very not they struggle. Not all, again, it's such a diverse thing. The diagnosis of this stuff is very behaviorally grounded. A lot of the research is only on kind of wealthy autistic people because they're the only ones who can afford like proper healthcare and like the access to this stuff. So what autism is, super complicated, super weird. But yeah, it's generally there are people who struggle with this. You know, like this is a thing that people do struggle with.
It sounds like he does. That's a so, for him to have it to such an extreme degree, is that something that as far as I know, he thought he was autistic, at least what he was saying in that conversation, and and I know his brother's autistic. I think he's diagnosed as autistic, so it could be the case that he is just undiagnosed because he thought he had it, and he said it. Actually, I don't know. I only trust myself when I say things, because people will say things to such strong convictions and then go, I don't really care about this. What the fuck? Why do you exaggerate it to such a high degree? That's really disappointing. Yeah, I really like this. Why'd you like it? Oh, it's cool. Fuck. Well, you were a fan. Fuck. That sucks. I didn't trust myself to say things. I didn't mean it like that. I meant
no, I know. It was so funny. It's not what you, and that's not even really what you said. I just that's why I thought it was really funny, because I wanted to warp it and make it sound and be like, well, listen, I don't know, Fleur. I wouldn't trust myself if you're fucking speaking like this. You know, it's kind of trying to
right.
But no, but this is this is a real thing people struggle with. And yeah, the autism thing, like, you know, who knows? But I would say that the other point to make is that it's not that people are powerless who have these things. It's something that we all struggle with different things in terms of socialization, in terms of engaging with people. Like, it's not that everyone has different problems. It's that a lot of people share the same ones. But to the extent that they do, I mean, the difference between being like, what can I say? I have autism, and being like, well, as an autistic person, I need to take seriously and really consider this part because I'm like blind to it. It's like a thing that I have difficulty with, like recognizing that and trying to like deal with it. Most people I know with autism who are diagnosed with autism, they do that. They've spent a lot of time practicing and training themselves to develop these abilities, really caring about it, because they're not just like, well, I have autism. They're like, oh, this is a thing that impedes my ability to understand and engage with people, so I should deal with it. So I would say whether whether he has it or not, it's almost like irrelevant to the question of, well, it doesn't seem like he's put much effort or thought into trying to
Oh,
develop a
exactly.
response
Yeah.
to it. Yeah.
Whatever he has, whether that be
Which I
an
don't like to
intrinsic
diagnose
thing.
people like that, but it's just you can still notice tendencies, even if
Wait,
they don't
what
have a
would
lot.
you say? You like or you don't
Like,
like? I didn't. Yeah.
or I don't like to diagnose people
Okay.
with like specific mental, but like in the sense of being like, oh well, this person has traits that are present in this, and a person can have traits that are those but aren't rooted in those. Like there are other ways to have problems with theory of mind. But what's funny is like a lot of them are like, well, they have dementia, so they don't even remember enough to form a picture of your like, like the other instances where theory of mind becomes a problem is that. But I think a lot of people struggle with theory of mind beyond just autistic people. Like a lot of people can't, in the sense of media studies, if they're reading something, they don't have a theory of mind of like, well, what is this newspaper telling me and why? They're like, I read the news. It's in the news. And it's like, what does that even mean? Like, they're not thinking, oh, the news is a thing with intentions and goals and pretenses and trying to construct meaning. Like, the news is something that is telling me something, not just because it's happening, but because they want me to know about it in a specific moment. Like, there's all these factors going on. They're just like, oh, I read the news, right? And so I think there's also this like general laziness of being like, it's just easy to stereotypically or base level, surface level engage with things. Like, and it's kind of, it almost seems autistic because it's so simplistic and uninterpreting and just no inference taking place, just very literal. But I think it's actually very common in our world where people are so crunched for time, they just have to kind of get the bullet points, get the quick thoughts, and they don't really consider the kind of larger structures or the theory of mind of what they're engaging with. Like,
Understandable.
So one thing I was so I had a really interesting conversation though with my sister about
Oh yes, I want to hear
attention
about
and
this.
conversation. And well,
Mhm.
I just wanted to have you kind of lay out your engagement with stuff before I went to anything about this. But the so like so yeah, I was talking to my sister about this problem of connection with people and how like it's tough to connect with people when um like they don't have the same ability to give attention. So one thing I was telling her, and this is something I feel, is that oftentimes, and I think you're really good at this. This is why I like talking to you. But a lot of times, I'll feel like like I'll give attention to people. I'll like remember what they're saying. I'll like ask follow up questions. I'll try to kind of make jokes to show that I'm paying attention. Like not like intent. I'm not like scheming this out. It's just kind of how I naturally operate. And
Mm.
but then I'll notice when I'm kind of engaging with stuff, it doesn't feel like I get the same level of attention or consideration in return. It feels very one-sided, and it's like people like to get my attention, but they don't like to give attention. Or
I think you
is kind
said
of
this
what I was
about
saying.
EXE.
Yeah, but this has been a long running problem across many friend groups in my entire life. Like
Mhm.
I'll be constantly asked to hang out with people and engage with people, and then I'll start doing that in a way where, oh hey, check out this stuff, and the response is basically like either just evident I don't care, or evident like not really deep, like seriously taking into consideration what I'm saying or giving me attention in the way that I give them attention. And so it feels very one sided. And I was talking about that, and she was like explaining to me how like this is not so. The second thing she says is actually really interesting too, because she was very, that's why I like my sister, very critical of me in some ways, and it's nice, it's very refreshing. But the first thing is that like, so I was raised not only by very like hippie self conscientious parents, but when we're at dinner, we're all at dinner, we're all talking, we're all sharing. When one person speaks, everybody listens. The conversation builds on what the last person says. People are reflecting not only on the day and the logistics, but like what meaning is and like how things are perceived and what we care about, and like all like a wide
Really?
range of things are there. That's like how I was raised with my family. Yeah, my like every
What?
night. And then on top of that, we
Every
went.
night?
I was yeah, every night. That's how I was like raised, like with my entire
Sorry,
family. It was
that's
like,
an LTG joke. Every.
oh wait, wait, I did get it. Wait, what like he's fucking
I
every
don't want to
night? Like,
interrupt you, but
yeah,
I
no
will
worries.
send the clip.
Yeah, okay. But so the other thing that I was raised at though is this place called Mount Madonna, which is this kind of yoga center, and it's the same way. It's people who have basically all the skills of a therapist and all the skills of like deep listening. They're basically there. So like how the format works is there's this guy, Baba Haridas, who the guy who named me. He was a silent monk. He hadn't
Who?
spoken. He didn't speak for
What was
this
his
guy,
name?
Baba Haridas. So
Baba?
BAB.
Is that a title
Yeah.
or is that a
That's kind of it's a mix of things like but his like title was Babaji. But
Baba
this
G?
guy,
I feel like I've heard,
yeah.
I feel like I've heard people being called Baba G before.
Yeah. Babaji is it's almost like it's a parental, but like G is like a sign of respect. It's like almost like san. It's like a sign of like reverence and like respect. It's not equivalent, but it's like, you know,
Okay.
it's you can almost think of it that way. But so I was raised at this community though of people who were like, what happened is there are people in the 70s who like bought this massive amount of land for way cheaper than they should have been able to buy it, and like created this amazing yoga center that where they're basically like, okay, so he's not speaking, but everybody is gathered around him and listening to what he's saying. So people will ask him a question on the mic, and then he'll write a response on a pad, oftentimes jokes, oftentimes you know, kind of like this, like he'll make like noises like kind of like, you know, funny kind of like noises, but he is like a really reflective, interesting guy who had a lot of really interesting things to say in response to questions. And so these are the two places I am, right? I have a family who deeply gives attention and cares about what's being said, builds on thoughts, allows a person to speak, demands a person to kind of say and think when they're engaging in conversation. And then the other place I am,
demands that.
yeah, it does, because if everyone else is doing it, then you have to rise to that level, right? It does,
Mhm.
right? It's like it demands out of you. But then there's also just this implication that this is how one should be. One should give full attention. One should think and consider what the other person is saying. And there's almost a level of insult if that doesn't take place, right? Because to me and my sister, it's like so obvious that that's what you would do, and we're so used to this that we're almost insulting a person. And I realized, like she mentioned this, like that it doesn't, like other people don't pick up on this that when we do this, but we kind of like, by withholding our attention, we're trying to tell them something. We're trying to tell them like, hey, like you got to start making this a kind of joint thing, because I'm not going to give you attention if it's not going to be a joint thing, right? But they're not getting that because they're genuinely not able to engage at that level. And she was talking about her boyfriend, who I met. He's awesome. He's really fucking cool guy. He loves her so much. He's like so devoted to her. He's awesome.
I love that
But
for her.
there's a problem early in but yeah, from my perspective, that's all that matters, right? Like he fucking loves and cares about her almost more than he does himself. Like fuck yeah, that's who I want, right? With
Oh
my
wait,
sister.
that's actually really interesting that you say it like that. That's all I care about. 'Cause I just thought about when it comes to when I'm engaging with people, or just, you know, friends of friends, I actually don't know if anyone's in a relationship. I don't know whose job, what jobs they have. I have no idea about any of that stuff. So it's kind of cool that you said that, because yeah, that's kind of my engagement too. It's like, yeah, oh wait, you love each other? That's dope.
That's fucking sick. And I can see it, and like, yeah, like you're like, yeah, like, and well, the problem was though at first is that she would come home and she would be like, hey, you know, this is what happened in my day, this is what I'm thinking about, this is what's going on. And she was expecting the kind of same level of engagement that she got at home and with me and with my family and with the community we're raised in and her friends. And he'd be on his phone, he'd be like trying to play Clash Royale or something while she's talking, and she's like, put that shit away. If I'm telling you something, you gotta listen. Like she's like getting pissed. She's like, are you kidding me? Because again, like that's how I feel too. I'm like, I'm telling you something and you're gonna actively flaunt the fact that you're not paying attention. Like, go fuck yourself. Again, I'm not like, oh, well, you can't be watching Twitch while you're talking to me. I'm more saying like, if you're in the moment actively demonstrating an active disinterest in what I'm saying, then I'm gonna take it as an insult. My sister did too. But what his boyfriend said in response was so interesting. He said, oh, I'm not used to this. Like he wasn't trying to offend her. He literally loves her so much. He was not trying to like do something that was insulting to her in any way. And he like worked really hard on trying to stop this. But basically he was raised in a family where they just sat in front of a TV for dinner, where their conversations were not like with each other. They were more kind of commentary on their own days, disconnected, and then in front of a TV kind of talking about what's taking place in the TV. Like it was very much not with each other. And it was just expected that when you're talking with someone about their day, that you're doing something else, like watching TV, and like that's fine. And like really listening to them wasn't expected. It was more like, okay, it's time to go in a circle and talk about what happened today, and then we're going to do so in like a common context. It wasn't a engagement where the experience of one person's day built upon another and it was listened to and integrated and thought about. And like she basically was saying, so the first thing, again, this is still the first thing. She hasn't been critical of me yet. But the first thing she was saying is that, like, in terms of the most people in the world, so this kind of goes to a wavelength thing, they have not learned how to give attention. They have not been given attention. And one of the crazy examples she gave me of this, and I actually voice recorded it because I'm like, that's fucking crazy. And I think you find it funny to hear. So let me just get this. But it's basically that, like, people haven't been given attention, and so they don't know how to give it as well. Like, they don't know how to do it. Like, it's not.
I don't know how much. To me, I'm very skeptical of that claim, because the fact that somebody hasn't been given attention, to me, thinking about the way my mom was when I was a kid, trying to extract information. How was your day?
100% determinative.
Would you say?
Well, it's not 100% determinative, but it's a type
Mm-hmm.
of attention that is different from a checklist question and answer, just to say. Like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
That is true. Yeah, you need a particular somebody is considered the not just what you said, but knows how to follow on in a conversation about stuff that you would actually consider. Because then that's how you know a person. When somebody's having a conversation, I'll give an example. Somebody's having a conversation, and I go, I give some, short, not even a vignette, just a short, crappy example of my interaction with EXC, and you go, oh, that again? And it's just you recalling information from previous talks that I've had, and then you're able to now understand sort of how I'm feeling and then appropriately respond to that. That is a particular attention that is, now you're seeing, not just what I'm saying, but sort of who I am as a person. Yeah. Integrating. I like that.
Yeah, because it's like, I'm not just being like, oh, another fact from this person about this thing. It's like, oh, I see how that shapes the underlying sense you have of this person and your dynamics, and it does raise questions. So but she's basically talking about how, so one of the ways in which parents have not given attention, one of the craziest things I didn't realize is that Botox, all these women getting Botox, they're freezing their face muscles. And so what she's explained to me, because she's a speech therapist and a psychologist, is that parents are, especially mothers who are raising kids who have Botox, they are actually unable to demonstrate to the children proper facial response and proper engagement with what's being said. They can't indicate concern or anger or pleasure or laughter. They have to force their face to do so to such a greater extent that it actually makes it harder for parents and kids to kind of connect with each other. So this is a voice message.
What? There's no way Botox is that common for that to be a prevalent issue.
No, this is 100% true. She was talking about this is something that, because again, so she deals with speech therapy for. And so a lot of her.
Oh, would you say you cut off one word?
Oh, sorry. Her job and where she works is as a speech therapist for children in Spain. And so her job is to basically connect with and understand children and, like, the dynamics of how parents are raising them. And this is actually a very common issue, is that plastic surgery and people's, like, freezing of their muscles is affecting childhood development in, like, a significant way. It's like they're having to, like, deal with, like, on the front lines with children. Yeah,
that's really surprising too, especially Spain. I've never heard of a plastic surgery epidemic in Spain, but I have no idea about anything to do with Spanish culture. So
take a listen to the audio message. I think.
Hold on. Let me put it on my browser so we can just listen to it together.
Oh, perfect.
Download. Just puts on my browser. Or it didn't put on my browser. Can I do it on my browser? I can just share screen my just open it and then share screen the thing.
Yeah. You paralyze your face muscles.
For some reason I've got some what if I don't care?
Some malware from the down.
No, I've got based on something I've downloaded previously, but it's from such a long time ago that I didn't even know I had this song or whatever. I don't even know who this artist is anymore. What the fuck is this? You would have to tell me.
But why is it? What's that? Refresh. It's just gray for some reason to me. It's just
really?
like the gray loading. Yep.
Wait, can you hear what I'm playing?
No. I turned off my VPN too. It's not.
Hold on. Let me just restart the stream then. See if that does anything. Because if not, I can just do the entire screen actually.
Perfect. Yeah, that works.
Can you hear? If if I go this.
Yeah. You paralyze your face muscles.
You hear that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna take a piss. We can listen to it. Hold on, baby.
Perfect. Me too. Hello.
I'm back. All right, do this.
Yes.
Are you here?
Yes, I know.
Nice.
Yeah. You paralyze your face muscles having Botox, and then kids are no longer going to be able to understand social facial cues because all their parents are temporarily. It's like botulism. It's like I don't know that's Botox. That's what it stands for. And so they ingest it in their forehead, and so they can never make like angry lines. So kids don't know how to like deal with their emotions later on,
right? Because
like they are never learned how to express that because it looks like their parents never feel that emotion.
That's crazy to think about. What the fuck? Right. Sorry, that blows my mind because I know there's a friend of mine that
Oh, there's a friend of yours? Fuck, I'm not gonna get that information. Fuck.
It's stealth. It's stealth. I've talked to Stealth a lot about this, how it's like affected childhood development to have children constantly looking at phones and not each other in like a visual
Oh,
way.
your mic is kind of fucked up though. Hold on.
Oh. Wait, let me see if I can. Okay, is it a little better?
Oh yeah, it was just for that part of the conversation. You're fine.
Okay. Like it's stealthy. It's just that he and I've been talking for a long time about how children, because they're engaging with each other socially over computers and phones, don't develop a set of understandings of, oh, I'm hurting this person. Like there was a book I read about the way that like media has technology has affected conversation by this author Sherry Turkle, and she describes how like there have been studies done about how children have a harder time intuiting when they're hurting their classmates. They're more willing to cause more pain because they don't understand the sort of subtle cues of, oh, I'm really hurting this person. I'm really fucking with them emotionally. Like I'm actually hurting them in a real way. They're not understanding that because they haven't like had the same level of socialization process where they learn boundaries and they learn like what is like okay and not okay to say and like what actually hurts doesn't, because they're interfacing so much with screens and computers and stuff. And so, but like, this is the thing though, right? Is like the second level of this where she's critical of me, and she's not just like, oh yeah, well we were raised different, and and is that okay? In real life, like she was telling me, she knows I'm very internet like focused and stuff. She's like, in real life, she's like, people aren't always, for various reasons, able to engage in the way you might want them to. So first is that a lot of the small talk stuff is basically building rapport where they feel, oh, this is a person I would want to engage with. There's a lot of feeling out that takes place in real life where you have to kind of play a lot of games to get close to people to then have these engagements. And she says that what the internet has allowed me to do, and what she thinks is like problematic, is that it's kind of created and the way internet relationships are so different is that you can be so immediately like connected to the person. You can reveal so much about yourself, be so
I was thinking about this.
like direct and honest with them in ways that are not true in real life. And she kind of describes this as love bombing, where like love bombing is this process where you become like enraptured with someone and get so close to them because, oh, I love you so much, you're the best person ever and stuff. But in this context, it's more like the quickness of connection makes it, combined with the fact that we were kind of raised in an environment where attention was given, considered, thought out. The fact of, okay, now in real life, attention is not given in that way. And you have to go through a process of experiencing attention not being given this way, play these social nicety games. But you also have to do another thing, which is estimate how much energy do they have for this conversation? What's going on in their life? What other things do they have to do in the day that just aren't the case as much on the internet? Like people who are internet denizens or whatever it is, they fucking
Denizens, I like that.
they're
Netizens.
fucking or denizens. I don't know. Like you know what I mean? It's
Net,
one of those.
like internet, and
Or
then
yeah,
isms.
netizens, exactly.
Yeah.
Netizens. I like that. Yes, netizens. Yes, internet netizens in a position where they're going to be on for a long time. You can expect that, and that's just not the case in real life. And she was saying that like there is this like she sees a problem for me in that if I'm expecting a certain level of attention to be given to me in real life, it's not going to happen for the most part until I get to know a person in a way where I'm just accepting that for a while, it's not going to give that depth. It's not going to give that level of conversation and alignment. And then further, my standards have been shifted because online, it's so easy to connect to people. It's so easy to get this higher level of attention. People are so much more willing to fully engage and indulge with you. And it creates almost an unrealistic conversational expectation. And she's like, you know, it's tough. It's not like something she's like, oh, well, therefore, you know, like get off the internet and suck it up and stuff. She's just more kind of acknowledging that in my situation, it's probably going to be harder than what she went through because I have this other extra level, like beyond, oh, I have an expectation of attention that's not being fulfilled. Like, you know, that's a problem I reach even on the internet. Like my expectations of attentional reciprocity are very high even on the internet. And then applying those standards to real life, plus understanding that in real life, people are not always going to want to engage at the depth I want, and that they're not always going to be willing to open up in the way that I want, that is going to create a really difficult social landscape for connecting people.
That's so interesting. That for me, I was thinking these same thoughts, but it was more of I think there's a particular selection bias on the internet where there are so many barriers that there are so many things that can be assumed in the conversations that I'm having with the people that I'm having because look at all the people that I interact with. There is just so many things in common that we come from. If I make a joke about that down, somebody dies and I go that down, you really you know what?
Me and Demons are both laughing.
Exactly, you guys are howling, and there is we come from a very hyper specific culture, and it's so you don't it cuts off so much fat from the meat.
Yeah.
And it makes it so easy to communicate where it's we already know a lot of these inside jokes, so we can joke with each other very easily. And inside jokes are the funniest jokes. And so
they are, yeah.
You already have an entrance to humor opens people up, and so you can open each other a lot just through humor, but also you're all gathering around a shared interest in a lot of these Discord servers, and
already.
You can easily instigate conversation to do with the particular things that now this is not with everyone. I mean, I couldn't imagine being in a conversation with, you know, Pancham and Zombie Live and Fireem all complaining about bugs, like, or whatever the fuck they talk about these days.
Yeah.
Probably would want to blow my brains out. Being in that Discord, but it's just the case that we also have similar adjacent because we're all zombie players, and we're not just zombie players though. We're not talking about the fucking Easter egg. We're not talking about dumb story stuff. We're talking about the high rounds, which require some level of analysis of, you know, our SPH, you know, what strat's gonna be the fastest strat, some level of, you know, nerding out about something. And so our analysis of other things and our engagement with other things are also going to be very nerdy, so it's very easy to get in a conversation with someone that's also very passionate about another
100%.
particular thing. And so many barriers have just been knocked down there, and in real life it's just
create that unrealistic expectation then? Like, isn't that
exactly.
It's kind of, to me, I see so much like parallels to what she's saying with like the porn brain stuff, where it's like there's just this seamless access to pleasure at your fingertips in terms of conversation that is not present. And it makes sense. Like in real life, I'm not revealing my full self as much. Like I'm more guarded. I am more reserved. I'm not as willing to open up, especially about sensitive topics that I think are perhaps controversial, because I know there is a kind of social kind of blowback. Now, that's not to say that I don't. I'm fucking very argumentative, and I'm like debating people adults at dinner when I'm fucking 14 in front of my parents and friends and stuff. Like I'm
Mhm.
very open, I think, relative to most people. But even then, I still do hold a lot back in real life because you just have to for so many reasons. And another thing is that like Kate, like the amount that people are expecting a conversation to last, it varies so much in real life. Whereas online, if you're both online and you're both going to be playing a game, especially a game like Zombies for a long period of time, you can have a sense that, oh yeah, let this person cook because this conversation is long. Like I'll get to
Mhm.
say this other thing, I think, because it's going to be it's not going to be a short engagement. Like there's no pressure to kind of rush through things and like not listen to them and like get your point across because you have a long engagement, like it creates unrealistic, in the kind of same way porn creates unrealistic beauty standards, it does kind of create unrealistic conversational expectations, and that can lead to dismissing people early when you should actually let them kind of like get used to you and and open up to you and kind of become accommodated to you. But again, the first problem of people are not as good at giving attention. They do not have the experience in terms of being raised or in terms of most of the time of feeling heard and expected to justify their opinion, and really like people actually do care what you have to say, so you have to say something meaningful. Like that's just not the experience of most people. So it's even tougher when you
I
have
want
that
to see that
expectation of other
quantified.
people.
I'm so skeptical of that. It,
That people
somebody
can't give
hasn't.
attention.
Yeah, but not the given attention part. Okay, that's not really that surprising to me. It's what it's due to. The fact that it's due to them themselves not actually being spoken to, their soul not being spoken to. Wow, that's crazy. And also, but I just started thinking about the relationship with my mom. My mom probably never gets to talk about very particular things with other people apart from me because I just dig so many different things out of her when we're arguing. Because I'm thinking, how the fuck do you stand me? Arguing with you? How the fuck? Because she's one of the people that presents herself as, oh, we can't have arguments, this is bad.
Right.
And then it's like, oh yeah, let's do something together. What the where is this coming from? Because it's just going to turn into an argument.
Right.
So very also don't like short caveat here, but I don't like how people I'm very argumentative. And I hate having to play this word game where I go, oh no, we're not arguing, we're having a debate.
Oh, I know.
We're having a discussion. What the fuck? Where people have an aversion to argument, because I think arguments are, if they're done properly, where you have two people that are actually, to a degree, considering each other.
Yeah.
That's really fun. I really do enjoy that. It's really
It's really fun.
unfun to it's really unfun to be in a conversation and go, oh, I can't go there because that's going to cause conflict. Yeah, conflict is good because you get to reinforce ideas, and when you get embarrassed, at least for me, it's oh, that's really uncomfortable, but it's the level of discomfort that I can handle, so I can come back and pivot from this, embarrassment. That's how I see an argument. And
Well, that's another problem, is that on the internet, it's so different. Like your expectations of like, well, what does it mean to have a disagreement with this person on the internet? Well, the stakes are kind of low a lot of the time. The stakes are low in terms of like how it affects your life. Like if you're in the village mindset though, and you're having an argument with people, like that could be the person who's like deciding, like not like, oh, she lives on a fucking farm or something, but I mean like that could be the village elder that like decides a lot of like how other people view you. If you're arguing with them, like that could have actual implications for your life in ways that are like dangerous in some way. You know what I mean? So like it's not, to me it's kind of
But it's
interesting
not
where
like that. It really isn't
no,
like
I
that. I
know it's
think
not.
for a lot of people, it's a lot of these really petty, oh, my neighbor's gonna think really poorly of me. The fuck? Or it's
Right.
there was this cake making competition, and none of my aunties even wanted to attempt making a cake, and it was really interesting to hear because the reasons just ended up being, it was just embarrassing for them. And maybe that's a language barrier thing, but because sometimes just giving short, snappy answers when you can't,
Sure, yeah.
subtly describe why, but it at least had something to do with just being really embarrassed and sort of the perception. I'm going, you live in a fucking village and you care about, the perception of how cool your cake is. What the fuck? Like, this is so petty and childish. Who the fuck gives a shit? and I find it to a lot of that, a lot of it to just be really, it's not the whole village, like, oh, the village elder's gonna fuck me over. No, it's I'm gonna have my, it's I had this with EXE where EXE doesn't want to be seen a particular way, and I go, it's really interesting because nobody gives a fuck about that. And I also feel very anxious, but I feel I don't feel his anxiety where he feels it. He goes into a place and he feels it all throughout. I'm more of I have just severe anxiety to begin engaging with something, and then once I begin engaging, I'm very able to be very provocative, and sometimes I'm provocative because I am anxious, and it just makes me feel so much better when I just say something that is, whoa, okay, that's probably made somebody feel maybe not uncomfortable, but it just changed the dynamic of the conversation. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
like, yeah.
No, that's so important. That's so important. But again, it's like, think about what that requires of you to do. So first thing is you're thinking, what is this person saying? Second thing you're thinking is, well, what are areas that might be kind of interesting and challenging to what they're saying? How can I then frame this in a way that is almost polemical, that is like, meant to kind of get a rise out of them so that they have to kind of to show their passion? Okay, you're operating at a pretty advanced level of attention giving. Okay, most people aren't thinking, or even like normally thinking, those set of things of the other person. They're like, man, that sucks. I had a kind of similar problem to what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
They're thinking, right? They're not. So I think that's kind of the different wavelength thing that I was trying to get at. Is like, it like that. There is a different wavelength, and it could be nature, nurture, whatever. But like, it just, I think it's the case that some people like us that do have that level of attention to give, like, you're trying to get a rise out of that person because you feel like unless they care, they're not going to really fully engage and think about what they're saying and really really care enough to put thought into it, right? Like, you're already noticing before that they do that they're not putting enough thought in. Like, you're thinking that they should put more thought into their thoughts before they do. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're giving more attention to their thoughts than they are to their own thoughts.
Yeah, really sad to think about. Yeah, probably true.
Right. So like that's a different wavelength thing. Like when you're asking, like, is it just like, yeah, it is you, but it's also that there's a wavelength that exists that is honestly very unfortunate that we're forced to confront, if that makes
Mhm.
sense. Like, it's not just that, oh, there's a different wavelength. It's like, yeah, and it's not great that other people struggle in the way
Mhm.
that they do.
For me, when the dynamics that you're describing, that's me. That's how I feel with me and a lot of people, especially my cousin. That was the example I was using of somebody my age. But with her friends, it was not. I'm gonna use a different word for this. Not wavelength, but it was just, you engage with the world so differently that I don't even know how to engage with you. It's, you like engaging with alcohol, and you like going to parties, and I think at one point we were suggesting what to do, and I was going like, oh, I really want to climb this mountain. This is so fucking cool. There's a fat mountain here. Let's do that. And
Let's
I
get that
got politely
fucking conquer.
dismissed. Was, oh, the only way I'm going there is if I'm bringing drinks. It's just it's funny because that's the perfect thing to say for
It is, yeah.
for it's the perfect thing to say. No, right? No, other people that want to dismiss me, you should say that because it's the perfect thing to just not just shut me specifically down because I don't care about alcohol. I wouldn't. That's not the way I'm enjoying a particular engagement, which is getting on a
Bender.
Getting high off of, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, drunk on alcohol. It's not how I engage with things. For me, it's, I'm speedrunning up this fucking mountain. I want to see.
Yeah, and the person is telling you, they're like, yeah, the only way I can enjoy things is if I have alcohol, and you're like, God damn it! Like, this is bad in a lot of ways, on multiple levels, not just in this one conversation. It says a lot about who they are in like a broader sense, like,
and what their hobbies are, and it was, and of course I'm going, and I just go, oh, it just kind of sucks that you're an alcoholic. You know, I'm just making that. I'm making that joke, and it's no, I'm not an alcoholic. You know, I only do this in the summer. I'm really studying hard, and I'm really studying hard when, you know, when I'm not back at home and I'm at university, and I go, that's fucking cool. So when you're really busy and you don't have time for alcohol, you're not doing alcohol. So you're telling me is that, yeah, only in your when you actually get free time and you're able to do it.
Right, when you have your choice of what you're doing, you're
Yeah,
choosing
exactly. Yeah,
alcohol.
you choose alcohol. Yeah, and
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah.
mhm. And also, I think I engaged that really differently, because when you said, "Oh, they've when they were showing the video of two girls kissing, they may have been into me." Honestly, I can't tell those things. I don't interact with women too much, so I have no
But you
idea.
can see why I would think that, right? Because it's like,
Mhm.
no, like I actually am a sexually open person that is down with this shit, and like I'm not like conservative in the way that like you would think I might be based on the kind of place that I'm in, and it's like no, hey,
Mhm.
like I'm actually like you know what I mean? Like that is something that people I've seen, especially in like girls who are like coming from like Christian or Catholic backgrounds. They're like, no, like I'm actually kind of freaky. Like you don't like check this. I'm a little like, you
So
know, they have to like
interesting.
play that up to like really
Mhm.
emphasize like no. You might think based on like my family or something that you couldn't, but like I want to fuck. Like I
So
I
interesting.
wanna
Because I think last year, I think my cousin was telling my uncle that either one of them or I was hanging out with two of them, and either one of them or both of them liked me. But the thing is, I was approaching the I was approaching the whole, like, I'm meeting people. It's like, whoa, I'm meeting people my age. I'm just so, for me, it's I'm not, I don't even have friends my age over here. For me, it's I want to see how, you know, it's like, what do you guys do for fun?
yeah,
For me, it's
anthropology
not.
time.
Yeah, what would you guys do for fun? You know, let's do something. I'm trying to just make friends. That's why I'm just trying to have people that are my age to talk to. I'm not really concerned with, you know. So I'm only here for a month. I'm not trying to do stuff. That's
Settle
just not the
down.
way. Yeah, settle
Start a
down.
nice Slovakian family.
Yeah, it's not. This is not the wavelength I'm thinking of, or, you know, do, you know, like, quick date or whatever. It's just not my wavelength. It's well, not wavelength, but not my attitude to, you know, the way I interact with people. For me, it's and maybe it's just what I'm attracted to, because my uncle always asks me, you know, what are you interested in, you know, in terms of, you know, women or whatever, or
They're
like, oh,
trying to
are you
assess if
interested?
you're gay or not. They're trying to figure out if you're gay or not.
Right. It's, you know, are you interested in her? Oh, look at her ass. And I'm just going, I just don't care. I really just don't care. And I come off as so gay, and I know it. I know I come off as
Really?
so gay.
That's funny. I don't see that, but that's funny.
Um,
Just to
yeah,
them
that's
though,
it.
like it's in those cultures, like if you're like not like actively like almost ogling women and saying how hot women are, it's
Mhm.
like that's kind of gay to not be.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
think
I know
that
what you're
I come
saying,
off as
but yeah,
gay to them. So
yeah.
and I
So
don't,
funny.
to me, I don't care about playing up anything. So I will play. I will sometimes play up. In the way that you can construct things in the language, you can construct it as if you're being a woman. So you're just coming off as really camp. And I'll play with things like that, because to me it's really funny. I really don't care about what these people think about me. When it comes to sexuality, because
Yeah, yeah.
they're fine with, you know, my other cousin, her older sister, she's lesbian. She has a lesbian partner, so I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't.
Well, okay, it's kind of complicated in that region. So, like, you know, I know not that every Slavic country is the same, and not that every traditional country
Mhm.
is the same. But for example, in Belarus, like I have a decent sense, especially about, you know, the view of gay people in these various countries. But one of the things that like the Belarusian dictator said was that they're like basically, to the extent that there are lesbians, it's men's fault, and that there are no gay people in Belarus, kind
Mhm.
of thing. Like there are lesbians, that's okay, because it's like men suck sometimes, and then women like, but the idea of being attracted to a man is like a different level. Like it's not the same for a woman to be a lesbian as it is for a guy to be
Mhm.
like bi. That's like a different, like a complete, like it's like more allowed for women to do it and explore this stuff than it is for men to, I think, is my sense for these cultures.
With my uncle, is just he's completely off the norm in terms of, like, he just doesn't give a fuck.
That's sick. I love that.
Really just doesn't give a
Your uncle sounds
super.
like the most like you, honestly. He sounds like the most like you of all of the people.
That's
described.
funny.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah, probably is the most like me of all my family, which is probably why we're the closest. But he is yeah, you just if you are a particular way, that's just how people are. You just leave them the fuck alone. You don't you don't you don't
which
interfere
I
with
don't
that.
think you're
And
like that. I think you're actually different. I think that's a difference for you, and I think that that's like a
that
practical thing that a person in a traditional kind of society would develop. It's like it's just not worth me constantly interrogating this. If everyone has this, it's like they do their thing, I'll do my thing. But I think
mhm.
for you, you're different, and that you're like, well, actually, why? Like, why is it that you have this sense of what should be done, or why are you even not like why are you not
And
like the other
yeah,
people? Like you're
that,
curious about
that's
that.
a
Like
really
that is
subtle catch. And yeah, no, I completely identify that too, where he is a lot more, yeah, this is how somebody else wants to do it. I'm not going to judge them for what they want to do. But yeah, we will sometimes make gay jokes. Not, I don't mean gay jokes in terms of we're mocking gay people, in terms of like, oh yeah, wow, this dog just touched my dick. This dog is pretty gay.
pretty good. Yeah, that's
Right.
classic. That's classic. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's like a
we
Julian
can,
army like kind of meme. Like
but we can. I feel comfortable enough to. I mean, I'll feel comfortable around anyone to do this, or at least most people. But comfortable enough to play around with. Well, I could be gay, or at least I don't know, to his perception could be gay, and
right,
that's not something that's coming out where he's going, "Oh, you're gay now. You're gay now." He's
right.
not saying I'm gay. He's
It's the
not.
side eye. He's like, hmm. He's like, wait, hmm. Like, hold on. It's kind of like right, like the like you're like
He
it kind of playing it up, and he's like, yo, what? Like he's like, wait a minute.
no,
Like,
no. He's
oh,
just. That's just a joke within what I just said, in terms of the dog was doing gay shit. That
right.
isn't He doesn't now think I'm gay. I
Oh,
don't think
right. Of
he's
course,
ever
of course.
said
Yeah.
he's never said anything of, oh, look at that guy there. No, he's never made that.
Right.
He
Oh,
still.
that's okay. That's what I would. Okay, so that something just clicked for me. Like that's what the difference is between your uncle and your mom. Like the idea of making a gay joke for your mom would imply this underlying connection and knowledge to what being gay is. Like knowing about drugs would imply almost a degeneracy that exists. Even just the knowledge of it is guilty. But your uncle, he's much more willing to be like, oh, like that's funny. Like but I'm not gonna like categorize you, put you in boxes, or judge you in ways, or like assume that you would me based on this kind of like set of conversations, right? Like you're
Mhm,
open to kind of be and develop and kind of like conversate without the sense of like, oh, even knowing about things could be judgmental. Like that's a huge difference, I think,
mhm.
between
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, you completely diagnosed my mom correctly, because she was saying, why are you defending this stuff? You don't even
what does that
use
mean about you?
drugs. Why are you defending this, as if the truth is not a good enough reason for me to defend people doing a particular thing. Because if the truth is that doing it in moderate doses is fine and is much better than alcohol, then yeah, of course I'm gonna say, yeah, you're being hypocritical. The things that you allow in other particular friend groups that you never judge and you never see as even negative to be associating with, yeah, that the truth is enough for me, not the fact that I use it so I need to defend
So
it. And
well
the
said.
fact that she even saw it like that, I didn't even have a
So well said.
response. It was just, I was just so jaw dropped at her not even being able to consider that fact.
Yeah, that's so
um
interesting. It's like whereas for her, the question is, why are you having these thoughts? What does that mean about your real thoughts? For you, your question is, how have you not questioned your own thoughts? How have you not how have you clearly not even asked these questions of yourself? How are you speaking in a way that implies that you've never even considered these things? Whereas, like, so it's like it's almost for you, you're like the almost proud ignorance to you is way more shocking and indicting than a person exploring a maybe controversial area. Like that indicate the second thing indicates to you like a curiosity and willingness and thoughtfulness. Whereas the first is like, holy shit, like, are you not even thinking about your own thoughts? Like, like what the fuck? Like, that's way crazier, right? Like when you're saying your jaw's dropped, it's like it's so interesting how you're both judging each other for as having this kind of underlying character potentially, but yours is, well, you seem to have this character of not considering what's being said or what like the social norms are, and hers is you seem to be considering this almost too much. You seem to be like, what does it mean? How are you guilty for considering this too much? You know what I mean?
mhm, yeah.
Like that's so interesting because that's opposite, right? Like that's literally the mother, which that's the main figure in your life, right? Your mother's much more in your life than Nigerian dad. My sense is he's not really in your life very much.
Yeah, I haven't seen him since I was 5. and
Yeah,
I've
that's what I
never
thought.
I've never inquired about him. I have no idea what the fuck he's doing.
Dude, you don't want to find your real self. You don't want to find your real father and connect with him and
My real father, yeah.
right? Isn't that so funny? Like what we were saying before, like, don't you want to find your true self? You're hidden underneath Nigeria. Like,
Mhm.
obviously, it's interesting to learn. It would be interesting to learn about, but you're not like, wow, Dad, finally, we're together. my
Yeah, I couldn't
my
give a
true father.
yeah. That to me is just, oh, I'm judging you who you are as a person as if I was talking to somebody on Discord. You know, if you're not what, and that's what I did with my family too, because I hadn't seen them in so long. It's I'm judging you to see if you're worthy, if it's worthy for me to engage with you, because if
Worth
it's
it for me
not,
to give you attention, right?
exactly. Mm-hmm.
Dude, I'm telling
Not.
you, my sister fucking nailed it, dude. Like I was like, oh fuck, like, because it just makes so much sense so that she would see this because so many kids are being raised on the internet. They're communicating and understanding and like creating themselves on the internet. So it just makes so much sense that that would affect like the ability of people on a practical level to like give each other attention. If they're just not learning to do so, if the standard is you don't give people attention, like for the most part, um, it just makes sense that they wouldn't know how to do it themselves. And that like in real life, people are just, I mean, like as you're saying, like for us, it's like, okay, the internet makes it so that we're more demanding of giving
Mm-hmm.
attention. But it's also the case that in that context, we then judge signals of people not giving enough attention as like an indictment of them, meaning that it's harder to connect with them. So even though we're better at connecting with other people like us, we're like way worse at connecting with people that aren't like us. Even if there is potential for them to have these kind of deep engagements, maybe we just can't see it, and it's
Maybe.
not practical for us to try because there's just so much layers of fat to cut through before it even starts.
Mm-hmm. For me. There's I guess a point of confusion I have, which is
Okay.
for people that use the internet like us netizens,
Net-
we have this demand of of attention or a particular way of engaging with each other, and that's something that you develop because the internet allows you to get a particular insight into somebody and then get a particular sort of attention based on this insight on a person.
Yes.
And but from what I remember you saying was there are kids that are really bad at engaging with other kids when it comes
In
to,
real
let's
life.
say, yeah, in real life, when they push a little bit too hard and they
Yes.
don't even realize from expressions that they're pushing too much on somebody. And for me,
Yes.
for me, when it comes to now, I don't know, because the way we engage with the internet is very different from the way kids are engaging with the internet. They're not using Discord or other messaging apps to talk to each other. And so they're engaging with probably, what kids are watching these days, YouTube shorts. I've seen my sister do that a lot, so I'm just going to use her as a template where you're watching, very short form content, and I can see how that leads to the lack of ability to tell. Or I could potentially see, because a lot of the times it's like you're not watching somebody talk. Sometimes it's somebody telling you a concept or a storyline of something, and so there are images flashing on the screen. It's not somebody talking. No, that's not always the case. A lot of the time it is just somebody, you can see somebody's face talking. But it's the case that it feels like two very different people are being made here, which is one, the other
Yes.
part, the kid is completely unable to tell, when something is enough. They're unable to, I guess, simulate somebody else.
Yes.
And that inability really won't make you somebody that's good at, conversating to, a deeper level. But, people that use the
Out
internet like,
outside of the internet.
mhm,
So that like that the whole idea here is not that well people still have this capacity sometimes in certain contexts where they're able to kind of be in a virtual environment where they can assume other people are going to engage on this level. It's more that people are being de-skilled in terms of engaging in real life, and then they're retreating to the internet as a means of fixing this problem of not being able to give attention and receive attention and have shared interests. Like the internet does it so effectively and quickly that people are being de-skilled in terms of their ability to do it in real life. So my sister isn't like saying like, oh, there's two people being created. It's more like we're having one person being created who, like, it's not that everyone on the internet is having these deep conversations or interesting engagements. It's just that relative to real life, for a lot of people, you can have what it seems like a deeper engagement, especially if you're super lonely, especially if you don't have a lot of people in real life. You can, be in a Discord and listen to other people talk and feel like you're involved. And that's like enough for a lot of people. And then what that means is simultaneously, they're not developing these skills online, but then they're also not able to engage people in real life. But then for people like us who do value deep engagement and conversation, it's the same problem where we now have an internet-based expectation of what real life should be that isn't like practical in a serious sense. In a serious sense, it's not practical to assume people can engage with this depth instantly in the way that internet is. You know what I mean? Like it's not. So we're having our expectations change that are affecting our ability to engage in real life, which doesn't mean that we're not able to engage in depth. We do that on the internet. It's just that we find a lack of satisfaction of doing it in real life that really is a byproduct of other people struggling to have deep engagements in general and then struggling even more with it in real life. Do you know what I mean? Like we're interacting with the people who, as kids, pushed things a little too far, didn't really fully pay attention. Like they fucking, made fun of a kid and like went on their phone and didn't notice he was crying and didn't fucking care. And like this bleeds into like future relationships. And this bleeds into like our ability to connect with each other in the future in real life. Like this makes like,
I don't know if the same people that are having the, the level of, engagement on like a high level of engagement on the internet and then come to the real world and then just have, they're just really unempathetic. That's really hard for me to believe. It feels like that's
this video. Let's watch this Sherry Turkle video. I think it's really good. She talks about the crisis of empathy as a relation of technology. She's a really interesting sociologist. Talks about her whole book is Reclaiming Conversation, the Power of Talking. Her book before that was called Alone Together, Why We Expect Technology, More from Technology and Less from Each Other. And then in 1995, she wrote a book called The Life on the Screen. And in 1984, she wrote a book called Second Self, talking about digital self-creation in the future. 1984, crazy. And then in
yeah, I love how you said that. 1984, crazy. That is fairly long time ago.
Simulating a digital self and self-creation in the 80s before even like the major anyway. Boom.
Okay,
it's a little quick.
My name is Sherry Turkle and I study technology and culture. And my big idea is that we face a crisis in empathy.
I love how that vignette was so short and poignant. It's just an appreciation of somebody that succinct people. That was cool.
And that we can cure it with conversation. These days, we readily admit that in business and in love, we would often rather text or message or send an email than talk face to face. Why? We can control our time, we can multitask, and we can have the feeling that we're getting things right. And it all adds up to a flight from conversation, at least from the kinds of conversation that's open-ended and spontaneous, the kinds of conversation in which we play with ideas, in which we allow ourselves to be fully present and fully vulnerable. Yet those are exactly the kinds of conversations in which empathy flourishes and intimacy flourishes. Distracted at our dinner tables and our living rooms, at our business meetings and in our classrooms, we find traces of a new silent spring, which is the term that Rachel Carson coined when we were ready to see that with technological change had come an assault on our environment. Now we've arrived at another moment of recognition. But this time, technology is implicated in an assault on empathy. Research shows that even a silent phone on a lunch table between two people causes them to share less with each other. In another experiment, the very presence of a phone on the periphery of a landscape, kind of in the periphery of your vision, leaves people feeling less connected to each other, less interested in each other, less empathic toward each other. So it's not surprising that in the past 20 years, we've seen a 40% decline in the markers for empathy among college students. But we're resilient. The human spirit is resilient. In one study, in only 5 days at a summer camp with no devices, with no electronic devices, children begin to relearn the ability to identify with the feelings of others. How do they do that? They talk to each other. Face-to-face conversation is the most human and the most humanizing thing that we do. So this isn't about giving up our phones, it's about using them mindfully. And when we do, conversation is there to reclaim, for the failing connections of our digital age, it's the talking cure. Thank you.
She has another video, or there's another video of her talking?
She is one of my favorite people. She's just the best. But yeah, I mean, but okay, so for one interesting example with the phone thing. So my sister and her friends, maybe 6 years ago, when she was in high school, would do trivia night at
Mhm.
a pizzeria. And I was like so confused. I was like, trivia? Why are we doing trivia? Like that doesn't match what my sense is of my sister's friends. Like she's not watching a lot of movies and TV shows, which was kind of most of what the was about. So like, why is she? And the thing that she told me was that, well, in trivia, you can't take out your phone. So one of the rules in trivia is you are not allowed to have a phone
Mhm.
in your hand or on the table at any point in time.
That's
That
awesome.
that that because if you had that, I mean, you could just know the answer, right? Like it obviously undermines the
Obviously.
point of trivia, right? But what she was telling me in that moment was, well, like I'm not actually concerned as much with the fact of trivia. It's that we are meeting in a place where the social rules demand that we have no phone. And that was creating valuable connections with each other, and that they like almost like behind their own backs, almost like behind without them thinking of this, they were automatically trying to figure out a way to find a place where we are all going to not have our phones as a matter of rule. They were like trying to seek that out. Isn't that fascinating? That like there's a level of people recognize that, and that they're actively pursuing social context which that creates.
I thought people would be more like that. Um, um, maybe it's the particular spaces that I inhabit, but I have heard there was this one ASMR not an ASMR viewer, but she got in
You
my
watch ASMR, you
recommended because she
fucking
was
freak. Holy
what'd you
fuck,
say?
you fucking freak. You're watching ASMR,
Yeah,
you fucking
ASMR.
freak. How do you know anything about ASMR, you fucking weirdo? Like,
She got
fucking
in my
sexual
recommended
pervert?
because she was some like she had a cross. Oh, it's because I think she was playing Mario Kart Wii, so she had a cross between being a gamer but also um doing ASMR. And she did her video was mainly ASMR, but she did a Mario Kart video where she was
Okay.
just where she was I really like this game and I really want to show it to you, so I'm gonna do a really out of character video where it's still, but I'm still trying to incorporate the ASMR part, so I'm still doing this like weird whisper voice, and it was really funny. Yeah, it was short tangent before I get to the main point, but she was one of those fans of she obviously engages to some extent with the competitive community in terms of watches it, but she in terms of the particular combos that she uses while also, oh, I know this shortcut by the way, but I'm not even good enough to do it, I'm not really that good. She's very aware of the limit of or where the skill is, and what the meta is and what shortcuts exist. And I was thinking, oh wow, that's actually really cool, because it just reminds me of talking to Calvin for the first time, where is this fan that's been in the background where he knows about all
Yeah.
these different things, but he's not somebody that's he's not a streamer of the game, he's not a player of the game. It's like, what? All this stuff, that's so cool. I love, and he's still like that too, kind of, where he's really play the game as far as I know. But he's making memes about well, he's way more into it
Yeah.
now than he was. He's part of the community now, I'd say.
Yeah, of
But
course.
before, he was more of a fan that it's like, oh yeah, I kind of know about this stuff. But she did this. She was playing Mario Kart Wii with her. She brought her sister, and her sister gets on the phone, and immediately she goes, "Get off the phone," because she was trying to show a picture of the dog. And
Yeah.
she was saying, "Get off the phone. This is just meant to be us playing the video game. Get the fuck off the phone." And it was really funny because that's not even really in my circle. That's just a really random video that I got recommended. But I see that there is a particular engagement with phones from the people that I watch, where it's, we need to remove these phones
Yes.
from our um, from our from our vicinity. We can't have these phones anywhere.
Even proximal, even nearby.
Exactly.
Which is what she says. I mean, literally, there's an instant reduction in conversation and attention heard when there's phones just around.
That's really surprising to me. I'm kind of skeptical on that. I'm really surprised on how that would
But doesn't
do
it
it.
match what you just said about how people are like, get off the phone? Like that's literally, and then like, yeah, my sister had the context and stuff, and like, like this is like, it just, to me, it makes sense that people would feel unobserved and unpaid attention to if you're demonstrating a split of attention. Like one of the things she talks about in the
True.
book is that it's also the possibility of phone, like it's also like the possibility of phone having notifications that then automatically pull attention. It's like you're talking to someone, their
Oh,
phone goes
that's
off, they pick
true.
up the phone.
Yeah.
It feels like they were just waiting to not like the whole time they weren't listening almost.
Mhm.
That was just, oh well, oh now they can tune out because they have an excuse, but the whole
Mhm.
time they almost weren't listening. So there's also a level at which parents often are like, oh, kids are always on their phones, but like they're literally on their phones constantly in the car talking to other people, like they're, you know, like waiting and like texting on apps and stuff, and they're like, hey guys, pay attention, you know, like they themselves aren't. So it like the children are also learning to model a type of behavior based on what the parents are doing, not what the parents are saying. Like the parents might say, oh, the kids need to get off their phones, but they're saying this to each other on Facebook Messenger.
True.
Like, so it's this dual thing of like, well, everybody's doing this,
Hypocrisy.
and then also some kids are being fucking demonized about it, and then everyone's learning that, okay, well, if everyone does this, like this is what you do, and then everyone's kind of like, oh fuck, I don't feel attended to, I feel like I don't. So then they're trying to find ways of like
How common do
creating
you think this
situations.
is? Because in the circles that I know about, it's this Jonathan Haidt guy is known about, and they're at least aware
Oh
of
yeah,
some of his work, the Anxious Generation. So
yeah.
they are acutely aware of, okay, yeah, we see what it's doing to kids. We can also, I also see it. I, as in like the person that's speaking, see it in
Yeah.
their in their social circles, so they're able to apply. Oh, it's not just the kids, it's we're kind of getting fucked on the whole technology stuff too, and
100%.
so they try and disengage from phones. But the thing is, I just I don't know how, because I'm very in. There's obviously a selection bias going on in terms of the people I talk to and the things that they care about. They would particularly care about social interaction and it being really dull. But I don't know if the average person really cares, because for me it was, wow, TikTok. I can't. That must be Gen Alphas. There's no way people my age are
Yeah.
using TikTok, because I don't use TikTok.
Surprise,
I
surprise.
I have an extension that blocks YouTube Shorts. I don't want to be watching short form content. I want to be I just want to put something long form in the background and then go from there. And like, I don't watch YouTube, but
Right.
even when I'm watching watching something, it is, you know, I've been watching this tournament series that they upload one a day. Sometimes like 10-minute video. Sometimes it's, you know, goes up to 40 minutes, where it's an older generation of Pokemon. They're doing a tournament, and they upload it. They upload a match every day, and so I watch that. I speed it up, obviously. And that's the way I engage with YouTube. It's usually somebody saying something insightful or semi-insightful about a topic that may interest me, or just watching, you know, a competitive video game. That's my YouTube diet. Usually very long form content. So I get I don't know if this ever happens to you, but when you click on a meme and then your YouTube recommended gets turned into 2-minute videos. And then you have to go on your YouTube history and delete all those 2-minute videos, because now you're just getting recommended free 2-minute videos, and it's, no, I only want music to be that short when it gets recommended to me. I don't want weird memes to be recommended to me, because that you'll click on one meme and then you won't get anything out of it. Maybe a quick laugh, and it's enough for you to click on the next video, and then you just get stuck in a cycle. And yeah, fuck that. You definitely don't want to be a part of that cycle. But
Definitely.
seeing other people, at least in Slovakia, and this is also a really small sample size, but other people just, and it must be true to some extent, because it's really big. TikTok is really big, and a lot of trends are coming from TikTok, and so it's really surprising. It's like, you don't care about this. You don't care about being stuck in a loop scroll, where I remove all scrolling apps from my phone, apart from YouTube. Because I'm really surprised people are not conscientious
I have
about this.
BlockTube even. Like I have the BlockTube extension that auto blocks like YouTube Shorts and like all that shit. Like I'm like, you know what I mean? Like I'm in the same way with it, right? I'm like, I not only do I care about this deeply, like I'm out here trying to find ways to prevent myself from being fucked over like this. But this is the thing, is like people have to have a sense that it's bad. And there is this underlying sense it's not good, but it's just that, well, there isn't another sense of what you should be doing. It's just so normalized that people do this, and maybe it's not good. And people, they would be like, yeah, maybe there's some problems with letting an algorithm decide what you watch and think. Maybe the process of self-creation is undermined if you let another person fucking decide what you do. Maybe, right? Maybe they'd acknowledge that. But practically speaking, they're on the bus, they're sitting on the toilet, they're going between jobs, like whatever it is, where they got time to kill, and TikTok does that better than other things. And it's very, like, I think very utilitarian thing people approach it with, where it's like, well, okay, maybe it's not great, but of the things I could be doing in this time, this is something that I enjoy more than other things. It just like hits the dopamine receptors, it fits well. And so, yeah, it's not great. I'm not going to defend it intellectually, but I'm going to keep doing it. You know, because if you were to ask people about it, I don't think they'd be able to defend this. Like, I think TikTok, I think if you really ask people about it, they'd be like, yeah, I can see how that's not great. But when they don't have to think about it, because it's like, well, this just makes sense to do because I need to kill time, right? So you're right, I don't think the average person cares, but it's not that they don't think it's bad. It's just that they've just been kind of pacified, like domesticated in a pretty serious way. Like
there's a really cool Japanese word that I thought about when I saw it for the first time. I need to remember it. I think it's like chikusha or something, or shachiku. But when you said domesticated, definitely, the actual one, the character that's inside it has got to do with domestication. So,
corporate drone, corporate
slave. Yeah, it's a character for society or company, and or like association. It says on the side there, company, farm, and then livestock, domestic, fowl, and animals. So there's a
Oh my god, that's so crazy. Oh my god, this fucking dude. It almost looks like, I mean, I'm assuming it's not, but it almost looks like a person being crushed. Like, to me,
that's really
like,
funny. Yeah, that's
between those two things.
Mhm.
Like, I know
I
it's not, but
mean-
it's like it almost just looks like a person, like almost like boxed in and like stuck. Like, it looks like their like legs are sticking out, like they're
Yeah.
face down. You know what I mean? They're fucking like just like, all right, time to get that box. Like, that's so
Mhm.
funny. I'm gonna use this shit. This is a sick ass word.
Shachiku,
Corporate
yeah.
drone. Wow.
Dope
have a word
word,
for
yeah.
it.
Yeah, they have a word for a lot of this stuff. Funny enough.
Wow.
Anyway, back to what we were talking about before I
No.
interrupted
Sorry.
you with
I
this
actually need to make a
sick
note of this real
word.
quick.
What would you say?
I actually need to make a note of it. So one of the main things I'm interested in is this concept called the cheerful robot. So
Mhm.
there's a sociologist, C. Wright Mills. He talks about the modern man, and I've talked about. I remember I sent you this kind of video explaining the kind of like anthropological subject or whatever it is, like the person, the kind of modern day person. And one of the ideas here is that there's a way in which people have been roboticized, not in that they're literally robots, but in that they think in terms of input, output, and function, not purpose. They don't think, why am I doing? They think, I need to do, then I can move on. It's like it's not why am I doing, it's I need to do so I can do more, so I can do this, so I can. It's not like, oh, I have this larger sense of what is right, what I should be doing, what my life is. They think, oh, I need to instrumentally complete a set of tasks. And then, so people do that and are not happy. But the kind of dangerous thing of the cheerful robot is it's a person who is happy, willing, and excited to be a simplistic rule follower who just does what they're supposed to do. They find pleasure, comfort, and safety in this. Whereas in the past, people may have had a sort of sense of resistance to being roboticized, a sense that I don't like this, I would like more. Over time, if you make people robotic as a matter of practice, the person that thrives is the person that enjoys being enslaved and roboticized. So the idea of having a word for corporate drone, corporate slave, that's fast. That's very helpful for a lot of the things I'm interested in, just to say, like in a very deep way. Like, so,
Nice.
thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Sick word, yeah. Shachiku.
Shachiku. I love that it's literally domesticated too. It's like 1-to-1. It's so good.
Yeah, just company and domestic. Yeah.
Yeah.
that's the really cool thing about I guess like Chinese-based languages or just character-based languages is that
Yeah.
each of the characters have meanings, so you can actually create words like that.
Well, I think that's one thing interesting. Okay.
Yeah, go on. No, I was gonna say
You're
anything
okay.
cool. Oh.
Okay. Well, one thing that's interesting is people kind of when they like when you look at a lot of scholars or history people, they'll often be like, this word derives from
Historian,
this root.
not
Like,
history people.
yeah, well, people who attempt to explain things, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to be. You're right, I did misspeak, but I'm kind of trying to like be broader in terms of like just people who try to say, oh, this comes from this. You know, like they'll be like, oh, the root of this word is this, which means to do this, and it's combined with this, which means to do this, and this is the kind of the way people approach learning words now. A lot of times is more like this word kind of means this, and it's almost like it's a way that you can collapse meaning. You can erase the concepts behind words by basically implying that two words are synonymous, even though they're not. Even though they're totally different words that have different roots and different meanings historically, you can be like, well, this basically means the same thing. And then all of a sudden you've erased meaning behind words. I think that's kind of an interesting thing.
You touched on two really interesting things came into mind when you said that, which was a particular historian. I say a particular historian because I can't think of their name. And they were talking about they were talking about they were sort of trying to, so they were justifying why they were using the particular words to describe concepts within I think it was like Germany, it was like Weimar Republic. They were using particular words that may not be in common parlance when discussing this topic, and they were saying, okay, well, I'm using this word, or I'm going to use the German word for this, and then I'm going to tell you I'm going to show you a vignette, or I guess you're going to read a vignette on sort of just trying to collapse the history of, you know, what people of that time would have seen the word as, instead of just using, oh, the Kaiser, that's the emperor.
Right, that's like the president.
Yeah, that's like the president, right? It's way more complicated than that.
I so great, right? But like, think about this. This is the problem with like a lot of the kind of quick thinking. I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to like this really fast. This is the problem with a lot of the kind of internet dialogue where it's like, okay, if you can't explain to me how this is simplistically within like 2 sentences, it's not worth learning, or it's not relevant, or it's not true. It's like, oh, like if you can't understand, oh, for practical purposes, the Kaiser's like the president. Okay, it's not like the president. It's super different. And you doing that is like a bad thing for learning. Like you need to take the time to really understand the distinctions between these things, you know? Keep going.
Yeah. It was not much further than that. Yeah, just short vignette on explaining what that word means, what the people saying that word means, and even he gave a vignette on why he's doing this too, where it's saying, you know, particular words mean something, and I don't know what example he used, but I'll just use one called ego, ego is just a sense of self, but people use it in the way of it's actually way more complicated than that, depending on that. Yeah, people say, oh, you're not. They'll say, oh, you have an ego in terms of egotistical, narcissistic, and that's not what the word means, but that's heavily implied when you say somebody has an ego.
Yep.
I think there was another word that was, all people use so they don't, where it's similar to ego. It was like egoism or something. I don't remember what it was.
There's like a philosophy thing, like egoism, I think. Yeah.
But it was a version that just tried to get the essence of what ego, or just the sense of self part of it, without carrying the baggage, because it's a different word, and so people sort of reset their understanding. And yeah, you can't one-to-one translate, and you should you shouldn't, but it's not really that interesting, but it is interesting for me. But Japanese language learners are some of the most hyper specific people ever, because they're the ones that super care about by the way, that doesn't really mean that. It's actually way more complicated than that. They're the ones that are super give a shit about that. I love that. And so they're this is one YouTube channel I watch, and always really interesting to watch his videos, because he'll go, yeah, actually, this is really, what this means, and oh, this is the way to conceptualize this. Really love the Japanese, and that's why I say it's really easy to learn Japanese, because this language learning community is so that on that level where we're not just translating words. We don't just have we really have that as a foundation. We're going to tell you where your understanding of these words are wrong, and we're going to tell you specific words and what they actually mean. What? The language
That's
learning
so sick.
community is crazy. Yeah, it's
That's so
so
cool.
easy. Yeah. And so and also you kind of also need to understand the vocabulary. I was getting my name changed in Slovakia because I had a different name in Slovakia because I want to get a passport, so I don't have to wait in the UK queue, or the international
Nice, nice.
queue. Fuck, I hate
So
waiting in
annoying.
that queue because it's
It's so long,
longer.
dude.
And, yeah,
I
fuck
know.
that.
I watch the
And
EU people just go by with jealousy. I'm like, you fuck people. Like, anyway.
Jesus, fuck. Yeah, I hate that. Uh, just another reason why I don't like
Brexit
Brexit.
moment.
Actually, that's probably like my main reason. For me, Brexit is not even really a yeah, like a geopolitical or super government structure thing. I like the fact that I can just go into whatever country I want to, and I like the sense of community that brings. I love that. I love the whole, because I don't identify myself within one nation. For me, that's just a
Right.
very intuitive thing, and I grew up on that. And so for people to be, oh, I'm UK, and I don't care about these other people. So what? To me, that's a really confusing set of thoughts.
Bro, we're already literally on an island. Let's not make ourselves more isolated.
Mm-hmm. And it's not only that, it's that you get your sense of identity that's just been handed to you through the education system, and you haven't really carved out your own way of identifying with God. Because for me, I have a very specific way of identifying myself, and the outside world isn't too much different. It's a distinct place, but it's not different from me in the sense that, oh, I'm UK, and so I'm very similar to the UK people, but I'm very dissimilar to the other people, and so fuck
people,
them.
yeah.
I'm a distinct person, and there are distinct people in my country that also,
some like me, some not.
Yeah, some like me, some not, just like in other countries. And so I really love that. That has to be the sickest thing
But you were
ever.
getting your passport changed? I didn't mean to do it with the Brexit thing. But
Yes.
yeah, like you were getting your passport changed with your name.
Yeah. No. I needed to get. So you need to get an ID card in order to get issued a passport. And so I fuck, I forgot the process. It's not even really that. This is not what I wanted to talk about, but I just say it. I need to get an ID card issued with my old name, so I could change my name, then get a new ID issued with my current name, and then I'll get my passport.
Gotcha.
Fuck, that's dumb. Yeah, fuck that. But that's gonna be done now, so I will have my passport, and I will not be in the retard UK queue. Hopefully they don't talk. Hopefully they don't talk to me in Slovakian at the airport, because I'll be going. I mean, I don't even go to a Slovakian airport. I go to Poland. Poland's really nice, by the way.
Oh, really? Okay.
I just have to get this tangent.
Yeah.
Really, that's just really curious.
Oh,
Because
it seems gray as fuck. It seems gray and industrial. That's all. That's all I know about it. This is World War II.
Okay, interesting. My experience with Poland was, wow, the roads really nice. Because obviously doing a lot of traveling, because I'm traveling down to Slovakia, and the roads are incredible. But the drive is my uncle drives like a crackhead, so he's going like 160 kilometers. And the Polish drivers just move the fuck out the way. It's systematic with how they move the fuck out the way, and I'm going, wow, these are really coordinated drivers. I'm really impressed with how they just don't waste time. They're not doing some ego stuff like, oh, this guy's going too fast, let me piss this guy off. It's just
tailgate him, yeah.
the fuck out the way. That was a really nice, pleasant experience. Not that UK drivers are bad in any case, but I've just the robotic coordination, very impressed with that. But also the way their houses are constructed, really impressed with I'm from the UK, and UK houses, I'm pretty sure, some of the oldest in Europe, and they look really ugly. In terms of they're really crammed into one by one next to each other. So basically, you
Okay.
have a house, and then really it's just you're living in one part of the house, and it's completely cut off from the another part of the house. That's basically what it is. It's just one house, chop it in half, and then put a
Yeah.
wall in between so it doesn't connect to the other side of the house, and that's a house a lot of the time. Sometimes it's even worse, and that's the UK. It looks hideous. It's awful. And the streets are really narrow. On top of that, people don't have
Yeah.
any sort of place to park their car, so they park it on the street. So navigating
It's even
these
more narrow.
streets, it's so tedious. Don't like that, and so being in Poland where they're not as stingy with space, and the houses are just I'm not super into the America where it's very systematic, big house with, grass cut in a very
Yeah,
generic
neither.
cut. I'm not so into that, but it's the fact that it was more you had more space for the houses. That was cool. I like that, and also the construction of the houses in terms of the style. It was a particular style that they had where they had the balcony arrayed. It looked distinct, and I really like that. So visually, Poland looked like a dream. I fucking love the way Poland looked. Though I haven't been in the city, I haven't been inside Krakow or Katowice. I've only been to the airport, which is a little bit outside, as airports usually are. And so I don't know if it could be super industrial, but also the people all spoke the people I was speaking to just they speak English to me. Fuck, I love that. I already like you
I love
already
that
if you
too.
speak English. Yes, good.
I know, me too.
I'm a retard foreigner. Thank you for speaking English.
I know, me
to me.
too.
So that was awesome. So just superficial impression of Poland, super nice. I went
Well,
way more.
reconsider.
What'd you say?
Yeah, I got to reconsider. I mean, the only other thing I know about Poland is the the average Polish male gay femboy meme, where it's implied that all Polish guys are actually secretly gay femboys. So those that like I have a very terrible and fake understanding of Poland. I have like a World War II imagery combined with like an internet brained, porn brained understanding. So.
For me,
I'm just being honest. Just being honest. You know what I mean? Like, I mean that's like
for me, Poland is wow. This country is so a lot of Polish immigrants moved to the UK for better pay, better jobs, and it's funny because you look at Poland now, and it's wow. Their infrastructure looks so much better. The way they construct their at least the towns, wow, they look so, and towns and villages, wow, they just look so, not only they look nicer to live in, but the houses look everything just looks nicer. It just looks modern, and it's just not like the UK at all, which looks just crumbling and
brick, like a schizo brick, constructed.
It makes you reconsider wealth isn't just how much money you pour into something, but also the way you I guess how new something is too. When you design something later on, it's also going to change because they're now now they have their they're still developing. They're not at the stage that UK is at, but not only that, it's that. So everything's going to be new, but also lucky motherfuckers, because medieval winding streets, nah, that sucks. It just sucks that the UK developed at that time, because now you have
locked in.
Now you have that sort of a construction not dynamic but profile to the way the towns and cities are constructed. Fuck that sucks. Fuck, I didn't want to be on a conversation on how things are constructed. What the fuck were we talking about before?
Well, we were talking about like your experience of going. So before we were talking about the acquiring of a passport and the need to get an ID so that you could go to Slovakia like without being in the UK line. And then you talked about Poland and how like Poland is like a great place to be in terms of traveling to Slovakia.
Was it before? Was it before? I don't know. We're talking about something about phones. I should rewind it back there. Phones and I wanted to tell you something. I intentionally made an effort not to go on my phone. So when I was meeting my cousin's friends, I just put my phone in my pocket. Didn't touch it at all or anything. But it really sucked because absolutely not reciprocated because they were just on devices and I was clearly not on my phone. I was clearly not using it. So a lot of the times they just talk in Slovak. And I just didn't understand what the fuck they were saying. Obviously, I can't speak the language to just any proficiency at all, or even listen to it. Really weird though, because sometimes when I feel like somebody's talking about me, I get way more information in terms of the shit that I can glean. It's sort of that insecurity sort of mechanic that's kicking in, where it's whoa, I'm perceiving every word as if I'm Neo. Everything is just slowed down to a crawl, and I'm just going. Just where I'm picking up on tone and way more stuff that I wouldn't usually be picking up on, as if I was actually reading the text.
This Joe guy's gay, whoever they're talking about.
But I can perceive that because I didn't feel particularly insecure. So
no, I was just joking about. I was just
right. Yeah, I didn't know what the fuck they were talking about, and so a lot of the time I was just sitting there and I was just really bored. And while they were on their phone doing their own like shit memes, or just actively messaging people in the conversation, I'm just going, what the fuck? No. It just sucks that they didn't reciprocate, but also not everyone is also just hyper aware of that. Oh yeah, we shouldn't just be on our phones at a social gathering. That just sucks. And you have to remember that these people, they're like childhood friends, and they don't study in the same city. One's in Prague and the other one's in Bratislava. And then my cousin studies in a city in the middle of Slovakia. So it's whoa, you guys don't see each other. What the fuck you on your phones for? That's why I didn't bring my phone out. It would be rude and disrespectful. Fuck.
I mean, it is. But the thing is most people, they have been raised in a way where that's not actually even contemplated as rude and disrespectful. It's just the way that things are. But there is another level at which we all recognize that it is rude and disrespectful, and it is like excluding other people to do that. I think it's understood on some level.
Oh yeah, I felt super excluded from the conversation where it's any time they would be talking to me. It was I didn't have anything to latch onto in terms of fuck. You're not getting my humor where I'd be really sarcastic. And it's the shit that me and EXE would joke about, where he would say and it's not even joke about, because it was, for me, it's like really humorous, and for him it's fucking torture and hell. And it's when he says a word wrong, I'll go, the fuck EXE, what the fuck did you say? And for me, it's really funny, and sometimes he finds it funny. Sometimes it's like, the fuck you don't, you know what I mean? You need to fuck up. And it's like, oh yeah, I completely forget that though, because I would hyperfixate. And for them to not pick up my humor in terms of I'm not seriously arguing the definition of a word with you. This is not. We're not doing this right now. That was a joke. That was a joke. You're not meant to be debating this with me. But I'll be happy to debate this with you. That's also a
sure, right.
Wow, I'm happy to debate this with you. You're just wrong, by the way. You're just this is serious. You're wrong, because of this reason. If you got another person from the UK, they would be. To give you context, they were calling, so there was a reservoir, artificial lake. They were calling it a dam, and I'm going. When people picture a dam, if they're from the UK, they're thinking of a wall that blocks water. That's what they're thinking of. And so I'm going, your conception of this word is just wrong. And they're going, nah, fuck it, we're not having this conversation. And I just went to talk about something else, and I'm going, fuck. Are you serious? Just not relaying the intent of why I'm bringing that up is not to have a conversation about the minutiae of what this word means. It's more of fuck, you're fucking wrong, and that's really funny. that's really funny that you're wrong. Let me clear this up for you because, yeah, you had this conception of this word being wrong. I don't know, because my auntie taught them English, and so I have there's some background, and they know that, or at least two of the girls knew that. So it was, you have some context. It was really funny for me to know that and to clear up this concept, this misconception that they would have had for, you know, years at this point, because my uncle also had the same misconception, and it was just really funny because me and my mom were laughing at it with him, because it's like, we just no, it's a fucking mess about this is the dummy, it's the dumbest thing, because when you think about it, it's so fucking stupid. Because just imagine an English speaker, we're thinking of a massive rock wall, and you're talking about a lake. That's a funny image. That's really funny, and for them not to get that humor, and for it to turn into a minutia of, wait, this, you're seriously debating this with me? That you actually think you're correct on this? Fuck. Ah, fuck. That sucked. But it was also, as I said before, the whole drinking stuff, where it's, I don't find this funny. I don't find I don't know your personal dynamics and how you usually act, so seeing you drunk is not that funny to me. I just see a bunch of buffoons doing stuff, and the fact that I was just not able to connect on some level, for me, it was a big introspection for me, because I was thinking, is there something really wrong with the way I interact, where I just need to laugh at stuff that I don't find funny, so I can create some sort of, you know, social lubrication for, you know, them to feel like, oh yeah, I made a joke, and, you know, this person found it funny, and so I feel sort of seen, instead of, wow, I'm just maybe way too honest and going, that was really not that funny. But for me, that's a joke in itself, where that's a challenge. It's, wow, I didn't find that funny, go and show me something else that's funny. For me, that's how I interpret things like that. And so, and I'm talking to other people that are really competitive. So they will rise to the challenge. They exactly know. I'm talking their language when I say that. That's not funny. Okay, let me show you something else. Fuck you, by the way. Not the case with them. They're just saying, oh, fuck you. You're that sort of attitude. So, okay,
it's not worth it then. Yeah, it's not worth it. Oh, okay.
It's not worth it.
It's not worth it then. Yeah.
So the tempo that I was operating on and the things that I joked about were just really different, because my jokes are usually challenging somebody on something.
Right.
To me,
or sarcastically revealing some sort of contradiction or flaw in like some. Right. Like, whereas they're thinking like, oh, like this sarcasm is like an insult, or like, oh, it's not worth discussing this, and it's like, well, no, you're trying to latch onto something. Like it's not only that it's your style of humor and your style of insight, but you're also trying to kind of trigger a sense of engagement that is like, they're just like not even able to reciprocate.
And obviously you only know this from my perspective. I have no idea what they're thinking. They're not here. They don't have the, oh, this is actually what I was thinking about the interaction, and I'm going to tell this, you know, random guy on the internet, yeah, oh, this is what I was thinking. It sucks that I don't. Because I've been really curious, because I would, that would be a pretty interesting, if I ever speak to them ever again, I would say, damn. Oh, by the way, I'm thinking about this conversation that we had, you know, months and months ago, by the way, you know. Just but I am that person, because I just have no shame.
I love that.
Because I think it's funnier when somebody, when something unexpected happens, because I understand that it's a mix-up, or I'm using terminology that you might not understand. Maybe EXE just autistically explain that to you. But mix-up is basically a coin flip situation where somebody could do something and somebody couldn't do something in a fighting game, so we call it a mix-up.
Okay.
And so I'm saying it's a massive unexpected situation, basically mix-up. Of me saying, yeah, I actually thought about this conversation that we had, and I don't know, maybe they thought about it too, like, wow, that just didn't go smoothly at all. That conversation kind of sucked. Yeah, I actually thought about this, and now I'm admitting it to you. And I'm being brazen in terms of, I'm being brazen just admitting that to you, and I'm saying, yeah, what the fuck did you think went wrong there? You know, what the fuck happened there? I don't, because I think I also kind of expect people to be like me and go, wow, that's really interesting. But they may go, oh, wow, that's that's really fucking. This guy's fucking weird. I need to get away from him. That might show that might I might indicate somebody that's mentally fucking insane. Or at least with women too, because they just have really different considerations, especially for a guy too, where guys can just be really weird, and I need to consider that other guys can be really weird and actually try and distinguish myself from that. My cousin should vouch for me because I'm weird in the sense that I'm a video gamer. But
yeah, you know what's funny? I when you get close enough to people and like you know, this becomes something you're known for. Like I oftentimes people will, like I would talk to people at like dinner parties and stuff, and they would be like, you know, whoa, and like, you know, people around them would be like, oh, he's just like this all the time. This is how he is all the time. He always asks questions. He always like wants to know more. He's always like,
That's
like this
awesome.
is like they vouch for me. It's like, this isn't like, he's not like interrogating you. He just is interested, and like, you know, because people would be like, oh, like, you know, he was asking me such like, I was like, is he like accusing me of something? Is he trying to figure out something? And it's like, they're like, no, like it's a compliment that he thinks it's like worth like hearing what you have to say on something, and he wants to know more. It's kind of it's a not like a.
I was gonna say, do you go to when you go to dinner parties? Are they usually a mix of people that you know and don't know at these dinner parties? Okay, that probably helps a lot, because you have the other people to vouch for you.
Big help.
Yeah. It's funny because I guess I've always just been a fucking weirdo in conversations. I say weirdo, but very I guess very unique in terms of the way I operate conversations, because I hate the initial steps of conversations where it's so well, and now it's the adult version of that. So, you know, all right, you know, what's your career path, and you know, where do you live? Yeah, what so what I don't even know that about my friends, or at least I don't care enough to ask about that, because we're not here to interact on that level. At least some people might actually really care to interact on that level if they're really passionate about what they're doing, but usually it's another passion that brings them to the table that they really want to talk about that, and that's maybe like a secondary or tertiary thing that I find out about them, but that's definitely not the first thing that I'm talking about. There was this lady that was cutting my hair. She was one of my the lesbian cousin's friends, and she was talking to my uncle because she didn't really have good English, but she was the way she said she was, you know, what are your hobbies? What music do you listen to? She was asking more, and she looked more of like the alternate type of person where she doesn't have the beauty. She doesn't adhere too strictly to the common beauty standards of a I guess of a Slovakian woman in terms of looking very feminine. I don't know what other word to use. It's such a non-descriptive word, but you probably know what I'm talking about. Long hair.
Yeah,
you know,
like delicate and like thin and like like, yeah, I know what you're saying.
And she I can tell she had a thing for music. Fuck, I should have asked more about that, but her English wasn't strong, so I wasn't really comfortable. And I was also testing out my ability to speak this like weird dialect, and it was sort of a bet of, do you think she, because she's really far away from where this dialect is spoken, so I was thinking. And so I was saying to my uncle, do you think she would understand this? So I'm speaking in this dialect, and the first phrase I say, she doesn't understand what the fuck I'm saying. So I'm going, oh fuck. Yeah, but she's inquiring after my hobbies, and of course, yeah, I've got some hobbies. Let me tell you about them. Let me tell you about let me give you, you know, just a vignette. I'm not gonna info dump the whole thing because there's time and place. And sucks that she didn't know the particular music that I was interested in. That sucks because it kind of holds the conversation sort of like, oh, that's a little bit embarrassing. I don't know I don't know what you're talking about. So it was nicer for somebody to talk more on my levels. And I saw my mom this, where I was saying, you know, when it comes to when people engage with you, asking about particular things just doesn't make sense to ask. When it comes to, I was talking to her about jobs where a lot of people's jobs are things that they're good enough at school to specialize in, and then they go and specialize in it, and it's how they bring money home. But it's not something that they're going, yeah, I'm really passionate about the customer service job that I'm doing. So
Yeah, not at all. Not even close.
What the fuck are we talking about? So, people engaging on that level, and so so engaging on that level of I want to talk
Like,
about
what do
my
you
hobbies.
do? It doesn't even matter because it's like, well, what you do, you don't even care about enough to continue the conversation, right? Like that might be
Exactly.
the way you. And yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. I hate that. Like that, it's such a paradox. It's like all you do is a set of things. The things you know about and the things you do are a set of things you seem to not even care about. Like it's how do we fucking talk? Like, and then what you do seem to do when you're in your free time is drink. Oh no, fuck. Like, like, yeah.
So it's just nothing to grab because I don't really know what their hobbies were apart from
scaffolding.
going out to drink, and they were really interesting in dating and just talking to guys. I think one of them was like messaging 3 different guys. I don't know what the average
Shout out.
goal is doing in
That
terms
sounds
of
right.
yeah, in terms of, you know, how they communicate, but 3 different guys, I thought that was I think that was a little bit much, because for me it's just, man, I'm not even I don't even communicate with women in that way. So for, you know, for her to be chatting with 3 different boys, and then, you know, I was saying, oh, so you're looking for a boyfriend? And she was saying, nah, not really, because that's gonna interrupt with my studies. I'm thinking, for me,
Poor guys.
if I know I'm not, if my heart is not into something, I'm trying to get, okay, maybe you can be an acquaintance or a friend. For me, I'm not trying to start something and then it's just, you know, this is them talking, and then, oh, I'm basically going to be in the capital of the country, way far away from this village. So, you know, it's not a thing. For me, you'd have to tell me, because I'm from a nerd space where my friend, I grew up on shonen anime and other cartoons where, you know, your friends are your friends. Your friends are, you know, that's
Go
your
into battle.
rival. That's your rival. But as soon as somebody else is coming, you know, if somebody starts talking shit on your rival, you're back in that's your blood brother. You're back in that person.
Yeah.
It's super, you know, power of friendship sort of thing. And that's how I operate, where I begin, if I start talking to you and I start engaging with you and I start telling you certain things about myself, for me, it's, I want to talk to you more. I want you to be in my life in some sort of way where we you know, I have you, because I don't remove pretty much I don't remove any friends on Discord, because we talked at one point in my life, and it may have been a point of my life that I'm very immature, that I was very immature, and I'm quite a different person. But there is some continuation from who I was back then, and we obviously had a shared hobby on what we connected with. We can definitely talk again. That's something I would never
100%.
let go, and that the door is always open. And so,
well, wait, real quick, like I totally relate to that, and I think for me, I don't know if this is how it is for you, but for me, like I'm not even trying to brag. I'm just saying as like a factual statement, as I'm sure you've seen, like I have a pretty good memory, right? But
of course,
the way that the way that manifests though is that things feel closer to me than they are in a like time sense. So I have a really deep sense of memory of the friendship that I had with someone. And so that doesn't go away. Like it's still very much like I'm friends with them, even if I haven't talked in a long time. Like with Stealth, like I don't talk to him a ton, but I still feel so close to him and so willing to talk about anything with him whenever it's possible, whenever we need to, because straight up, like, you know, just because life gets in the way or just because we're doing other things, like I remember how close we are. I care about this person, and I wouldn't have spent the time hanging out with him if I didn't. So it's like there's something about like the truthfulness of our relationship that doesn't end for me. It doesn't stop being a thing. Like, if that makes sense. Anyway, I was trying to interrupt you because I'm totally fucking with what you're saying. I'm totally the same way on this.
Yeah. So I, because
you don't group people,
there's a massive selection bias with who I interact with, and we kind of all have grown up to some extent on watching shonen anime or playing games that sort of engage with friendship in the same way. Where your friends are your friends. Your friends are your family. They're blood.
Yes.
You know, they're you know, they're even closer than blood in a lot of cases. A lot of it is found family, and so for me, that was sort of a massive disgust. And I don't like I don't like and this is a thing, I don't like judging people really harshly about things that I clearly don't understand. And as well as I was gonna ask you, what is that? You know, is in terms of how normal is it for a woman to engage with guys like that, and what are they particularly doing? Is it sort of just feeling so? Is it just the sense of dating somebody? You just have to tell me. I have no idea. For me, it's just a really weird way to engage with people.
Just to be super honest, okay, so Niraj, got to keep this in mind. Niraj, homeschooled, doesn't actually go to school, age like year 6 to year 11.
Okay.
And when I was in school, I was at a community college. I just skipped high school and went straight to community college. And I have not had a traditional experience in terms of dating. I've dated a total of 3 women in my life, mostly when I was younger, and I've dated like 1 guy, which was Damien. And he is not representative of the normal set of relationships that a normal person could expect to engage with. So I would say in terms of my qualifications, it's limited. But in terms of, I have a lot of friends who are very normal and very much engaged in this stuff, and I'm paying attention to their stuff. And it's far more common for women to be engaging and talking to multiple guys than it is for men to be talking to multiple women. Basically, men are constantly shooting their shot with as many women as they can and hoping that some message them back, whereas women are like flooded with requests for men and choosing between literally the entire thing of Naruto is that they're actually gay for each other and it's never fucking done. Like a side note on that, fucking coward. Oh, dude, the entire Naruto is about how he needs to get Sasuke back, even though Sasuke is like provably evil and left, but they have this deep bond that can never be kind of bypassed no matter what happens in their life, and they're friends forever. Like he's like straight up, like it's like they're so fucking gay, dude. Like straight up in like one of the because I kind of am aware of like Boruto and stuff. Like one of the things in Boruto is that it's clearly being set up such that Naruto's son Boruto and Sasuke and Sarada's daughter Sarada are going to fuck. They're going to date, and it's a way of basically allowing what should have happened in the first place, which is that Naruto and Sasuke are gay, to actually take place in like in a straight way. So Sarada is basically Sasuke, and Boruto is basically Naruto, and they're just like they're actually setting it up so that it's actually just going to be like actually kind of fulfill that.
I don't have that interpretation at all.
No, it's so funny. I'm telling you, this is like I know enough about the story, and like right now Sarada is like she is battling with the other love interest of Boruto in like a love triangle for who's gonna have him. And her latest thing was telling them that she actually does love him in that way, and that they are destined to be together. And it's so clear that she's literally just Sasuke and he's literally just Naruto. And it's so clear that they just couldn't accept Naruto and Sasuke being gay together. So they're like fixing this by having them like end up together in like a second sense in the future. Anyway, I'm such a nerd, sorry. But yeah, in terms of like the experience of like the average woman in dating, it's so common to have multiple guys. And I may have mentioned this before that my friend Colby, he was telling me about his girlfriend's and her questioning of his like experience of being on the dating app, and she was asking him, she was like,
this. I remember this.
Yeah, exactly. Vividly. So, but that's where this comes from, right? She is like just bombarded with guys and have all these options, and he is like fucking shooting his shot with as many people as possible. So it's very common. Women are far more valuable on dating apps and dating services than men are, and any dating app that wants to exist has to first get women there, and then it attracts guys, if that makes sense. So women are the ones, and this is just to say, this is also biology, like human social structure, where women are the ones who select the mates. They're the ones who decide, unless you're talking about like a rigid power structure where patriarchal, familial bride trading takes place. But even then, it's like more complicated than just like a patriarchal system. It's kind of interconnected with like patriarchy and stuff too. But so the average like woman is making the decision of like what guy that she wants to date and procreate with and pursue in the future. But the modern woman is not only making that decision, and in fact, they're actually expected to be a breadwinner themselves and make money themselves. And so in elementary school or in middle school or in high school, people date each other not with the thought of like maybe they think at the time, oh, we're going to be together forever. But what's really happening is that they are kind of experimenting and learning through trial and error what it is to be in a relationship. So part of what's beneficial, not just like beyond sex, which fucking awesome, is fucking awesome. Is that these women are like practicing relationships for eventually finding a person that they want to settle down with, if that makes sense. This is a strat, like it's a trial and error method in which they both gain experience with dating guys, so that they can recognize the one that they want to date, with no expectation of long-term commitment. But also they're doing this in a context where their career is actually really important for them, and that they need to protect that kind of future, which means birth control, which means not committing to a long-term relationship, which means only casual sex. Because if they let the relationship get in the way, historically that's how women like lose autonomy, right? They know that they'll lose autonomy if they tie themselves down too early to guys. That's just like that's what happens.
Especially in Slovakia too.
I bet it's crazy. Yeah, like speak to that. I bet super traditionalist, right? I'd assume it's like a pretty.
I could talk I was just making observations on just how things happen in just my family, and it's almost always the woman cleaning, and my grandfather is he has a fucked up leg, so he can't clean, and so it's the women that migrate to his house every weekend on rotation to clean his house, because my grandma died, so he's alone, dad down. And it's never the men. The men never go there to go and clean. It's almost as if it's beneath them. It's not their job. They're not gonna do it. I do it.
Sure.
I clean, of course. When I clean my own shit, I have to. So I also go and help out and clean with my aunt. And for me, I find that really weird, and also cake making, because my grandma was really. It's actually really weird. It kind of inherited. I didn't inherit anything, and I don't even see it like that. But it's observations that have been made about me where I've inherited characteristics of different people in the family.
Okay, that's a classic. Oh, you're like this. That's a classic.
Exactly. Because my grandma was a professional cake maker, and
Are you serious?
Yeah, she was a professional.
That is so, dude. Because you're baking that. That actually is so. Sorry.
Yeah, it is. She made the sickest cakes. She made me Pokemon cakes.
No way.
Yeah, she made this really. It was a Lapras cake. It was so. I have to get
Lapras
to show you. It was so well, because that's a really hard Pokemon to do.
Yeah.
Too, because it's got a complex shape.
Oh my god, it's fucking turtle, like fucking like crazy looking. Yeah.
I'm
like the
pretty
blue
sure
thing, right?
it was not like a silhouette of him. Like it flat. It was. She actually constructed the Lapras to be like 3D. It was fucking.
That
it
is
was so.
insane.
She's so good.
That's fucking crazy. That blows my mind. Oh, by the way, are you seeing the above Sasuke, Naruto? Yeah. I'm telling you, it's literally. I'm telling you, like this is the thing people don't get. They're making them gay in the next generation because it actually should have been a gay story, but the guy didn't have the fucking balls to really take it to that conclusion. But it doesn't make sense that they're this connected and attached to each other if there wasn't some sort of initial sense of love and camaraderie that goes beyond merely being brothers, because they actually are brothers. And there is actually a way in which he could have been a brother. Like there's, Naruto gets this demon fox put in him, the Ninetales, and then Sasuke's mother, like, and stuff, like there's stuff about how she actually wanted to raise Naruto but was prevented from doing so because they were afraid that the Uchiha would have access to the Ninetales. But there was like a version of the story in which she actually, like, he was actually just brothers with Sasuke, but they explicitly made that not the case. Like that they just developed this really intense, everlasting love and connection for each other that transcends like almost time and space. Like it's a crazy level of connection to them just to be friends.
Really?
But so like
for me, that's how I define friendship, where it's that serious in terms of it's this self-sacrificial obsession.
So I want to say one more thing. So I define friendship that way too. I define it as a deep, almost like epistemological commitment to a shared set of values and thoughts and beliefs and connection. But the part that I want to emphasize here is that when you look at the love interests of Sasuke and Naruto, they are non-characters. Hinata and Sakura. Neither
Yeah.
of them have actual real relationships with these people, with the
Really?
male characters.
Mhm.
Sasuke just constantly abandons Sakura constantly. She just leaves him behind, never hates her, never acknowledges her, treats her like shit, and for some reason she just loves him, and it's never really explained why. In the modern version of the story, he literally is a ninja that is just a rogue ninja operating outside of the fucking like kind of deniably but also officially under Konoha's direction, and she's just like, they don't even share scenes together. They're not even like together
Sakura
in a
also
sense where
has
they
an
know each
affair,
other.
by the way.
Yeah. So
Because
not even
because think about this. Is the kid's name is Sarada, right?
Yeah.
He has glasses. An Uchiha with glasses. Does that mathematically make sense to you? You have,
okay,
like,
no,
the
but
eye
definitely she
jutsu.
is. She definitely is Uchiha because she unlocked the fucking like the fucking Megiko Sharingan or whatever. Like like let me tell you. Side note: Naruto, one of the most interesting stories in terms of surveillance and stuff. A lot of what I didn't realize this at the time, but a lot of what I understand about like surveillance state stuff like has to do with like Ino and like the signals core, and like there's like a lot of like really interesting surveillance like spy stuff in Naruto. But
Okay.
she definitely is Sasuke's kid, but like there actually isn't a connection between Sasuke and Sakura, and there really isn't a connection between Hinata and Naruto. Like she just loves him for some reason and is willing to like sacrifice herself for him at like every turn, and it's not really explained why. And she's just is like, oh my god, Naruto,
And
oh my
Naruto
god, you're
doesn't even
Naruto.
give
And,
a
like,
fuck.
doesn't even give a fuck, right? He only cares about Sasuke. He only cares about finding and reuniting with Sasuke and changing him and make them be together again. That's literally the only thing he cares about outside of being Hokage is being with Sasuke again. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that guy might be gay.
I'm not even saying, because again, friendship to me is a serious thing, and I want to be clear. Like when you're saying friendship to you is this kind of deep commitment that transcends like a time sense, there is a kind of continuing relationship beyond the moment. I completely agree. I just mean in the context of the story, it's very tough to argue that they have like other love interests that really kind of take the place, and they're clearly in love with each other in a way that is like, I think, beyond. But again, it's like a Japanese, manga, like one of the most popular ones. Like they can't have the two main characters be gay with each other. That's just not like a commonly accepted thing that would be like fly in mainstream shonen. So they have to basically create a second generation of characters to actually allow this to take place, which should have been happening the whole time, but in a way where they're straight. If that makes sense. So it's so funny. Like I'm like again, I'm a nerd with this stuff, but I don't talk about it a lot because it's just like,
That's really interesting. Now that because their love life is non-existent apart from
each other.
This, but when you include that, oh wait, Naruto and Sasuke are gay. Yeah, that makes sense because you would expect these characters to show some sort of love life or whatever. Usually these characters have some sort of I mean, he's not gay, he's actually bi Naruto, because he does care about Sakura, but that's a very superficial way that he grows out of.
This is in the show, by the way. They actually literally kiss in the show.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, that's really early on, and they reference it in the in the 5th opening. So
that's so funny. I never watched the show, by the way. I only ever read the manga. So
so this scene, I thought it was a meme. No idea that it happened, because it happened so early on that I just forget that it happens. And when I saw it referenced in the 5th opening, because I usually skip openings, I was thinking, wait, what the fuck? This is actually in the anime? And they reference it too, because this is not a scene that's big, by the way. This is not a big scene. This is a gag scene. But the fact that they reference the gag scene in the 5th opening, which is the 5th opening is the one that plays in Sasuke Retrieval. Oh, okay. That's a really
There's also another one.
Oh, there's a second one? Okay, I didn't even know this.
Watch it. It's so funny. I'm telling you, dude. Like, people ain't knowing about the gay...
Oh, that must be filler.
Yeah, it is. But the filler is them kissing. Isn't that weird? What a strange thing that is, that they're...
Yeah, it's the same thing with the Slovakian girls. Wow, we're kissing.
How crazy is that? Again, it's like literally of this anime. Oh, it is kind of funny because they're literally clearly like in love with each other. There's also a lot of I'll throw it out there too. Like there's a lot of weird gender bender stuff in Naruto, and like there's like the sexy no jutsu where Naruto turns himself into a girl.
Yeah.
Like, there's stuff like that that's pretty common. And people will be like, oh, that's not that. Literally, the way that the main bad guy is defeated. The way that the main bad guy is defeated, who ends up being this fucking random character named Kaguya, who has no fucking actual basis and is only invented for the purpose of continuing Boruto as a secondary story, because Madara was actually the real bad guy the whole time.
Yeah.
He was the ultimate bad guy, but they had to pretend that wasn't the case, and they had to figure out a way to defeat him in a way that continued the story.
Aliens from the moon or
So yeah, it's
something.
actually it's the Otsutsuki, and the Otsutsuki are this ancient space race, and they're the ones who generated chakra, and it's the Sage of Six Paths is actually just one of the Otsutsuki descent, so it's just bullshit. Like, and the so the way that she gets defeated, Kaguya, is Naruto distracts her with Sexy no Jutsu.
That's crazy.
That's
That's really unfortunate. I never got
So,
that
like-
far because to me that was such
I'm
a big
pissed.
insult.
I'm
Such a
so
big
pissed. I'm so pissed
insult.
when I'm reading that as a kid. I'm so pissed reading that. Like, you have no idea. I'm like on like pirating manga, like on Manga Fox or whatever. I'm like, what the fuck am I reading right now? Like, this is so fucking stupid.
That's crazy. Oh, that's really unfortunate because for me, when I was a kid, it was one of those things where it's, oh, people think this is good. And so you justify what's good by what you see. So you go, oh, this is just how things are meant to be. Yeah. And I eventually found that really unsatisfying. Going, it's actually really bad. I really don't like this. Why the fuck is this happening?
I literally was freaking the fuck out reading this panel. I was like, what the fuck am I? What the fuck is happening?
It's a whole group. There's a whole group
That
of
just
sexy
backtrack.
no jutsu. That's crazy.
Reverse harem technique, yeah. Again, it's not
Wow.
a gay like, in what way is this gay? Like, there's no way this isn't gay. Like,
I didn't know it was a whole harem. What the fuck? Reverse
and that's
harem
how
no
she gets
jutsu.
distracted enough for damage to be done. And again, like, this is again, like, there's a lot of stuff like this where it's like, it's so weird if you're not thinking of this as like a lot of like weird, like, literally Naruto is a trap. He becomes a trap. He becomes he turns himself into a female like a lot. And so it's all very strange. It's all very gay. But I also like this theory a lot because first I'm as gay, bi, whatever it is person, I like am more aware. I see this stuff as having meaning and implications and stuff. But most people watching anime, I think, are like kind of hyper straight STEM people. And so coming at them with the Naruto is actually a gay story is very surprising. I think most people don't. Do you know what I mean? I think most people who watch Naruto would be very resistant to the idea that it's kind of on the DL, but actually very clearly a story about two guys that are gay for each other, but are separated by society's kind of condemning of them for different reasons, and they find connection in being kind of together in their ostracization. It's like that's what it's about, but it's not said that way.
That makes for them being gay just makes for a better story for me because
it is.
Their actual love interests were fucking pathetic.
So pathetic, dude. And it's like the Kishimoto and like most fucking mangaka people don't know how to write women. They just don't. Like they just don't have any interest in writing women, I think. And yeah, that's me. That's my first gift that I have.
They actually, it's actually, it feels like an afterthought, the way they write women, where it's these really cool ninjas fighting, and they're usually just guys doing it. Sometimes it's really good. Tsunade was cool.
Yeah, she was. Yeah,
Tsunade was cool, but I think one really big insult was that the ninja were an elite group of people from the village. It wasn't everyone was a ninja. You don't see
people don't talk about that. Yeah.
And so when you have Kuronai, the one that kind of has
dude, she was so underutilized.
She gets pregnant.
Yeah,
she gets pregnant, and then she becomes a stay-at-home mother. To me, that was really weird. I just didn't expect that from her. The fact that there wasn't any sort of story inclination that, oh, I want to be on the front lines, you know, okay, I'm gonna have this kid, okay, give it to a nanny or something, you know, that actually make a really cool storyline in terms of, you know, there's a particular duty that she has, and when the village is getting invaded or whatever the fuck, you know, pay an invasion or something, it's, hey, I need to. I am one of the last lines of defense for this village because other people cannot fight. I can't just be, oh, I'm just a stay-at-home mother now. That was a fucking
Which is crazy
insult.
because she's considered like Kakashi level. Like she is like not like, especially at the beginning, like she is a real legit teacher that had. But what's crazy to me is that she like what made me so mad is that like, okay, I think Asuma, the fucking the guy with the like blades and stuff that have like the extended blades that she fucks that she gets pregnant by. That he's like the
Asuma.
like
Asuma,
yeah.
Yeah. He's
Or something like that.
so yeah.
Yeah, Sarutobi. Yeah, the Sarutobi guy. That like, okay, they're like the idea that they needed to be dating, I think is crazy. I think the idea that she is first shown as a genjutsu person who can use power of like manipulation and like mental control. And the only time we see her fight is that she gets fucking trounced by Itachi instantly with almost no pushback whatsoever
by
genjutsu and loses any fucking value in the story and then is immediately written off as pregnant. Like they just can't write female characters. They have no interest in writing female characters, I think.
But it's
the
not
only
only
like
that, it's
female characters are not even female. Like Granny Chio, like the puppet person, she's like
She
a
was
cool
so
character
sick.
with a backstory, and like she was like her backstory is like basically from Kakashi's dad's generation, and she's fighting in these like great ninja wars, and she's creating puppets because they can't actually be on the front lines. They have a number disadvantage, so she's creating puppets as a strategy of like being at a distance and still fighting these other ninjas. And she's a fucking, you know, her like disciple is who's turning on her, and she's like a rich character with a backstory and a purpose and a set of beliefs and interests and self-sacrifice. And it's like we see her for
really
fucking
rare.
one arc and she's gone. Yeah, and there's no
That's
continuation
really
of her.
rare because
It's so
she's
rare.
also an older woman too. She's like a granny.
Well, so you can't sexualize her.
Yeah,
You can't sexualize her.
maybe
That's the whole thing.
that's why she
She's
wasn't
not even really a female character, right?
Yeah, she's basically she's past the point of
femininity and attraction and all that.
Exactly. So
reduction.
she doesn't have that lens put on her where it's like, okay, now she needs to be a homemaker now, a homemaker arc, by the way, even though the last line of
Granny
defense.
Chio homemaker arc. She's like, and it's so badass. It's like she's like a poison user who like strategy involves like fucking you up across various different levels and has like various levels of puppets with various strategies involved. It's so cool.
Do you notice how the women actually got to shine on that arc? Because Sakura was completely useless for the whole of Naruto, and she actually it's like, oh yeah, I've been training now. Let's actually put this training to use, and she gets to be a character that actually does stuff, and arguably has the most important fight in the in that arc. Actually, really impressive, that arc. I think it's one of my favorite arcs for sure, just because Sakura had so much hope from that point on. I mean, she completely fucked that up. But
squandered. Yeah.
Yeah, but
well, that's why Tsunade is sick, is because she represents like what the female characters could be. The problem is that she was also not done enough with. Like, for example, it's pretty clear that Jiraiya and her should have been together. It's pretty clear that there's a sense in which they had a kind of long lost love interest, like, and like, you know, Orochimaru, he's on the out of it. Like, they're clearly closer than they are to him. He's clearly, you know, he's literally their enemy. They're teaming up against him, and the problem is that he dies before anything can happen with that. So she has no male character. So she's awesome. She has a lot of backstory, a lot of personality. She's a gambler. She's drunk, but she's also badass. She's fucking. But the moment that her love interest dies, that she actually has no role in the story anymore. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's the classic problem. It's like, okay, she has elements of her that are interesting. She's powerful. She's like kind of reckless and kind of has a weird backstory. She has a brother who died in a war, and so that's why she developed the medical ninjutsu to like save people's lives and all this stuff. But it doesn't matter because when there's no male love interest to attach to, the female characters don't exist in Naruto,
really,
like at all.
I think Tsunade is one of the only people where her love interest with Jiraiya was just really not that important, because there was but before he leaves to go to Rain Village, he definitely you definitely see it, but I never really felt that before when they first go to meet each other. When Naruto's training his Rasengan, I didn't really feel that love interest thing. It really felt like she was a character. It was not a love interest thing with her and Jiraiya. It was, she has some problems that she needs to overcome, and she's going to sabotage
herself.
I guess so, not only herself but the entire Leaf Village.
Yes.
So she can potentially get her brother back by healing Orochimaru's arms, and she actually did get to exist outside the whole male love interest thing. She was actually her own character with her own deficits, and
But how does that play out long term though? Because beyond that arc and beyond Jiraiya's existence, she just becomes a background character who exists to kind of as a plot
Just a
device
Hokage.
to like, well, not even because like the Hokages often have like pretty direct arc related roles in what's going on. She was like, oh shit, we gotta like heal people as pain is being invaded. You know, she's like
I
becoming
don't
weaker
remember
and
what
like
happened with her in the Pain arc.
like yeah, so basically she uses this thing, this like slug thing, because she can summon like Katsuya or whatever, the like slug kind of summon where, you know, dried toad, Orochimaru snake, she can summon the slug, and the slug can break apart into multiple entities, and it crawls around healing people that were hurt. So in the moment in which like so the way that, and this pissed me off so much, all these people die in the Pain arc, but then Pain revives them at the end, right? But the way that they're able to even be revived, so shit. The way that they're, and dude, like Naruto, the Taknu Jutsu is so funny. Like he actually, the only way he actually wins battles is by like convincing people they were wrong in the first place, and they like join his side. It's like so weird.
That's a crazy jutsu.
Like, yeah, no, that's like a whole meme in the Naruto community. Is like
Yeah,
the
I
idea of
know
Taknu
about
Jutsu.
that, yeah.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's so funny. Like she like basically was like, you know, struggling to exist and like basically dying by releasing this jutsu, which allowed these slugs to go around and like temporarily heal people. So like Kakashi got fucking like hit in the head with that nail, like flown to his head, right? And he dodges it by like activating that like thing that allows him to disappear objects with his eye, and like blocking in that moment. But he's still deeply hurt and trapped, and like he doesn't get healed. Oh, what?
Kamui, I think it's Kamui.
Yeah, Kamui. Yeah, exactly. Kamui, and like he basically like you know blocks that nail. But in the meantime, she basically is like sending out all these slugs to heal people and give them chakra to kind of keep them going and alive. And like that's how it's partly justified that Pain's able to save these people. He's not like reviving them. He's like kind of for some of them, but he's so she's like a plot device to allow this other really stupid thing, and then beyond that she's just this like background character that barely exists and like gets fucked up by Madara and like the other Hokages and like the other
was
Hokages
so sick though. Her getting fucked up with the other Kages, that was so sick.
That was pretty sick. No, Madara is awesome. Again, like that whole thing up until Kage, I was fucking with it so hard.
But I don't know if you ever noticed this too, but do you notice how all the or at least a lot of the ninjas that become medical ninjas are female?
Yes,
they're relegated to this caretaker role. Ooh, that's also another thing too. It's really interesting because you get to see a lot of the Japanese societal biases with how these characters interact, or what roles they take up, or it's like, oh yeah, I'm a homemaker, but I'm part of the military. They're basically the military for their a top level. You should fucking Joni. She's a top level man. She's like a fucking general that says, "Fuck it, I'm a homemaker now." Yeah,
I'm in the hospital.
That's incredibly insane.
It is. It's really bad.
That. Mm-hmm.
Again, it's like they can't write women, but also they're telling a gay story that they can't be on. Like it's such a funny thing. Like it's partly, I think the only reason it's gay is because they're so bad at writing women that it makes it like, well, then actually what is the love interest story going on here? And when you really think about it, it's a gay story between Naruto and Sasuke. But then that can't be the case because it's Japanese traditional society and it's a top level shonen story and it has to appeal to the widest audience, and gay people aren't always appealing to the widest audience. So it's like this.
And when it was published too. You think about that.
Exactly. In the early, exactly. There's no way. But like the fact they're constantly kissing, like what does that even mean? Like what could be the explanation? Oh, it's filler. What could be the explanation for Naruto and Sasuke kissing each other constantly? What could be this explanation? Like it's so funny when you think about it. You're
explainable, but I think it's the in the fact that it's culturally taboo. So them kissing each other is that's really funny. Because two people that take themselves overly seriously are also the ones that are kissing each other. But also, now that I say that too, people make that joke to mean that they actually like each other. So it could also be interpreted that way, where it's, Yeah, the two people that it's the what is it called, the married couple quarrel, where you get two people where I remember my teacher said it for the first time, where you have a guy and a girl arguing with each other, and it's the married couple quarrel.
Right.
It sort of suggests that there is some sort of affection that they have to each other, and that's why they're getting so heated and emotional with each other. Now
Oh
obviously
yeah, a quarrel. Yeah, married. No, that is so what this is. That's so like the like it's a meme on the married couple thing. Like, look at them going at it again. That's totally what it is. But also like just in terms of character motivations and considerations of like, okay, let's take seriously like what they're saying about each other and like how they're approaching not only each other but like women. And it's like, yeah, this is a gay this is a gay story. Like this is because like you would also think like, I don't know, it's like you're not even writing female characters in general very well, but you're just not even writing love interests at all. What's the point? At some level, it's like the only way that you can really understand this like shallow love interest nature with Sakura and Hinata is that it's just basically covered to be like they're not gay. Like they don't contribute to each other. They don't really enhance each other's characters. They don't play off each other. They don't have like this.
Where's the chemistry?
There's no chemistry except for Naruto and Sasuke.
Yeah, they have crazy chemistry. They argue, but they also back each other. Yeah,
forever.
Forever.
Until
no matter what. Yeah. You remember when Sakura goes, Naruto, I love you, before the 5 Kage summit, and Naruto's like, get the fuck out of my this guy,
or like carrying like the woman who's like just deeply in love with Sasuke, and like would literally, he's like, let me fucking shoot you through the heart with a like Chidori like blade to kill Danzo. Like I actually don't give a fuck about you. Like dedicated your life to saving me, and you exist as this like chakra bag that I can eat and like revive myself with. But also I will kill you in an instant if I need to. And like, yeah, they don't treat women particularly well. It's kind of crazy. It's like, wait, like not only the story, but also like the characters themselves seem to really have no interest in women. And like, again, like the women, even though there's no love interest on the guys' end, the guys don't demonstrate a sense of love with the women. The women exist solely, especially in the early parts, as characters that could be love interests. Like Ino and Sakura, their entire character is that they both want to date Sasuke. And the Ino one is crazy because she actually has no relationship with Sasuke, like zero. Like there's no, like it doesn't even make any sense that.
Luckily she grew out of it.
Yeah, she did, but it's like, but that's because there wasn't anything to like grow out of really. It's just this kind of bullshit character arc that was meant to be.
We're rivals now because that was so disappointing. It just completely lessens their character, but also I thought that was so bullshit for so long until I met my cousin's friends, and they told me the story where
they get really
so they go to church every Sunday, and but you can go to church every week, and they said they went to church every week because there were guys there that they liked. Thinking
that makes sense.
To me, that didn't make any sense. To me, I was thinking, what? That's fucking crazy. I wouldn't, because church is so boring.
So boring.
And so you're harming yourself. And I just want to be doing, I want to be engaging with what the fuck. I was playing on my DS or something. This is what the fuck I'm doing. So to me, that's wild. But for you, it makes sense. You have to tell me about that. The fuck?
Oh, it makes sense to me because, well, like not that I do it, but it makes sense to me that that's how a lot of people operate. Like I see people, and I'd say the inverse of this is that just the concept of the simp. I think if you just think of what the simp is, it's like, oh, it's a guy engaging with females in a way that's disingenuous for the purpose of fucking them and like being with them. Like it's not like disingenuous in that they're like not actually believing in God. It's not like I'm a secret fucking not God person. I just go to church to find girls to fuck. Like that's not really what it is. It's more like they allow themselves to be passive in terms of what they decide to do for the purpose of a love interest. So it's like I think it's the same as a guy being a simp. It's just like they're passively engaging with something deferentially. And like when you say someone's a simp, you're saying like, oh, you're just like
doormat.
Like conforming and a doormat and like not a real, like you're not really caring or engaging with things. You're just kind of letting another person kind of walk all over you and control you for the purpose of trying to fuck them. Like you're just doing whatever they want and like, oh, okay, how can I help you? Can I give you? Oh, like what do you need? Like this kind of like very kind of servant kind of mindset towards women. That's what guys are insulting. They're like, oh, you're a simp. Like you're not thinking for yourself, or like you're not engaging with the women in a genuine way. You're doing this for sex. And I think the idea of like, oh yeah, like the woman, she's like, she goes to church, but a big reason is that there's cute guys there. That makes sense. Like she's simping for guys. Like, to me, it just makes sense.
That's so.
Like guys going shopping with women in like malls and stuff. Like they're not doing it because they really care about the new sale of like Zara and like how the new Chanel bag is like created out of a new type of leather upholstery and like, oh my god, look at this
That's
new
so
thing.
funny because I know guys like that.
Yeah, that's funny actually. Well, so, I mean, there are guys like that. I'm just saying, like a lot of guys when they do that, they're, you know, like they're, or like, you know, women will like go to sports games or like want to be involved. Like they're like, go team. Like they don't actually have a deep, like the guy has this sense of like, my dad watched this football club. My grandpa watched this football club. I watch this football club. I know all the players. I care about it. Like my sister watches Barcelona games with her boyfriend because he's like so obsessed with Barcelona. He's a coach for the Atletico de Madrid's academy. So the academy for like the I think like the third best soccer team in Spain's like their youth academy. He's like a coach there.
This is sick.
And so he's like a big soccer guy, right? So she didn't watch. I call it soccer, right? She didn't watch MLS. She didn't.
Oh, you think I'm gonna correct
volleyball.
you? I hate
no, but
this shit.
No. But I'm saying like I'm like she's coming from a background like me where there's just no engagement with this as a kind of innate thing. It's more she knows how much this person cares about this, and she wants to spend time with them and support their interests, and so she simps for him with this. And it's funny because for a while before he got this job, he didn't have a lot of money, and so they were watching Barcelona games on Instagram Reel like pirate streams with like
so
on
sick.
his phone. And my sister was like, the moment he got any money, my sister's like, you gotta pay for these. Like my sister's like, if you're gonna make me watch this shit, I don't want to watch it on your phone with like a cropped Instagram Reel, like just like it's flipped and distorted to like avoid copyright, right, and stuff. But she's watching a lot of those games on the phone because she likes him and wants to be with him, almost regardless of how much she actually values with him. So it's the kind of, yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but that's so I think anyway, sorry.
That does make sense, but that's an established relationship. So you have invested a lot of time into this person, and so you sort of get that passion, or not that passion, but you have that passion for them because you're dating that person. But it's the fact that you're doing it for guys that you're just interested in. I can never muster that passion for people that I don't really I might be off the norm here, but people that I don't really know, where there are a lot. For me, it's really easy to be attracted to a woman's physical appearance, where I go, wow, she looks quite nice, and I like the way she speaks. But I have to feel out who that person is. I really do, because I know that could I get along with anyone? I don't know if I could. Maybe I'm overestimating how so different I am from the regular person, but truly I just lose my shit interacting with my mom, and she does everything she lives on a very different tempo than I do, we're going berry picking tomorrow, and I go,
nice, okay.
She was saying, oh, when do you want to do it? And I go, okay, I want to do it by 9:30 latest. And she says, long pause, okay. Like for me, it's I want to do this by the beginning of the day so I can do other things that I want to do. I don't want to have that prelude of, okay, well, now I can't do something long term in the morning because I will now have to do something, something late in the morning. So like, 11. If I do something at 11, it's okay, well, there's only so much I can do in the morning where I have to pull myself out of it. Now, I can get stuff done in the morning, but I have to pull myself out of it and then pick it back up later. Oh, that's just fucking annoying. For me, it's just I want to do this thing that's going to take a while and then be able to do my other stuff. And so I'm very much okay. Let's just do it now. Let's if we have something to do,
Get out of the
let's
way.
get this over with now. That's nice. But also, let's leave the fucking house quick. I don't want to be okay. Well, we need to have a chat and looking around for things. For me, it's I have my bottles that I put all the berries in, prepared downstairs. Get me some gloves. That's all I need. I've got my bag. That's it. I'm out. I already have everything prepared. I don't need to. I don't want to be fiddling with stuff.
Let's gonna go. Yeah.
And
we have a joke because my dad does that. We call it daddling instead of dawdling. We're like he's daddling again. Like we have like a way of like getting him to hurry up because he'll often like again like dawdle. He'll like be, oh I got to do this and like kind of like constantly kind of like look around and fiddle around and stuff. And we're like, oh, he's daddling again. Hey dad, you daddling? Are you done daddling it? Like it's a way of like getting him to not do that.
For me, it's oh you're now doing this daddling. For me, it's it's probably like 17 different slurs that you've never heard before. What the fuck are you doing? It's no, actually, I don't scream at my mom, but it kills my mood. It just completely kills my mood where I'm just going, yeah, I don't even really want to talk to you. The fact that we had something planned and when I said this time, I meant this time that we're leaving and we're out the house, and maybe even 10 minutes before because it's nice to be quick.
Yeah.
And it's this is the time that we that's just like an early estimate. That's when we start packing and start beginning to leave. What the that's not what I meant. That's absolutely not what I meant, and it's in the most lethargic, slow way possible. For me, it's I'm running around the house. Yeah, let's do it. And so for me, there's a very particular tempo, and you can see it reflected in other things that I do, where I just want it to be done quickly. For things that I like cycling, quick. I want to get to my destination quick, but also there's really cool stuff. It's not just quick, but there's really cool things to be gained in doing something really quickly, where it's the obviously the benefit in my brain's working so slowly right now. Health benefits of giving your legs a really good workout, but also the optimization of you and the challenge. And the challenge, I just really like that. It's really enjoyable for me. And so somebody not matching up to that for me is already, okay, I'm probably not going to get along with this person because you just want to be lethargic. You just want to kind of take it slow. That's really different for me. Meeting those two ladies that took me up the mountain, it was just
like fuck yeah.
You guys, by the way, these are my mom's age. So my mom's 47. I think one of them was 49. Doing a speed run up the mountain. I'm going,
fuck yeah.
That's if you're 49, then I have a high expectation for myself because I'm a guy with a long stride, and so I should also be speed running this. Give me, this is the practice run, and next time, I'm doubling your speed. What the fuck? I'm not letting you outdo me. For me, it's that serious. And that for me, playing zombies with other people, and you have that level of competition where you're outdoing each other and you're all flexing your times. That's so fun. I love that. So somebody trialing, a cycling route. What? That's so sick. Somebody that has the perseverance to do that and wants to do that. That's so sick. Yeah. So when I'm feeling people out, I can kind of tell what sort of pace that they're living their existence on, and especially in terms of analysis too. So what are you analyzing? When my cousin is saying, why'd you want to go to Japan? And I ask her, why not Kazakhstan? And it's just a random like Central Asian country. I actually thought of that because my stepdad's uncle that I was telling you about, I've talked to his daughter, and she has a fixation on Central Asian countries. And I'm this I ended up talking to her, and it was just like maybe I started talking to her at 10 o'clock. I think we talked to her like 3 in the morning, and I'm just talking about because she likes traveling to different countries, and she was telling me, I really want to go to Central Asia, and it was like during the end of the conversation, but I was thinking, what? Central Asia? That's so
what a cool thing.
That's so different. It's you're on a very different
wavelength.
No, it's not even. No, it's not a wavelength. She's not on a different wavelength. She's existing in a sphere of content that she's digesting that's very off the norm for most people. Most people know what Japan is, are very interested in, you know,
The soft
cherry
culture,
blossoms
the soft
and
power. Yeah, exactly.
exactly. But somebody that's, yeah, Central Asia, that's my next plan. I'm really interested in specifically going here. Fuck, I want to talk. The next time she comes over, I'm definitely talking to her about that. You know, oh, did you end up
100%.
going? What the fuck? Wow, that's super sick. So for somebody to have an esoteric interest that they're open with sharing, that's awesome. I want people to have, oh wow, you're really interested in a very particular thing that's off the norm. Wow, I really want to engage in that too. That's so or not really engage in that too, but I want you to tell me about the engagement that you have with it so I can
understand it, grapple with it, and like consider
and
it, and like
understand who you are as a person.
Right. Yes. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, and I see how that's different from the church thing, because it's like that the opposite. Instead of it being like, oh, like what's this person I'm interested in doing, it's more like, let me go to a place that I know people will be and find people. Like it's not like oh, this person seems to be representing a different set of inquiry and different set of thoughts that I'm used to seeing. I want to be near them to kind of understand them and learn more about them, and they might be interesting. It's more like I want to go to a place where there's people and I want to be with the people, and it's like so interesting and reflective, and it's very conformist. It's a very like conformist template to simping. It's like not like you're simping people who are different in how they approach reality, whereas the people who are simping the standard like traditionalist culture are like the opposite. Like I see what you're saying there.
So yeah, it's
because like for me it's like if there's a book club, like a book club with like, you know, that's just talking about general stuff. Like I like reading, but I don't like just reading any book. So if it's like, oh, you want to find some cute guys? Like go to a book club. It's like, well, I don't want just a person who reads books. I want a person who learns, whether through books or other media, that they have like a sense of direction and goal and purpose that takes them down paths and routes that are non-traditional and non-conventional. Because I know conventional stuff, because seeing conventional stuff is the easiest thing to do because it's right in front of you. If you can't understand and see conventional stuff, you're not seeing anything that's unconventional either, right? Like if you can't even see the conventional stuff, you can't see the unconventional stuff. So like I think this is kind of like the difference between like, oh, like, well, you need to find people like yourself. Well, what does it mean to find people like myself? I can't just do a general, well, they like books, they like you know, romantasy. Well, romantasy is not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about books. I'm not talking about like elvish orgies and shit. Like I'm talking about like, you know, things that describe parts of reality, either metaphorically. It might be hot, you know, who knows? Elves are pretty cute, but not pedophile, by the way. It's just small, short people with tiny ears and child faces that are fucking. It's not a pedophile thing. It's not a way around pedophile laws. But yeah, so this is the whole idea here. Is like you're looking for not just a type of person, but you're looking to be surprised. You're not looking for like a place to go that's the same place. You're looking for people that will take you to places you didn't even know to go.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I do a lot of feeling out for people, and that's the whole oh, you know, messaging. It was really funny because she was messaging 3 guys with the same name. So
no way, they all have the same. What was the name?
I don't fucking remember.
Oh, Slovakian.
Yeah, and also no, there's another. My cousin's boyfriend has the same name as one of their friends too that I met before. That guy, she's fuck, man. Maybe it's really funny because for me, that's the guy that I want to talk to the most. That guy actually sounded really cool. I didn't talk to him that much.
Wait, why though? Why was he sounding?
He sounded because he knew multiple languages.
Gotcha.
But it was, and he was telling me the specifications of like the tier list ranking. I don't know if it's a tier list, but it's oh, this is like the high. If you this is like fluency levels like C2 or something. I don't know what he was saying, but he was
gotcha.
saying,
Yeah, the scale, the scale. Yeah.
yeah, it's like, oh, you know the power scaling of this. Like, I know that you're interested. I know that you're more interested in this.
Yeah, just do and go. Yeah.
And the fact that he's telling me that up front, it's like, oh yeah, this is the tennis. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but this is cool. He sounded, it sounded more of the, I don't know if he was a nerdy, but someone that was, I guess, could potentially be more of like the intellectual type of an analysis, likes analysis, just based on. I think he had an academic bent to him. I think everyone that was there, because I think they were all doing university studies.
Right.
None of them really said what they did. That's really fucked up. I don't even know what any of them did. One of them make jokes where, oh, she's just learning how to sell stuff. She was like learning how to. I don't even know what the fuck she does. I don't even know how to explain it to you, but something to do with a pharmacist or something. But
okay.
And they were making jokes that, oh, she's just learning how to, you know, be over a counter and, you know, give you prescriptions. And to me, it's like, you don't. I didn't even know if it was a joke. For me, that's what a pharmacist is somebody that gives you prescriptions over the counter. It's like, what the fuck are you? Well, I don't even know what the fuck you're studying. What the fuck are you studying? But apparently, she has a really hard course. I don't even know what you do. What the fuck do you do? Which, if you're not openly giving that to me, or I asked, but it was just memes, and so I didn't really get a background of what she did. I was really, there was nothing for me to latch onto into having a conversation. It's like, oh, are you interested in this fucking chemical? Tell me about toxicology. You know, tell me about this. Because that's something that I hear about, and the name sounds so sick. And don't they work with some sort of poisons or whatever? I don't know what it is, and that's why I was like, oh, I would ask about that. That's something that I would ask about, but the conversation seems so unserious that fuck. You know, the conversation just never went there, that I could just ask my own like weird, stupid questions that she could potentially answer, and that sucks. Fuck,
that does suck, dude.
It super sucks.
Yeah, well, because again, it's like what we were saying before. It's like the things they know, the things that they indicate they know about, and the things that are like being put out there to latch onto, then get treated as, oh, that's my work. I don't want to talk about work, or like, oh, I'm just gonna make memes about it to not think about it. Like, it's like, oh, what do you do? Who are you? Oh, I'm a pharmacist. I'm training in, you know, I know about toxicology, like all that stuff. It's like, oh, like, okay, well, so tell me more about it. It's like, well, I'm not at work right now. Don't fucking make me. I want to drink. And it's like, what? Like, what are we even talking about right now? What the fuck's happening? Like, it's like...
Fuck, that sucks. And for me, the joke is I didn't even know they were joking. Just genuinely confused. So just sucks that the guy was the guy. He wasn't around this year. I don't know what the fuck he was doing. But that's the person that I wanted to talk to the most. Yeah, maybe I'm fucking gay. But also just it's more of just, I'm just looking for connection.
Yeah.
And if that turns into any sort of romantic thing, that's just how it ends up. I'm not looking for there's so many different types of relationships that you can find that can be fulfilling.
Absolutely.
And that doesn't have to be romantic. And this is the thing, the obsession. This is why it creeped me out, actually, which was the when she told me about the going to church to meet with the boys or to see the boys, and the messaging 3 guys at once was, for me, I think people put a lot of stock into romantic relationships, and I don't exactly buy that. I don't exactly buy the
you don't buy.
I don't buy it. Obviously, I don't buy. I don't buy brides. You think I'm in Chechnya or
No,
something?
I was thinking about like bisexual. Like you don't buy.
Oh,
I was just like,
bisexual,
it's like,
okay.
because you get. No,
Bi is
like,
a super homophone word. Now that I think about it, because I actually run into that trouble asking my uncle, "Oh, how do I say bi?" And he thought I meant like buy something. Oh, that
oh
also
yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
clarify what I'm talking about. Like you're standing by something. That's what I was.
yeah,
But I was saying buy as in exchange money,
yeah, yeah.
and
You don't buy
absolutely
that.
don't
Yeah, you don't
understand
buy
that.
that. That's like the like that. That should be the be all end all of like any relationship is like a kind of romantic or sexual. Like that's not
Yeah.
like I'm the kind of way that it's like if there's not an intellectual connection, if there's not a like emotional connection, then there isn't a sexual connection. Like that's how it's always been for me. It's like which kind of fucking sucks. Like it's kind of it kind of takes a lot more work then.
Interesting.
Dating apps are not built for that, I will say.
What are dating apps? I've never been on a dating app, and I don't know the experience. What are they built for?
Casual, quick connection that is meant to have no strings attached. There are definitionally hookup apps, yeah. The idea is, oh, well, these hookups could turn into something more, and it's like, but if people are on there just to hook up, they can't turn into so. But yeah, that's I don't know. It's different between gay and straight apps too. Like Grindr is different. A lot of what Grindr is like people being like you have photos like I haven't used Grindr, but I know from people who have, and it's like you have photos up there, and then like 6 guys are messaging you being like, I'm jerking off to you right now. Like it's like so different
So
than like
sick. That is my perception of being gay is that it just sounds so much easier in terms of
it's way easier in terms of hooking up, yeah.
It's
different though in terms of emotional connection. It's tougher in other ways though.
Okay.
Because there's like a complex play of masculinity and expectations, and like it's pretty easy to have an abusive relationship going on because it's like both like there's an expectation that like as men you can take that kind of thing, and it's like they can people can be pretty cruel to each other, and there's like this there's I don't know there's a lot of stuff there where it's like it's easier for hooking up, but in terms of long-term emotional connection, a lot of guys end up not being gay long-term, and so they end up doing like hookup sex stuff in their kind of early 20s, and then they end up just being going and living a normal life and getting married and something like that. So it's kind of complicated where and they also have to hide it too, because it's interesting, like guys who so guys, if they find out that their wife or girlfriend has at one point hooked up with a girl, they're like, that's hot. And they're like, guys are like, they're kind of porn brained, and they're like, they don't think that implies anything. They're like, oh, they did this thing at one point, but like they're with me now, maybe we could get another girl in it. Like they're even thinking about like maybe we could have so they're not thinking like, oh, this is a threat to my relationship with the person. The woman is not like this. If a guy is revealed to be bisexual or have a kind of past history of hooking up with guys, women become incredibly suspicious of any of their guy friends, and it becomes a matter of constantly checking if they're actually like secretly hooking up with guys instead of with them. So it's a lot of guys end up having to hide the fact they had this past, because women will infer from that their potential of cheating is higher when they're just hanging out with friends and they're not even.
Oh my word. The insecurity stuff about relations. I'm just so tapped off of just standard relationship protocol. I have no idea what are the expectations of a relationship. Fuck. My first relationship is just gonna be me walking down, just me being really really stupid, because I don't know the etiquette in terms of what do people expect out of each other. I don't even engage with I definitely had really big crushes on girls before, but they've never turned into anything. Either the girl has a boyfriend, so it's that kind of sucks, or we just grow apart based on we're now in different classes, or we're in a completely different school. Fuck, that sucks.
Rip.
So yeah, never had any of that stuff. And so when it comes to the etiquette of jealousy, well, not the etiquette of jealousy, but the etiquette around jealousy in terms of someone getting really jealous of another partner potentially cheating. For me, I just don't understand that. To me, that's so Maybe I just have to
Well,
be in a
becomes-
relationship to
well,
experience it, but I don't have that
there's like
jealous point.
there's like practical reasons. Like one of the reasons why is, for example, if they're cheating on you,
Mhm.
what are you gonna do if they fucking bring a STD back? Like, that fucking sucks. Like, if they're
Mhm.
cheating on you and they get some shit and they don't tell you and you get a fucking sexually transmitted disease, like, you're
That's
stuck
super
with
fucked.
that. Like, that's so fucked, right? Another thing is that a lot of people in relationships, there's an expectation that like one person will support the other financially. And so women
Mhm.
are often in a kind of vulnerable position of like, well, if he leaves, I have nothing.
Mhm.
So they're much more concerned about what happens if the guy cheats on me than men are, for very practical reasons of like, well, they could be giving me an STD and all. And side note, you know, with gay sex, a lot of, I mean, one of the benefits of it is the raw, right? Like there's not a risk of being pregnant, and so it's pretty common to have unprotected sex in the gay community, especially with HIV treatments, like PrEP and other forms of ahead of time treatment to prevent HIV transmission. But even if you're preventing HIV transmission, there's other things you can get, and there's things you could then give your girlfriend. And so girls are both concerned about, well, what if they leave me and I'm left with nothing? But also, what if they bring some shit back because they're gay? And they think guys that are gay are more like dirty and more able to like more, that might happen more. Whereas they're not as concerned of like a guy, but I mean, I'm not saying all women, but like they're just not as like, oh, it's over for me if like the guy goes to some like happy ending parlor massage like once or twice and they get caught doing that. Like that's not a like, oh, that's a threat to our relationship, you know? Whereas like, oh, what if every friendship is actually secretly them hooking up with guys and risking STDs and also maybe leaving me? Like that. So guys,
Okay.
so that conflict is like, oh shit. If you're a guy who has a history of being bisexual, you have to not say that because there is now that could create a fear among women. And so yeah, like a lot of guys have to hide it. It's kind of crazy.
I've heard about this before, but now that you reaffirm it, wow. Yeah, but the concerns seem fairly valid in terms of bringing an STD, especially when you said there's a culture of having unprotected sex because there is no baby making, and you can do would you say PrEP? Is that a drug, or are you just saying preparation?
No, it's a drug. It's a drug. It's a drug.
Okay.
And that blocks the transmission of HIV but HIV, again, that's not the only risk of having unprotected sex.
Right.
And so a lot of people are like, oh, don't worry, like I took PrEP, or like I, you know, because it's very effective at stopping HIV transmission. But that's like, you know, that's not the only thing you can get. And a lot of like, so one funny example you might find interesting is there's a lot of gay cruises, a lot of gay sex cruises, and like there are these massive, so like, think about this from this perspective, like being gay historically not super accepted. One way they get around this is by creating their own little mini country where they hire a cruise and then everybody who's on there is gay. And how it works oftentimes is they wear different color-coded tags. So red means taken, like I'm with someone, I'm with my boyfriend, I'm not looking to hook. Yellow means I'm with someone, but we're willing to experiment and play around. Talk to me, I might be interested. Green is come up and grab me and use me like a doll, basically. Yeah, basically.
That's so sick.
Like, practically. So that's that's basically, so there's a whole of like literal, and again, it's like we're talking thousands and thousands of guys on a boat together where there's just a complex set of like, oh yeah, you could just fuck whenever you want. Like it's just like that, right? So that there is a culture thing of like, this is true, and it's not that they're like, these women are like inventing a thing where it's fake, but it is the case that a lot of guys who are with women have made a choice not to be gay. They've made a choice not to be bisexual. And like women are basically punishing guys for having a sexually complicated past and being honest about it by then never trusting them in a kind of serious way. Like I think that part of it's kind of fucked up. It's like, well, if they're honest with you, they're telling you, like, you know, like you shouldn't punish them for being open about their past and them telling you is not an indication they're gonna, it's not like guilty knowledge. It's them trying to tell you like, I'm not, that's not me anymore. I had this part of my life, but that's not me anymore. But then women are like, well, oh, go ahead. Yeah.
With women where they get punished really hard for having a sexual history, and
that's
the incentive to not say it. Because I'm a guy, so I talk to a lot of guys, so I understand a lot of their insecurities when it comes to what you call it, have a when a partner has engaged in, sometimes it's acts that they wouldn't even you know, that's something that they've tried and they're not really interested in. It's somebody getting availability that they're not gonna get.
Right.
But also really strange. You have to kind of dig around for the true answer for why guys. Dank had this obsession with virgins, and he was saying,
yeah, when he's not,
me,
though, which is so funny.
Yeah, he's not though, and he's been cheated on before, and I really think, and he was using that cheating. Oh, virgins are the least likely to cheat. I'm just thinking, yeah, but you're only looking at one factor as to why somebody could cheat. There are so many different other factors you could possibly look at that could even be more determinative of somebody cheating. Why look at virginity? To me, that screamed insecurity.
I also don't even think it makes any sense because, well, what you're saying is the people who tell me they're virgins are not going to be cheating. It's like, well, what if they're not really virgins? Maybe them lying about that actually might make them more likely to cheat. Like people who proudly proclaim that, no, I am in fact a virgin, might have an interest, in fact, of lying more about not only their sexual history, but their sexual current practices because they are presenting themselves as virgins. Like the fact of them being virgins is something they have to like lie about. So that means that they might also be likely to lie in the future about having sex with. So you can't generalize in that way. It's like, who's to say what the virgin thing means? Is it a dynamic which indicates fidelity, or is it a dynamic that indicates actually they're more likely to lie to you? Like, you don't know, right? Like how you weren't there their whole life, right? And like, so it's, yeah, a lot of it is just insecurity. A lot of it's just trying to have certainty over your future that you can't control with the partner. But I get it. I get why that would be the case.
That's
yeah,
one thing. Yeah, go on.
Oh, actually, wait. I gotta take a piss real quick.
Same.
Yeah. Got pee.
I'm back. No, I beat you to the punch.
Hello?
Oh, hi. I beat you to the punch.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Mark. Hi, Mark.
I sent this GIF of LTG, but oh, I remember why I sent it though. It's when he's saying when I say bum repeatedly.
I see it. Say Bob. He's like putting out his ass. Like when I say Bob, he's like doing an ass shape.
And in the LTG community, whenever LTG, sometimes they'll just he'll start talking about wealth and something, and people go, yeah, but Dell, aren't you on aren't you 121K in debt? And then they go, when I say bum at the end of the comment. So you said, oh, your sister's boyfriend didn't have a lot of money at the time, so I just posted that gift when I say bum. Some money issues when I say bum.
Yeah, he fucking bum, dude. Yeah, I would no, because he's a little older than her, and I would make that joke. I'm like, you're dating an older guy and he's not even rich. Like, what I was like, you're dating an older guy, he's not even rich. Like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, no, but that's how we like me and my sister have that kind of fun relationship where we like joke around about stuff. Like, like there was she was talking about one of her like not friends but classmates who crazy story about her basically being like at a wedding and cheating with the groom. Like she was she was like my sister's.
Wait, the groom is the husband, right? The guy that's gonna be the
husband?
husband?
The groom is the husband. Yeah. And so he was basically trying to fuck her classmate who was a like waitress at his wedding during his wedding night. He was trying to fuck her during the wedding night while he was marrying this woman. And my sister was like, that's fucking crazy. Like, you shouldn't let him do this. He's a creep. Like, she was like telling him like all this stuff, like her classmate, all this stuff. And I was like, yeah, classic Spanish men. They just like cheating. And she's like, come, hey, no, go on. She immediately got it. Was like trying to say her boyfriend's cheating. You know, so we like poke each other buttons like that. You know what I mean? It's pretty. It's just fun to do.
That's. I'm so outside of those dynamics. So it just sounds so insane to me. It's
so insane. No, me too. That was like fucking. But that's crazy.
To me, that's. I don't want to be that guy because I'm not that guy, but I was that guy. Where it was this 99. I don't know if it was 99, but it was like this 90-year-old guy, and he found out his wife cheated on him 60 years ago, and he's like, yeah,
oh my god,
I'm divorcing you, I'm going. And at the time I was like, yeah, that's right, principle. The principles, yeah. Because I was working under that really narrow logic of, yeah, it's what'd you call it? Like I was talking with English, where it's just really it's a really black and white thinking, where it's just like, yeah, you broke the rule. I don't care how long ago it was, and I think I'm being that like principled, philosopher king. Just like I'm just thinking of like one of those like profile pictures of just like a depressed guy. No, not one of those. Like a depressed guy, like contemplating, looking in the distance, like that kind of profile picture. That's what I was thinking myself of. Oh yeah, I'm just this stoic, principle abiding, and I still do kind of see myself like that, where it's, but you broke a rule. But rules are way more complex than just, oh, you broke a rule. It's more yeah, like that, exactly like that. Those kind of profile pictures. Just a guy that doesn't look like he's being beaten up on a street, but more of a guy that's wearing some like this guy's just been to an opera wearing his best jacket.
Exactly. Yeah.
These guys are fucking normies, and I'm a superior being. That kind of guy.
I'm a fucking I got the fully consistent logical thought process. They don't make them like me. They don't make them like
me. So, I remember saying that, and I don't know who's disagreeing. I think Stealth was there maybe, and you were going, that's crazy. I don't even remember the arguments that were proposed, but and I don't even think we didn't even get into the minutiae of why. But I guess I don't even know if I've thought about it. I guess I have thought about it a lot, but also my instinctive feelings on things like that have just really changed in terms of I just don't really care. It's just so dull to me, because for me it's I think it was Styles. I think he's bisexual or gay, I don't remember. Okay. Where he was telling me about emotional cheating and how it feels worse to him. And
what?
Now that where it was somebody confiding, so a partner confiding within somebody else about things that you would expect I guess the main partner to know. And I think, fuck. Being in situations like that kind of fucking sucks, where someone, well, I've not exactly one-to-one, but it's somebody sort of confiding with somebody behind your back, and wow, I thought you were gonna tell me about that. Why do I not know about that? But then some fucking random knows about that. You know, I thought we were. I told you all my stuff. Yeah. Yeah. EXE is kind of like this, but it's not about. I mean,
No,
but
I'm pretending as if it was one person rather than a general statement that you're making. That's
right.
like more
General statement, but I'm
Yeah,
looking at EXE right now in my direct messages because messaged him recently. So yeah, this Jivney guy, super not one-to-one with him because it's really different. But yeah, he's talking about emotional cheating. It's like, yeah, that really kind of matters. I think the mechanic of sex, I just don't. For me, that has just does not mean that much in terms of somebody had sex with somebody else. In terms of, oh, they engaged in a sexual act with somebody. If it was, oh, I engaged with an ex in a sexual act with somebody else, but they're still very committed to the relationship. Now, usually it's way more complicated than this. But if that's the case, honestly, I do give a fuck. You fucking betrayed it. You betrayed something in terms of, if I even engage into that kind of relationship in the first place where we're going to be monogamous, you did break something.
Yeah.
You did break
Exactly.
something.
Yeah,
and
yeah. You lied 100%. Yeah.
Exactly. But people treat it as if that's public enemy number one. There's no coming
Right, I see what
back.
you're saying.
And I just don't.
Whereas,
To
yeah,
me,
like
it's
emotional cheating is
not-
often more devastating. Like it can be, especially in terms of friendships or just intellectual connections. You're like, yo, like, why did you seem to exclude me from this knowledge? Like, what was the like? That feels like betrayal, especially if you're trying to create a shared like thinking.
Because that's the main part of a relationship, is that connection. When you think of a romantic relationship, it's still that. It is still it's even that on crack. It's a more intense version of that, where you're revealing the most crazy details about yourself, and then you also have that sex component factored onto it. But that's not the main factor of your relationship. It's that emotional part. At least for me, the way I would build my relationship, definitely not. And so for people to give a shit, or to stake this sexual part, even though it's not that big of a part of the relationship, either that has to be a proxy for something else, whether it is that emotional connection and somebody confiding in somebody else. But if it isn't that, I just really couldn't give a fuck. It just isn't that big of a deal for me. It's you broke a promise, and that might be indicative of other factors about what you might do, because you broke something that maybe you thought I gave a fuck about this and you broke it. And so that still reveals a lot, but
that's my main problem too, is that it's clearly a matter of deception that raises questions about other deceptions. Like it's like, you know, it's the classic, like, is this the first time you cheated, or is this the first time you got caught?
Oh yeah, true, yeah.
So it's like, or it's like, what is it? It's like, you know, you find out your friend is stealing from you, and you're like, okay, I had, like, for me, it was like I've had it happen before. I had like a friend who was stealing from me, and I was like, it's not like, oh, like, you took something, it's like, that wasn't that expensive. It was like a Lego piece. It wasn't, you know, like some of the stuff wasn't that expensive. It was like a Lego set piece, but it was like, but what else are you, like, are you stealing other things that I don't even know about yet? Like, are you, like, can I even trust you to be alone in my room, and that you're going to steal something even more important? Like, you stole from me, lied to me about it. Like, how can I trust you going forward? And again, it's not a matter of like the money. It's more like, well, what does this imply about our relationship as a whole, kind of thing, you know?
Yeah. So fuck, did I even get onto this topic about emotional cheating, just cheating in general, and the previous conversation that we had?
Well, the thing about my sister.
Oh yeah, that Spanish guy thing. For me, just hearing about that, I have no word. That's insane. Just a human engaging in that level of just, you are actually fucking scum.
You're scum. No, it might do. My sister. So what was crazy is that my sister was, my sister was making the point about how crazy what he was doing was, and so at first he wanted her there to fuck her basically, and then my sister's classmate, and then she's basically in love with this guy though. Like she's thinking they're gonna like spend the rest of their lives together or something in like a weird way. This girl is,
That sounds
and
like a fucked up romantic novel, doesn't it?
oh fuck, dude, it's crazy. And like she's like it totally does. And like she's like basically what ended up happening was he put her, it's like in some, I forget what happened, but in some way the wife found out about this, like maybe this intention, or just kind of became suspicious. So to counter it, he placed her in the wedding party in the back, so he didn't see her. And then she was complaining to my sister, like how this whole story even came out was she was explaining all of this, and her main takeaway was he put me in the back and wouldn't even look at me during the wedding. Like that was my sister's classmate's main concern. And my sister and her friend, her actual friend, like not the classmate, was like, you gotta not be with this guy. This guy's actually scum, and like what you're saying and what you're doing is like not normal and not acceptable in terms of like, you know, like this is not normal to be basically committed to an already married person such that you're like, I'll wait for him in the back. Like that's not that.
It's not even that. It's that you would accept a person that would do that to a person that he's promising to on his wedding.
Right. That was his fantasy. That was what he was saying. What she was saying was that this was his fantasy, was to basically be like fucking her on the wedding. Like that was like the purpose of it was that it was like a fantasy of his. Like, isn't that fucking crazy?
That's different.
Fucking crazy, dude. This guy's actually scum. So, my sister was so pissed when she was hearing about this. She was like, "Fuck, that's great." Like,
that got me really upset too.
Yeah, no, she was so fucking, and I'm like, rightfully so. Like the thing my sister and I share is like, we got this like righteous anger. We're like, what? Like we both do this thing where we're like, wait, what? Like, what'd you say? Like, it's, you know what I mean? It's like, we're not just gonna like, you're saying you're like sad that the guy who wanted in his fantasy to fuck a girl, like a teenager on, because she's like fucking 19, 20. Like she's, you know, this is a guy getting married and she's like a 20-year-old like college student. And he's like, so his fantasy is to fuck a college student on his wedding night. And what you're angry about is that he didn't like look at you during like there's a lot of problems here. Like you're clearly having a lot of problems too. If your main concern isn't, oh, he's a scumbag, it's, oh, he wouldn't hang out with me during the wedding night.
What fantasy novels do you think she was reading?
I know. And what kind of desperation and like self-esteem must she have to, like, be okay with that? I think that's crazy.
Yeah, that's another because I was thinking of from the guy's perspective in terms of what would convince you to cheat on somebody that you've promised to marry someone. And that's not an easy thing to go, okay, we're breaking up now. That's a legal affair. At least I'm assuming that's going to be a legal affair.
Oh yes. And it jeopardizes it. It could be a matter of divorce. If he had a prenup, it would violate the prenup. Like he's risking a lot of shit. Like in a divorce case, if it's shown that the guy's cheating on the woman, that's a factor against them. In most court, I don't know how it works in Spanish law, but in most court cases, that's the case. That the man, it's like against them if they're shown to be cheating, in that they were the ones that like fucked up the relationship, and therefore, you know, if the wife isn't working, they have to pay money. Like they need to take care of the wife because they promised to do so, and then they fucked it up, right? Like it's on them in a lot of ways.
I wonder what was going through his head other than a potential fantasy.
Horny.
That this is insane. Usually I try and think of, okay, why would a person actually do a behavior that's really out there? And I just can't. Yeah, I can't. It's so you'd have to. What drugs I would have to be taken to figure out what the fuck he was doing.
Oh yeah, well, and again, like why this was so crazy is like, again, this is like a psychologist. Like my sister's classmates are like psychologists. And like therapists.
Okay.
And like they're hearing this, they're like, what the fuck? Like that's crazy. Like even by their standards, like that is insane. What you're saying, what you're describing is crazy. Like,
oh, I interpret that so differently than the way you put it. I was thinking, you're a psychologist. Surely you should have way more control over. Look at this situation. You're a fucking psychologist. You should have a grip on yourself more than.
Oh yeah, that girl for sure, 100%. Well, yeah, but that's why my sister and her friend had a grip on it. They're like, what? Like that's great. But then this classmate of hers is like just not at the level of like competence. I
Dude,
think
you should be disbarred or whatever the equivalent is, because that is insane. Fuck, you shouldn't be operating on anyone. You are fucking insane. You're gonna be the fuck out of here. I'd expect if I was the headmaster, so some Professor Dumbledore, you're out.
So Dumbledore, dude. By the way,
yeah, go on.
Dumbledore,
gay.
You knew what I was gonna say. He's gay.
Yeah.
You know it. Yeah.
I'm Dumbledore in the 4th movie, where he shakes Harry Potter. And there's always memes about it, where he went to Harry gently, and in the movie he's just like,
oh, hey,
Harry!
Oh, where? Did you put your name in the goblet? Did you put your name in the goblet? Harry, Dumbledore said calmly.
Yeah. Me, yeah. Yeah, stories like that.
Point is, women annoying.
Yeah, women annoying. Yeah, women are bitches.
The point is that they're fucking annoying. They don't they're not willing to wait in the back to be fucked on the wedding night.
Exactly.
And they just have a loud mouth. They're just telling all their friends about this shit, not keeping quiet like they're supposed to.
Why do I feel like if you told this story to Dank, he would be, women are whores?
It's like, dude, they're such whores. They're willing to break up families. It's like as if the guy wasn't the central instigator and there's a massive power dynamic. He absolutely would be oh god, what a whore, dude. She doesn't even have a respect for the institution of marriage. It's she doesn't, he doesn't, right? Of course.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I don't talk to Dank anymore though, because I can simulate what he's gonna say in the same way you can, where it's I know what he would say, so it's why would I even talk to thing? I know it already, almost. You know? I got a little Dank simulator, a little Dank AI in my head that I can I'm pretty sure of what he's gonna say.
Mm-hmm. Fuck, I wish it was just normal for I wish I just had a disc in my head that either of the two ideas I was going to suggest, where I wish I could replay a conversation back to you for you to analyze a conversation, and I wish other people could do that with me, because sometimes somebody would tell me a dynamic and I go, I just don't believe this. I really don't.
Right.
I really don't believe it went like this, because it doesn't.
That seems so
something
crazy.
is not adding up. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something missing. You're describing people being, oh, dude, they're just fucking stupid. They just do. It's Dank does that a lot. It's wait, why did that happen? They're dude, they're just like that. That's just, and you're that's not satisfying at all. That's not a satisfying, right?
For me, it's when I'm talking to EXE. Actually, this is just me with anyone, especially with my mom. Where EXE did this with his brother, where he was telling me a drama that happened between one of his brother is a subcontractor, and for a delivery company, and he was contracting his friend, or I don't know the right terminology. His friend was working for his brother, and his brother's friend was working for him. That's how I should word it. And he ended up finding a better paying job, and then went to do the job, and I think it was in the same line of work, and then his brother got pissed at his friend because, wait, I would have given you, if you really needed more money, I would just given you more money, for you, and they were apparently really close friends. So the fact that it happened behind, the fact that he didn't say anything about getting a job or anything, and that he was gonna upgrade for more money, he felt really betrayed by that, and so he was sort of a pariah. And EXE was telling me it from as if he very much took on board of I don't know how involved in the situation, but he very much took the it sounded like a lot of it was a retelling from his brother or something. I think he knew this other person too.
Okay.
I don't think he directly witnessed what happened, but because a lot of it seemed like it was from his brother's perspective and how his brother felt about the situation, and so and EXE was echoing sort of the same feelings and the same sentiment, and and it's really funny because gave him some. I told him, okay, I don't know who the fuck his brother is, and I don't know how he acts, and that's actually really important for me not to assume things, because I go, okay, I need a little bit more insight on who your brother is before I go, okay, so one of his good friends went behind his back okay, I can understand why people go behind people's back. You know, let's say one of Henry VIII's wife that was, you know, forcefully married to him, you know, goes and cheats on him. And you know, there's a massive age gap. Yeah, I can completely understand. Actually, I have no idea if they did any forced marriages, just a common artifact of the time. That's why I said it as an example. But you know, insert any king. I can understand how a woman would go out and find an actual lover instead of, you know, the guy that they were forcibly married to. You know, I understand that as a context of the culture that they exist in. So it's the case that, but if that happened in the modern time, you know, I have a very different opinion. It's probably not a forced marriage. It's probably, you know, people actually of acting of low moral character. And so, I don't know a lot about EXE's brother. I actually do know a bit more about him now based on other stories that I've heard from EXE. And I have to sort of filter through it and go, okay, what is personal bias getting into this? And what is, okay, this is probably, you know, this is probably what happened. Yeah. Or it's very similar to how it happened in person. And when I suggested that it could be the case that your brother could be an overbearing person. And fuck, actually, how right I was with the other things I've heard about him now. Holy fuck. That was just a suggestion. I wasn't actually accusing him of being like this, but he could be a very overbearing. Yeah. He could potentially be an overbearing person that somebody just doesn't feel comfortable bringing it up, or they could potentially have tried to bring it up and they were rebuffed in terms of, oh, I want more money, but now there's a threat of the person doing another job, and so now they give them more money. Yeah, I have no idea how that situation, the prelude to that situation, and also the guy could have just been a fucking coward in terms of, this is your best friend and you're not going to tell them, oh yeah, by the way, I want to work for this other guy that's going to get me more money. That's something that you should discuss. That's your good friend, because that's how I treat my friend, especially if my friend is what you call it, if I'm working for my friend. That's something I would want to discuss with my friend, because there's, for me, and the way I build my friendship is that there is an implicit trust that I can bring that up to you and you're not going to get offended, because if you do, that's on you. That's your problem. I can go and get a new job if I need it, but if you're not going to discuss that, I would feel a level of betrayal. And so I understand that. I understand the level, the feeling of betrayal. It just depends on, were you a friend that allowed somebody to discuss, or were you somebody that's very overbearing, very angry, and very upset that you don't allow room for discussion? And because I sort of put that imprint into EXE's head that, okay, this could be somebody that's quite overbearing. He told me other stuff, but also he kept that reference in mind in terms of how he evaluated how his brother acted in other dynamics, and just hearing the stuff about his brother, and he was telling me that he also thinks that, yeah, you know what, we revisited the whole dynamic, and he said, I really wouldn't be surprised if the person just didn't feel as though they could talk to his brother. His brother's, you know, one of his good friends. He didn't feel as though he didn't feel comfortable talking to his brother, and that's just one of the things where you haven't. If somebody, I think if most people heard that story, they'll go, oh yeah, you know, that's kind of fucked up. They would just sort of take the story at face value. I'm very skeptical, probably because I've been talking to probably sorry for bringing this person up, but that Tony UK guy, where I was just very I wasn't incredulous. I was very much oh yeah, you know, this is just what happened, you know, this is just a guy I know, and I guess I have some level of trust for what he's saying, so I don't know why the fuck he would lie about this. And turns out wow, he was saying a lot of crazy stuff.
Oh yeah.
Now that I think back on it, and the fact that he even that guy extorted money out of you, based on what he was feigning, and very skeptical now of what people tell me and the stories that tell me. And also with EXE, it's one of the EXE trusts me, and my input. So I will say, yeah, by the way, do you think everything that you're hearing from your brother is true? And maybe you should question that. Maybe you should be a little bit more analytical. And that's why I want the recording, because I don't trust myself in terms of when I retell a conversation to you, I don't know if I have the right read on it, because there might be subtleties on how things were said that can really completely change the way something is presented, as where I completely misread a situation, or I was really stilted in the delivery of a joke, so obviously it was misinterpreted. Fuck. I don't have that. And yeah, it's really easy on Discord, because it's an expectation for somebody to be streaming in the call or something. It's like, oh yeah, I'm playing zombies or whatever. So it's an expectation that you can just go back and see an archive of the conversation. But that's definitely not a thing in real life, where, oh yeah, I'm just recording the conversation, by the way, on OBS. It's not a thing. And really kind of creepy too. If you found out somebody was doing that in real life, I mean, I wouldn't care, but I think a lot of people would be really concerned if that was happening to them. So I don't know where how I was gonna incorporate how I was gonna move this conversation on, but sucks. That's what I have to say. It sucks to not be able to evaluate my performance in a conversation and sort of just go off of how I remember a conversation to be. Because my retelling is going to be my own bias on how I view the world.
Yeah. But also, like, that's what I value out of people when they can have that good interpretation, is that they provide like their bias is actually just like an analytical lens unique to them and like kind of interesting. Like on the opposite end, like when there are people who, yeah, sure, I mean, they're representing one side of the conversation, but they're doing so in a way that's like actually like, oh, what? I didn't notice that. I didn't pick up on those things. Like, yeah, so I don't know. It's but yeah, I'm Wonder has been crashing out at me. I don't know what's going on. Don't show this on screen, but he's just like spamming me. Like that's kind of why I got a little quiet there, because it's like,
okay, oh,
like he's just, I don't know.
I like how also known as, and then how many nicknames does he have? It's really distracting. I thought you were in a group chat with that many people, and I'm thinking, why is there a Wonder from Buried, and a Damien? Yeah, that's a lot of the same person. But don't it's funny because he hasn't responded to anything that I told him. So
yeah, he's going pretty hard in the paint. I literally don't know why. Yeah.
You have a very different relationship with him, because I never see any of this side of him.
Yeah, and he doesn't share it.
It's a very private, intimate side of him. 17 ignored messages, sad. I think I'd be fuming if I saw that fucking yellow face. You know the Twitch smiley face where it looks really sarcastic and absolutely has nothing to do with somebody smiling, and you just want to smash your monitor? Yeah. I mean, it's not anything that bad, but I don't really use emojis that much. I don't take them that seriously, and so I don't use them. Or I'll do the what do you call it? The emoticons or whatever, where you just make your own faces with the brackets and whatever, old school.
Oh, I know what you're saying, yeah. Like the Japanese emotes, like the...
Oh, Japanese, like I know what you're talking about, where they do like complex ones where they use symbols that you can't even do unless you're doing like function
though, but
key.
like yeah, it's like the ASC, what the fucking, whatever it is. Text-based.
ASCII or something. Is that what you're trying to say?
ASCII, yeah.
That's I like those faces. Japanese people like doing that. I really like how they have a different culture in terms of the way they like they don't the emoji stuff is at least in gaming circles and people that are just netizens in general, they don't emojis are not the first thing that they do to express themselves, but it's those weird ASCII faces. I like that a lot. It makes them distinct, and that's actually one thing I don't like about emojis is that they're very uniform and they exist. You know, they're set ways of expressing yourself. Not only that, but it's not only the set ways is that they look a set way too. So it's you know, it's like a somebody, let's say eyebrow raised emoji, right? That only exists in one way. You know, maybe depending on, you know, whatever
Yeah.
you're using, it changes slightly. But what was really cool, Demons pioneered this, but emoji technology was really cool because he incorporates just emojis that are just never used into a collage of different
Yeah.
emojis that make a picture. Oh, that's cool.
I've
Now
seen
you're
that.
using it as a creative application of emojis, and nobody uses them like that, which is really surprising. At least the people that I message, I never see anyone use them. On Discord, people use GIFs, which are cool. I like GIFs because you could just be any GIF of anything. But do you meet people that you know, maybe are not netizens? Do you see them ever use emoji technology or use emojis in really cool ways, or is it just, oh, smiley face, thumbs up?
Oh yeah, like some people do. Like it's often people like really creative people. Like one of my uncles who is like he's a lawyer, he's like a really creative guy. Like he when he sends like long like text messages, like half of it is emojis and um half of it is like just like emojis meant to kind of make the message more like vibrant and illustrative and stuff.
That's so sick. People actually do play with emojis.
Yeah, very much in the way that Demons did too. It's very interesting.
I remember there was, oh, yes, he did this crazy one where it was oh, those BO3 guys actually really love playing with emojis too, now that I think about it. It was during the David Manager debacle, and
I love the David Manager debacle.
It's so good. I love that too.
The best manager of all time.
Victim blaming people that don't know how to use the internet properly, but also almost scam their audience is really funny.
Like the scam of the audience thing is the crazy part. Like
yeah, that to me that they almost did that. They were so negligent with whatever they were gonna promote, but they're the ones that got. Like, yeah, good. That's justice. Fuck you. Or at least that's the second best justice we could have gotten, because the people that are doing sweatshop streams, yeah, they probably should have got. But yeah, well, second best. Silver, that's not that bad. And he had a really funny tweet of it was they always did the point right door and then like a face of something, maybe like a lying face, because I really loved that face back then. It's like lying face, point right door. It's so funny. Oh, actually I want to recreate that. Hold on. Shelby had really good emoji game too.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, the invisible big hole. Invisible big hole, like that guy?
No. Shelby and Invisible Big Hole are different people.
Who's Shelby? Is my dad
Shelby's
can't touch
dad won't hug me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, okay.
I think Big Hole's a Easter egg speedrunner, so
Gotcha, okay.
he'll be offended if you got him
someone
confused.
faking first rooms, lying face, faking like someone buying the door and faking it, lying face, pointing at the door.
That was just, they like the lying face emoji, so they're just using it as a representation.
No, but I'm just interpreting it. I'm just interpreting it as like hieroglyph. Yeah.
But it's really funny because if you don't know, what you're looking at is like, what the fuck is happening here? Why is there a guy why is Pinocchio pointing to the door? Why that emoji? But for but I already know that they love the lying face emoji. It's not really. That's just nonsense information. Well, that's not relevant information as to why it's a lying face. It's just, oh, he's just representing himself as the lying face emoji. That's it. That thing is cool. I like Demons' Fencer. He really liked the Fencer
Same.
emoji. That was really cool. I didn't even,
Yeah,
even
on
know
guard.
that was an
On guard.
emoji. What'd you say?
The on guard. On guard.
Oh, on guard. Yeah, yeah.
Love it.
Such a sick emoji. Yeah, we were using that for a while. And God.
I was thinking also about the purple names thing when you were saying earlier about like the inside jokes. I was like,
oh yeah,
green name, purple name, red name, like the just the like cast system of Twitch names. The color was really funny.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, purple name. That's
dude. That I was a red name. I was a red name fag.
Don't even
But yo,
remember.
I'm gonna go get some dinner.
remember.
I haven't had like any food
Okay.
today, so I gotta eat. But
Okay,
it's
yeah,
really
you
good talking as
probably should do
always.
that.
Yeah, it's like fucking 7 for me, so I probably should get some food.
How long have we
But
been
yeah,
talking? Is it showing
I
the
don't-
call? Or is
I'm
it
not
when
sure.
we end the call?
Like 3 4 hours. I don't know. It's felt like a lot, pretty fast. I've really enjoyed it.
It's 5 hours, I think.
Let's go. Okay, when it feels less than it is, right? Like that's a good
Really?
sign. Let's go. Yeah. All right. Well,
That's
I will talk to
interesting.
you later.
For me, it feels like a really long time, but just different perception of time. But anyway, yeah, you go and have dinner, and I need to go
Thank
to
you.
sleep soon. So,
Got you. You're the best.
yeah, bye.